Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Brands Hatch. It is a soggy Brands Hatch, but a Brands Hatch that, as ever, is set to produce a couple of days of top-quality motorsport entertainment for what is one of the most highly anticipated race meetings of the 2023 British motorsport season. It is the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival, but it is also the final round of the TCR UK Championship for 2023, along with the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. The BRSCC Fiesta Junior Series is here as well. And we've also got the mini winter series, those cars just completing what has been a red flag affected qualifying session. That's not been the only red flag affected session today, it has to be said. The tricky conditions catching drivers out across all of our classes, but it's set to be a terrific pair of days racing. The TCR races will come tomorrow, but they'll be qualifying a bit later on this afternoon. Those cars were out for a free practice session a little bit earlier on today, whilst we've already had qualifying for our 3 Formula Ford Festival heats. And if you're new to the Formula Ford Festival, you don't really know what it's all about, well, we'll explain that in good time, because we have the 3 heats today. We've got semi-finals tomorrow, and it all builds up to the grand final on Sunday evening. So much to look forward to, so much to be excited about here this weekend. My name is Andy McEwen. I'll be joined by a whole host of co-commentators actually over the course of the weekend, but one of the constants down in the pit lane, assembly area and on the podium is Richard John Neal, who I believe is down in assembly now as we prepare for our first Formula Ford Festival heat of the weekend.
Andy, thank you very much indeed. Constant. I've been called many things, but not constant before. Festival, my first festival, believe it or not, was when I was in short trousers, long trousers today. That was 76. My best mate's dad brought us along, and it was the tribute to James Hunt meeting, the year that James Hunt and Niki Lauda had that fantastic battle that you'll have seen in the film Rush. If you haven't seen it, go and watch it. So I've been always interested in the festival, listening over the years to the greats like Brian Jones, who really fired the enthusiasm for this wonderful event that the BRSCC have nurtured over so many years. And a pleasure to be here for the 52nd running of the event. The Minis, who are one of our support formulas this weekend, are currently on track doing their qualifying. They'll be finishing up very shortly. The great thing is we've got a little bit of a chance to have a quick look round the holding area for race 1 of the weekend. And my first pick of the day is actually a driver who I've known through junior formulae and a former Formula Ford Festival winner. So you can't see it now, he's sporting a very nice beard for the festival. Niall Murray, great to get a chat with you before the event kicks off. As a former winner, always great to see former winners back. What does this event mean to you, first of all?
Yeah, look, it's the one you always want to do. It's kind of the only race I do every year now for the last 3 or 4 years. So yeah, look, I just really want to get my name on that board for a 3rd time. So we put a lot of effort in over the last few months. We're taking a bit of weight off myself, and Bernard's taking a lot of weight off the car. So yeah, we're right on the money. We've a good engine, good team behind us. The car is working unbelievably well in the dry anyway. So yeah, we're looking forward to it.
You mentioned this is the one you come out and do now. What's the rest of your time about? Are you coaching? Are you driving anything else at all?
No, not really. So we've our own company, Murray Motorsport, that myself and my brother sort of run, and so we sell all motorsport equipment, and then we also have a race team on the side of that. So our race team is quite busy. We've rallycross cars, we've Seat Super Cups, we've Fiestas. So we could have 10 or 12 cars out in a weekend, and then the shop is Monday to Friday. So yeah, we're fairly busy doing that side of things. So the fun stuff like driving race cars like this is it's getting less and less. We have to do it only once a year these days.
Although once a year, from my perspective, this isn't an easy event. I'm not sure how I get my head around it as a journalist, but what's it like from the driver's perspective? Where does the preparation start, and how do you guide yourself through a weekend?
Yeah, it's a very difficult event. We've been here since, well, Tuesday night, but testing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We're right on the money in the dry, and we thought we were very close in the wet on old tyres compared to people on new tyres, and then today we just maybe went the wrong direction with the setup, and a couple of tenths off put us 6th. So yeah, it's kind of you can do so much preparation, lead up to everything, and then one thing goes wrong and you're on the back foot. So yeah, look, you need to be kind of top 3 or 4 really in the heat to get through in a good position in the semi. Tomorrow's meant to be dry. I think a lot of people know where my pace is in the dry after this week. So yeah, hopefully we just get through today, damage limitations, and set on the pace for tomorrow.
We're just getting the wind up. We've got to switch the engines on. Niall, thanks for chatting to us for being our first interview. Very best of luck. We'll see you on the podium.
Thank you very much.
So there's Niall Murray. I was going to do a quick whiz down there because I'm going to just go in front of Niall and point Laura to car 43, which is one of the older Ray cars, the 43, which Mark Goosens raced last year, and this year driven by Callum Grant. We don't have any vintage or veteran Formula Ford Festival winners. We do have some drivers that have been in the Formula a long time, which we'll come to over the course of the weekend. But probably enough talking to me from me for the moment, because the cars are going out. We will have a chat with some drivers on the podium once the race is finished. But in the meantime, let's go back to the man who handed over to me in the first place, the voice of the festival these days. It's Andy McEwen.
Well, thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, fantastic. Really looking forward to this weekend. It's only my third festival, but every single time that I've been here to this famous event, it continues to impress me. I really love the format. I love this knockout elimination format that we've got. You've got to try and work your way not only through the various races, from the heat to the semi-final to the final, but also try to give yourself the best grid position possible for the grand final, because that can be absolutely pivotal to your hopes of claiming that big trophy that goes out to the winner of the Formula Ford Festival. This is the 52nd edition, and the cars lining up on the grid then for our first heat. This is iRacing Heat 1. iRacing on board this year to sponsor the heats today, and we thank them for their support. So the cars lining up then, this is how they will line up for that first race after what was a very tight qualifying session earlier on today. Luke Cooper on pole by just over a quarter of a second, but then everybody else really much of a muchness in lap times. It's Chris Middlehurst who starts alongside him. Then we will have Logan Patcher and Jack Sullivan sharing row 2, with Jason Smith and Niall Murray, who we just heard from, coming from row number 3. Niall, a double festival champion, looking to try and get another one this weekend. Then row number 4, we will have Felix Fisher and Sam Harrison together. Donald Downey and David MacArthur next in line. They complete the top 10, with Drew Stewart and Samuel Street completing the top dozen. Then it's Richard Higgins and Callum Grant, a very able, historic Formula Ford racer, Callum. Then Dieter Hakel, regular here at the festival, and Bob Hawkins will share row 8 with James Buckton and Jonathan Nash together on row number 9. So that's how they line up then for our first heat. The track conditions, suboptimal, I think drivers would use to describe them. It is not fully wet anymore, I don't think. It's not actually properly rained for probably an hour or so. We've had a bit of drizzle in the air, but not the torrential rain that we arrived at the circuit to earlier on this morning. But as you can see, it's still very damp, still very greasy, and that has been catching people out in slightly strange places, actually. We always think of places like Paddock Hill Bend or Clearways. They're the tricky places here at Brands Hatch, but it's actually been corners like Druids and this one here at Surtees, where drivers have been coming unstuck a little bit through some of the qualifying sessions earlier on today. So quite a few cars going straight on into the gravel at Druids, losing the rear as they turn through Surtees. You can see there the lack of grip that drivers have even at green flag lap pace, just armfuls of understeer as they try to get some heat into their tyres. There is Callum Grant in the famous Duckham's livery, number 43 car, starting 14th on the grid for this one. Oops, and there we go, just to prove the point, it is already catching people out. That's Richard Higgins, who's had a spin going up into Clearways. Thankfully, everybody avoids him, and he's able actually, I think, to stay exactly where he was in the running order. Yes, he was just ahead of Callum Grant on the grid, so he will be able to take the start from there, but not an ideal preparation for this 12-lap heat that we're going to have for Richard Higgins. So 12 laps, this will help to set the grid order for the semi-final tomorrow, and there's not necessarily quite the elimination format that we've had in the past in the heats. We're not going to be losing as many drivers as we normally do, but it's really all about where you finish in this race, because the further up in the heat you finish, the further up in the grid for the semi-final you will start, and the quickest of the heats will be starting from pole position. So the winner of the quickest heat will get pole position for semi-final 1. The winner of the second quickest heat gets the pole for semi-final 2. So here we go then. Let's get the 52nd Formula Ford Festival underway here. Heat number 1, sponsored by iRacing, bursts into life at Brands Hatch, and Luke Cooper from pole position makes a good start. Not such a strong getaway from Logan Pachter there from the second row of the grid, and so the Team USA scholarship driver Jack Sullivan was briefly into third. Up the inside goes Jason Smith though in the 126 car, and Niall Murray comes charging through as well. Niall Murray's had a good start, and the double former champion of this event could be up into third place by the time they arrive at Druids. Yes, he is. Brilliant start there from the Team Dolan car. He is into P3, but it's the pole sitter Luke Cooper who leads them down the hill, with Chris Middlehurst there in second position. All of them cleanly through the opening few corners, which is good news. They head along the Cooper Straight, then behind the pits, behind the paddock, and in towards Surtees, where, as we've just seen, it is treacherously slippery. They've not got much grip. Middlehurst nearly gets into the back of Luke Cooper there, and just managed to avoid running into the back of the race leader. Through clearways they come, and this is the line we'll see them using as long as the track is wet, right out to the edge of the road. That is where the grip is in the wet conditions. On the inside, it's like ice, and that makes it very difficult, actually, to overtake into that particular part of the circuit. So, lap one in the books. Luke Cooper leads the way. Middlehurst second. Niall Murray from sixth on the grid is third already. And then we've got this battle for fourth place. Jason Smith and Jack Sullivan doing battle. Jason Smith was on his toes at the start, wasn't he? Went up the inside of everybody into Paddock Hill Bend, but now seems to be struggling. He's out wide onto the curb. Just about manages to scrabble back over to the inside line and keeps Jack Sullivan and Logan Pachter behind him, but it does look as though Jason Smith doesn't have an abundance of grip available to him here. He is struggling to keep up with the leaders, and he's really struggling to keep the car even on the racetrack, actually. Out of Graham Hill Bend they go, and this is a big queue forming behind him already. Couple of other movers from further back. MacArthur up a few positions. He's almost onto the back of this little group now, I think, is David MacArthur, into 9th place, having started 11th on the grid. Again, right out to the edge of the road they run, inches away from that white line. So it's the quickest way through the corner in these conditions, but so easy to get it wrong and slip beyond the white lines into the gravel trap. Slipstream then starts to come into effect again. Here comes Jack Sullivan looking to the outside line once more into Paddock Hill Bend. It's the high, wide and handsome line, but it doesn't really work for the American. He's going to instead try and get that switch back on the exit, carry the momentum downhill. Does he have the inside line for Druids? I think the answer may be no, which indeed it is. He has to go back to the outside line. So Jason Smith manages to hang on. So the battle for fourth continues to rage. Are we going to see a move into Graham Hill Bend? No, not close enough for Jack Sullivan. Luke Cooper, though, leads the way. Chris Middlehurst second. Lonely in third, really, at the moment, is Niall Murray. Not quite able to live with the pace of the top two, but equally he is getting away nicely from this group of cars squabbling over fourth place behind him. Well, as we come towards the end of the third lap of 12, a good opportunity to bring in someone who you'll be hearing a lot of over the course of the next day and a half. My co-commentator for all things BRSCC related this weekend, Scott Woodwit. And Scott, a typically frenetic start to this opening heat. The damp conditions are not making the racing any less entertaining than we're used to.
I wouldn't have expected anything less, to be honest. You can see already Jack Sullivan is going on the attack once more, and Jason Smith as Middlehurst sets the fastest lap, and now it's Team USA versus Team Canada into Paddock Hill Bend as Logan Pachter had a look up the inside of Sullivan, but there was enough room there for Sullivan to hold his line as he continues to squabble over the back. Just behind him is the Castle Coombe Formula 4 champion Felix Fischer, but you're absolutely right. It's typical festival weather. It's been teeming with rain all this morning. It's not rain at the moment. It's a wet track that's getting possibly drier as the morning goes on. So certainly the conditions are getting very, very mixed. As again, Smith is feeling the pressure, and Sullivan might have a small overlap, but again, Smith just pulls the car in front and holds on to fourth position. But he's becoming the cork in the bottle for the rest of the pack now, because he's got Sullivan, Pachter, Fischer and Samuel Harrison in the Furman chassis, run by Joey Foster this weekend. It's all stacking up behind him, and they're still letting Niall Murray get away. Then again, Jason Smith is in the Team Dolan's camp, so I'm not sure, maybe he's playing a bit of rear gunner as Murray gets after the top two in front of him, including his teammate Chris Middlehurst, and Cooper's got about half a second here, but Sullivan keeps on pressing as they come back down towards Paddock Hill Bend to start lap 5. He's going to try this way and that way, but at the moment it seems to be all in control for Smith, and here comes Pachter back down the outside line. Is he going to take the high, wide and hands? He's going for it, round the outside. He's over the curb on the X. That's not going to work. He puts two wheels into the gravel. He loses out to both Fischer and now possibly Sam Harrison, unless he has better grip on the outside line. Then again, his left-hand wheel has been covered full of dust and dirt, which immediately puts him behind and puts him back down to what is now 8th position. But still, Jason Smith holding on for dear life while Sullivan continues to apply the pressure.
Yeah, that wide line at Paddock Hill Bend, it could work, because in the wet that is the grippier side of the road, but you need to be left space by the car you're going round the outside of, and that didn't really happen there, did it, unfortunately? So that puts Logan Paxer back down into 8th spot, as Scott quite rightly says, and Jason Smith lives to fight another day. We see this so often, though, here at the festival when we have wet races. Very often seems to be the Saturday as well, in my admittedly limited experience of this event that is the wet one. But we do see it's difficult to overtake because there is one clear line that is the fastest, and that tends to be round the outside through corners like Paddock and Clearways. But at the inside goes Paxer, and he proves me wrong immediately. The Team Canada driver, late on the brakes, slips up the inside of Samuel Harrison and moves up into 7th place.
Yeah, top work from one of our Team Canada drivers. Always good to have Team Canada and Team USA back here once again. Of course, Graham Brunton running the Team Canada cars, whereas Team USA being run by Ammonite Motorsport. Was pretty catching up in the assembly area with Cliff Dempsey briefly, of course, who used to run the Cliff Dempsey team, handed it over to Andy Lowe, and now that team's been rebranded as Ammonite Motorsport, but they continue on the legacy of Team USA scholarship. And good to see that Jack has become one of the latest graduates to make an instant impact on his UK racing. It's not his UK racing debut. He has done a little bit of racing in the last round of a National Formula Ford Series at Silverstone, and he did the last round of Castle Combe Formula Ford at where else but Castle Combe. So he's got himself a little bit adapted to the UK time zone and the way in which we go racing in the UK with Formula Fords. They have a slightly different formula over there, which is F1600, which it's all the same kind of chassis, but they typically run Honda Jazz engines rather than the old school Kent engines here, as Cooper pumps another new fast lap of the race and goes. He's one of 3 drivers that have gone Sullivan. Oh, Jason Smith's all over the curb on the exit through Paddock Hill Bend, and again, this gives Sullivan another chance to go down the outside. Meanwhile, Paxer's rebounding after his mistake. He's down the outside of Felix Fischer, takes a very wide line through Druids. But I'll tell you what, Jason Smith is hanging on for dear life, and there's what Jason Smith's doing right now, because how he's holding 4th place is, at the moment, absolutely beyond me.
How he's still in the race is beyond me, actually. That was a huge moment. Just got onto that painted concrete strip on the outside of Paddock Hill Bend, and in the wet, that is lethal, and so lucky not to lose control. And as you say, Scott, still in 4th position for now. Typical Formula Ford racing this, you don't really know which battle to focus on. The one for 4th is entertaining, but so is the recovery drive of the Team Canada driver Logan Paxer, who comes out of Clearways now right on the gearbox of Felix Fischer. This is for 6th position, and with a nice slipstream and maybe the inside line left available to him, Logan might be able to make a move at Paddock Hill Bend. Is Fischer going to sweep wide? No, leaves that inside door firmly shut, and so Logan has to go to the outside himself. Not to try and make a move on the way into the corner, but instead to try and get the momentum through the dip, climbing up Hailwoods Hill. He's got the inside line for Druids, where he's late on the brakes, and he does skate through. So Logan Paxer up into 6th spot now. We've got Samuel Harrison starting to buy into that as well. Meanwhile, Jason Smith's race is not getting any less stressful, is it? Because Jack Sullivan continues to harry him as they head out of Graham Hill Bend, and of course we're still going to have 4 laps to go at the end of this one. There's every chance here, Scott, that Logan Paxer could still get himself back into the fight for 4th.
He could, but it depends on what happens with Smith.
No, he's off.
Sullivan, he's off the road. We spoke too soon. So all that kind of excursion and going really wide and pushing the limits has come back to bite him as Jason Smith. He's lost out to both Smith and Sullivan. He gets back in front, just in front of Felix Fischer, who I felt had no choice but to back up, and he's actually made contact. There's a damage, a front left puncture. So contact with Smith gives Felix Fischer a front left puncture, and that is the first casualty of the festival. Felix Fischer, the Castle Combe Formula 4 champion, merely 4 laps from home in the festival heat, is going to pull up here, and that's going to be at least covered by, I'm sure, waved yellows, if not double waved yellows. But that's not the way Felix Fischer wanted to start his Formula Ford Festival weekend. It's
a big shame, isn't it? Just a tiny misjudgment there, really, as he tried to find a way past Smith, who was still, of course, trying to get back up to speed after his excursion at Clearways Corner. And yes, unfortunately, that tiny bit of contact, something you don't see that very often, really, in Formula Ford racing, a tyre shredding like that, because they don't have wings or bits of carbon fibre sticking off that can pop a tyre. So a little bit strange. I'm not quite sure what exactly he hit there that immediately punctured the tyre. But anyway, he is out of the race. Smith has continued seemingly undamaged. Now, at the front of the field, Luke Cooper was at one stage a full second clear of Chris Middlehurst, but Chris is now starting to pump in some pretty decent laps. On that previous lap, he was 2/10 quicker. He was 3/10 quicker the lap before, and with 3 laps to go now, Scott, they're nose to tail again.
They are indeed. Chris Middlehurst was a former National Formula 4 champion. Luke Cooper, who has had mixed fortunes in the past at the festival, but certainly starting it off in a good way here. Had a solid year in Castle Combe Formula 4. Good to see him back at the festival. He didn't race last year because he was overseeing the Team Brazil scholarship. We saw Wallace Martin's race there. But he was also in a similar Swift, if not possibly the exact same one, because that car, it is the same car. It was adorned in the green and yellow of the Team Brazil colours rather than Luke Cooper's traditional red and white. But he is coming under a bit more pressure here from Chris Middlehurst, and he looks almost like in these conditions here, he's struggling a bit more than Middlehurst is here, really. Middlehurst has kind of always conserved his tyres a bit, kind of managed to find the proper line in the pace that Cooper had, and he's not been slow, of course. He's been leading and setting, he's got the fastest lap of the race as well, so something's on that lap, either just finding a duff line or something that's happened there, but not a great lap so far for Coopers. Look at his lap time across time they go. Last lap was a 1 minute 1.1, so but then again, Middlehurst was running to Cooper's pace in front. He couldn't quite get through, because as you said, there's one line in the wet conditions. He's coming out to put a lap on, it looks like Jonathan Nash. Car 20, one of the super classic cars in the field. An easy pass through in towards Druids then on lap 11. Penultimate lap, Middlehurst having a look up the inside, but Cooper will have the better grip on the outside coming off of Druids back towards Graham Hill Bend. So Middlehurst has got to try and set him up here to ironically almost be on the outside line and be far enough alongside to get the pull around the corner on the outside line to get himself within a position where Cooper's got absolutely no choice but to give him the space to get past.
Yeah, absolutely. It's difficult to overtake, difficult to defend as well, though. Cooper can't afford to make a mistake here. Does seem to just have found a bit more pace now on this particular lap. Niall Murray, we scored a glimpse of there, was still some 2.3 seconds back in third position. We're about, though, to start the final lap of iRacing Heat 1 here at the Formula Ford Festival. And Luke Cooper now does seem to have this one pretty much in hand. Middlehurst has dropped back. A good lap, I think, from Murray this time. Yeah, 59.69, a personal best from him. Fastest lap set by Luke Cooper at 59.659. The race time is what we really need to pay attention to, though. The winner's time, whichever of these heats is the fastest for the winner, well, that driver will get pole position for the first of the semi-finals tomorrow. Of course, if the track conditions keep on improving through the afternoon, though, as often seems to be the case here at Festival Saturday, it can be an advantage to be in one of the later races. But Luke Cooper not thinking about that right now. He just wanted to make sure that he began his 2023 Festival campaign with a race victory, and it looks as though he's going to. Slides it beautifully through Surtees, gets onto the brakes now into Clearway's corner. Clear visor being used by Luke Cooper, so we can almost see right into his eyes as he moves through the final turn and heads for home. So a lights to flag victory, not a simple one by any stretch for Luke Cooper. Lots of defending to do, but he did it well, and he crosses the line first to win heat number 1 of the Formula Ford Festival for 2023. Chris Middlehurst second, and Niall Murray, the charging drive there from 6th on the grid, manages to come home on the podium. Jack Sullivan comes home in 4th position, the 17-year-old American, who is going to be just missing out on the podium, but a solid start to his festival. Logan Paxer, then the Canadian, finishes 5th, ahead of Jason Smith with his travails mid-race. Sam Harrison 7th, David MacArthur 8th, Donald Downey is 9th, and Sam Street completes the top 10. The rest of them all file through, but an interesting race. And one thing I did notice there, Scott, towards the end of that one, was the track conditions very much starting to change. Noticeably less spray by the end of even a relatively short 12-lap race. The sun is shining, there's a glimpse of a drying line starting to appear. I think it's fairly likely that some of those later heats are going to look a little bit different to this one.
I'm surprised there's sun on a Saturday for a Film Ford Festival, because all the sun coming out, I thought, what is that? So incredible stuff for Luke Cooper. That's a very positive start to his Ford Festival. He's had, as I said earlier on, some very up and down fortunes in the festival, but that's a good solid start in these conditions. Middlehurst to be pleased with that. Murray might just be biding his time a little bit. We've seen before when he gets in front in a heat that he tends to be quite ominous in his pace and dominate from the front, having been a 2-time winner before. So third for him won't be a disaster at all, be at least getting him to slot solidly. And I think both also Team USA and Team Canada should be very pleased with 4th and 5th for Jack and Logan. Their first race at the festival, first race at Brands Hatch, to get in the top 5. I mean, those guys know it from racing in North America, so to showcase their skills in that first heat, very good job from both.
Absolutely so. So Luke Cooper then wins the first BRSCC Formula Ford Festival iRacing heat, with Chris Middlehurst finishing in 2nd and Niall Murray joining them on the podium. Jack Sullivan is 4th ahead of Logan Paxer, with Jason Smith 6th, Sam Harrison 7th, David MacArthur 8th, Donald Downey and Sam Street completing the top 10. Sam Street, by the way, was the Class A winner. Still have the cars split into various classes based on the age of the chassis in the festival as well. Then it's Drew Stewart 11th. Callum Grant was in 12th position, best of the Class C runners. Richard Higgins was next ahead of Bob Hawkins in 14th place. 15th position then went the way of Dieter Hackel. with James Buckton 16th and Jonathan Nash in 17th position. The one non-finisher, of course, was the number 7 of Felix Fisher. We saw him have that contact with Jason Smith that shredded, unfortunately, the left front tyre. So already a bit of festival drama then, Scott. And, well, what are we thinking for the heats to come up a bit later on? The other 2 heats happening later on in the afternoon. We've got Nolan Alaya on pole position for the second of the heats, with the likes of Jordan Dempsey. Rory Smith is in that one as well. And then in heat number 3, Jamie Sharp, former champion of this event a couple of years ago, he's on pole position in what could actually be the most competitive of the heats. I think that third one is really, really difficult to call.
In a good way, I'm pleasantly surprised to see Nolan Orlai taking fastest time for Heat 2 in qualifying, because he's been a decent runner in National Formula 4 this year. Hasn't been a race winner. I'm not sure he took a podium, so he's been getting stronger towards the end of the season. That's been always pretty positive to see him there, so I think he could be quite competitive. But you've got the likes of Jordan Kelly, national champion, Jordan Dempsey, who was national champion last year and was third on the podium. He's always quite competitive in that side, and Kelly wants to try and get that done. And then, of course, you've got Jamie Sharp as well, former winner. He wants to try and get himself at the front there too. Jeremy Fairbairn, John McMullen, in many cases as well. It could be it's one of those festivals already where I'm looking at it and I can't see a clear favourite at this point. And that's the best thing. The unpredictability of it means we could go into the semis tomorrow. Quite frankly, with still no clear idea as to who's the favourite. And that's the best possible thing, because it means we're going to get, hopefully, a heck of a Sunday, considering that races 2 and 3 are just as good.
Indeed so. So lots to talk about, and we are heading into a lunch break momentarily, but don't worry, we're going to keep you entertained with some more festival chat to come, at the centre of which will be Richard John Neal, who at the moment is busy gathering drivers for our first podium interviews of the weekend. So let's head down into the sunshine and catch up with Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, I like the way you say busy. I've just been standing here, to be perfectly honest, with everybody from BRSCC doing all the groundwork as ever they do. Luke Cooper is already there with the... Hang on, Luke. I'm going to do it 3-2-1. I'm going to build up to our race winner, which means third position, Niall Murray. And you can make some noise around here for Niall, former double former winner. Niall, a bit of atmosphere as well. I'm going to get you to stand on that little spot there, so that we've got some nice signage in. Niall, this is great actually for me, because we were having a chat with you before the race got underway. Yeah. And so a continuation of that. 6th position start, up on the podium, brings you higher up into the rankings for the semi-finals, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Look, obviously I would prefer to win it and get pole, but look, it's very difficult to do it all the time. So yeah, as I said earlier, it's damage limitations today. For some reason we're struggling in the wet. I don't know if it's me or if it's the car or what, but like my lap times were thereabouts there in that heat. Did 59.6. I think Chris did a 7 maybe, but I just wasn't as consistent as the guys in front. But yeah, tomorrow hopefully the blue skies, sun will be out, and yeah, it'll be the lads will have to beat me then in the dry,
Struggling and getting third place from 6, that's not really a struggle to me. It's the start of momentum building up to you. It's 10 years since your first win in the festival. I didn't realise that. Does that make you feel as old as me? Probably not.
Yeah, I definitely feel old. In our team we have a couple of young guys as well. Jason is flying as well. I think he made a mistake there in that race. He's running 4th behind me for a good while, so he's definitely going to be one to watch in the future. And also Isaac as well is flying. So yeah, myself and Chris are kind of the elder people of the team, but yeah, look, we're still obviously 2nd and 3rd here today, so doing Bernard proud for Team Dolan.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, mate. Good to see you, Niall. Congratulations on 3rd position in our opening heat. 2nd position, Chris Midlets. He's already here. Chris, congratulations. We get a little bit of reaction as well. Thank you for that. Chris, P2, good start. Pretty close between yourself and Luke, wasn't it, really, throughout the course of the race?
Yeah, really close all race. Got a decent start. You got to really just pretend you're setting off from some traffic lights, like really slow, and not try and get some wheel spin, because it's so easy to get wheel spin. And once you've got that, you just can't get traction. You just get past by everyone. So yeah, really good start, and then sort of tucked in behind Luke. And the first lap I was all over him like a rash, and I thought, right, he's really slow, and I had really good grip. I think I wore my tyres a little bit better in the sort of outlap, I had loads of grip and I was trying to sort of get past him, but it's hard. There's only really one line, you know, in the wet round here. You can sort of go up the inside, but then you end up losing your front end as you slide across the rubber. So you've got to kind of be side by side before you go into the corner. And I had a bit of a chance up at Druids actually, second to last lap, but it was a bit half-hearted really. Couldn't quite hook it round the inside, but yeah, he was quick in sort of certain parts of the track, and then I was quick in other parts. So overall, about the same lap time. I was really close to him, you know, coming down into Graham Hill, and then by sort of start-finish straight, he was 2 car lengths away, and I'd get it back, but it was like, you know, yo-yoing the whole race. So, but you know, great to finish second, of course, and yeah, car felt great. Big thanks to Team Dolan.
Decent solid start, isn't it? Second, you know, Niall was disappointed with third, but you know, second, thirds, first, put you in the right ballpark for the semi-finals. We need to look at the speeds, as Andy McEwen, our commentator, and Scott Woodbury said, because the fastest heats get the plum spots, don't they? It looks like it's drying, so it's not great for you guys.
You hope the rain comes down, or maybe even a safety car, of course. That was quite a clean race, really. A bit of yellow flag on the start-finish straight, but...
Don't mention safety cars, Chris.
No. But yeah, the cars felt great all week testing, so big thanks to Team Dolan, like I say, and Luke and everyone for putting a really, you know, a lot of hard effort into the car, and Middlehurst Garage, my sponsor as well.
Top man, well done, Chris. We'll see you for the semi-finals. Look forward to that. And finally, thank you for waiting. Luke Cooper, our winner. Hey, well done, Luke. Sorry to keep you waiting, Luke. It's all about suspense, and we're going into a little bit. I'm just going to move you around here just a wee bit so we can get a decent backdrop for the shot. Congratulations on the win. A fine start to our 2023 52nd Formula Ford Festival.
Yeah, perfect start for me. Pole position for the heat, and then taking the win in the heat's a great way to start the weekend, and hopefully I can keep that momentum up and do the same tomorrow.
Fastest lap as well.
That's icing on the cake, that. Obviously, being the fastest on the track's a great thing, and when you're in the lead, I mean, those conditions are so difficult out there. You want to push it to the limit, but it's so easy to go over the limit in those kind of conditions. And with Chris so close behind, it's one little mistake can be the difference between first and second. So.
What does the Formula Ford Festival mean to you personally?
To me, it means a massive deal. I mean, I've grown up with Formula Ford racing my whole life, and to get my name on that board would be an incredible thing to do. But the racing in Formula Ford is the best in the world, and to be part of it is incredible.
It's an amazing dynamic, isn't it? Because we've got the top drivers from the UK, and then we have the scholarship drivers that come over and join us, and you know, it's that one strong link we have back to the vintage days when I used to sit and watch, you know, back in the day, that we get these international drivers coming over. You don't quite know how a weekend's going to pan out, but when do your preparations start for this? Is it testing before, or the race meetings that we have in the build up to this? How far ahead do you plan?
Well, for me, I kind of wait until the rest of the season's over, and then it's kind of focus on this one, because budget's always an important part of it. And if you have a few crashes during the season, that's going to limit your budget for this event as well. Thankfully, this season's been pretty good to me, so we're in a good position for this weekend. And preparation's pretty much, obviously, getting the car ready beforehand at the workshop, but at the track here, it's just the testing from there and going from there.
I noticed from your profile that you're a fully registered kart instructor and a car instructor for ARDS and ARCs. You must see a lot of youngsters coming through, and does that put you under pressure when you see these guys? Are you racing against anyone that you've tutored this weekend?
I don't think I am, actually. Most of the drivers that are from Castle Combe Karting, and they progress on to other things. Not too many of them have gone into Formula Ford. But yeah, it's always great to see the young drivers come out. I still feel young myself, but obviously not.
You are.
Obviously not as young as some of these guys. But yeah, it's great to see them coming through. And obviously, the more drivers we have, the better drivers we have, the level of everything raises up. So it's great for everyone involved.
What's the plan now? Because obviously that's you done, isn't it, until semi-finals? What do you do? You're going to obviously watch the other heats and see who you're up against?
Yeah, I'm going to go grab some lunch first, and then I'm going to relax and watch the races. I can have a bit of a breather now that that's all done for me for today, and yeah, see how the other ones go. Obviously, the fastest heat is going to be on pole position for one of the semis, and I think the track's getting drier, so I think we'll probably end up being the third fastest unless there's some kind of safety car or something involved. But yeah, we'll see how it all goes, and hopefully I'll be on pole for one of my semis.
You should be one or two, shouldn't you, for one of those? And the outside here, what's your feelings on outside? Because it sort of tilts down, doesn't it, the gradient here? Although you're staggered start and you are further back, it might not be a handicap.
It depends on the day, really. When it's wet, I think being second could be a little bit of a benefit sometimes, because the rub is generally on the right-hand side. But I started pole today, got a good start, so I'm not going to complain about being on pole position, definitely not. I'd always prefer to be on pole, but if you're on second, it might not be as big a disadvantage as some of the other tracks.
Cracking start, Luke, to the campaign here for our wonderful meeting. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you to the semis. Luke Cooper, our race winner. Well done. Many congratulations. So well done to Luke on being our first winner of the weekend. We are heading into a lunch break, but we're going to grab a few chats, which I think, have we got Joey Foster around anywhere? There he is. Another multiple winner. Joey, good to see you.
Thank you.
I'm going to swap sides this time if it doesn't upset Laura, our camera op, too much. Joey, great to see you here. But we like seeing you in the car, so tell us the story. You're not here, you're running a car. You got a young driver presumably in the car?
Yeah, we've been developing the Furmans now for the last 3 or 4 years, and the goal was always to get drivers coming through and get them in the seats. And obviously Sam was looking for a drive, and we managed to get him in the seat, and he's going well. It was a bit of a challenge for him today, being out there in the rain. Hasn't had too much experience in the car. He only got in yesterday morning, so yeah. Considering that, he's driving really well.
What's he done before?
He's been doing historics, so F2000 champion, I believe. So yeah, he's got a bit of experience with those cars, but the more modern cars, they're sprung a bit stiffer, they handle a bit differently. So yeah, he's got a bit to learn.
So you're helping with obviously the engineering side of it and the driver coaching side in terms of, how do you coach someone who's got that experience and skill?
Yeah, it's been busy. This car that he's driving, I actually turned every nut and bolt on, so put it together and built it, which is a first for me. I've never sort of delved into the mechanical or the engineering side quite that much before. So yeah, that was great to do, and I'm glad it's still going around the circuit. But no, it's set up identically to the one I drive. Yeah, in terms of driver coaching, I've been doing that as well, yeah, it's relatively straightforward. We can watch the videos, we have the data from my own driving, and also the videos, so we can just overlay and just make a few tweaks here and there. But it's challenging out there in the rain because you have to be absolutely millimetre perfect. As I say, without him running on the Wednesday, he's just on the back foot a little bit, so we just need to sort of tune him in. But I think it's dry tomorrow anyway, so all new challenge.
Coming back to yourself, obviously, multiple winner and double champion in the festival. Is it weird not being here? And when was the last time you didn't race in the festival?
Yeah, I think I didn't race in 2020 under COVID. But prior to that, my God, I think we were going back to 2014 or something like that. So yeah, I've been doing it quite a lot. It is strange, and I miss it. But I'll be out at the Walter Hayes Trophy, I believe, in a couple of weeks. So you never know. Next year, I might be back here in the car.
As a driver, and being able to reflect on this event while you're not driving in it, what is it that is magic about the event? It
is strange to see the other side, that's for sure. But it's a winner-takes-all event. The festival is prestigious. You look at the names on the trophy. Everyone wants to be on there. I want to be on there more than once and more than twice. So I'd love to come back and have another go.
It'll be good to see you back. I hope we do get to see you again, but good luck with your team and your driver. Thoughts for next year as well? What's happening with that car? Will you be running that car next year?
Yeah, hopefully so. We have 3 of the cars, 3 of the Furmans, all identical, and we'd like to get all 3 of them out on the track as often as possible. So that's really the aim. We just see what we can do over the winter.
Team with a winning pedigree, get involved.
Absolutely, we'll try.
Joey, thanks for chatting to us. We'll see you a little bit later on over the course of the weekend. I think we also managed to team up a couple of our scholarship drivers to have a little natter to. And I'm going to see if Logan Paxer's here. Logan's standing dutifully by his car at the moment. Logan, can we grab you and grab a quick chat? Logan Paxer, our Team Canada scholarship winner for this year. Good to see you. Very good, thank you. Do you want to just get you there so we get nicely framed up? So first of all, tell us about the Team Canada Scholarship and a bit about yourself.
Yeah, so Team Canada Scholarship's a little thing run by Brian Graham and Kelly Nielsen out of Canada, and its basic goal is to take young drivers and give them a chance to show what they're like on something as big as this, right? So they get 6 of them are allowed to apply each year. And then they pick 2, and we come over here, we embed with Graham Button Racing over there, and we try our best.
And great to see you up at the front. It must be difficult for you guys because a lot of the regulars here at the festival have done it year on year. They might race here 3 or 4 times during the season, but you come over and you're thrown right in at the deep end on a track you don't know, probably in a car you don't know, with engineers you don't know. It's a big ask, isn't it, for youngsters as well. How old are you?
Just turned 17. I almost said 16 there. But it's a blessing and a curse, because if the guys here were also sort of thrown in like me, we'd all be trying to figure out what's going on, right? And kind of like searching in the dark to see what's there. But the nice part is there are these guys like Murray that you can watch, and they've like destroyed the festival year after year. So you can watch them and learn, right? And I think you actually get up to speed faster than I would if everyone else was sort of in the same situation as me. So it's actually helpful. Of course, then it is a bit of a pain to race against because they're so fast and they're so good. But, you know, I'd rather it that way.
Come on, you out-qualified Noel Murray, double festival winner, which was great. You must have been, were you pleased with P3, or you obviously wanted to be higher, but that's a great performance.
Yeah, of course. You know, there's always a part of your brain that's always like, get first, get first, get first. But P3 is really good, especially against these guys, right? I think, like, Murray looks like he's quite a bit older and we got more experience. So I was happy with that. Yeah, really happy.
Thoughts on the race that you just had, and where does that place you, more or less? We can't say exactly because we don't know which heat was fastest, but where's that going to put you for the semi-finals tomorrow?
Yeah, so 5th here, I think that'll be around 10th, 9th, somewhere around there. And then in terms of how the race went, I'd say this is my first standing start I've ever done. And it was a little bit wet, so I gave it a bit too much revs, got a little skiddy there and lost a couple spots. So that was good from learning. Like, I'd make those mistakes now in the heats than in the semis, right? So I'm glad they happened here instead of later tomorrow. So I tried a couple moves that don't really work with the way the track works and how the racing here does. But again, glad I learned that stuff, not tomorrow. So I really productive race, learned a lot that I can carry through, right? So I'm pretty happy with it, actually.
Logan, brilliant. Thanks for having a chat with us. A warm welcome to the UK, or wet welcome to the UK.
Yeah,
Best of luck for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So there's Logan, and next up we've got Jack Sullivan from the Team USA Scholarship. Jack, lovely to meet you. Thank you for coming and having a chat with us during the lunch break. Again, as Logan just did, maybe a little bit of background first of all about the Team USA Scholarship.
Well, it's put on by Jeremy Shaw. He's been working in motorsport for I don't know how long. He's been doing the Formula Ford Festival for, I think this is his 33rd year now. And I've been over here for a little over, I think 4 weeks now. Yeah, 4 weeks today, actually. And been staying in Brackley where Ammonite Motorsport is based. And overall, it's been an awesome time. We've done 2 races, one at Silverstone and one at Castle Combe. And yeah, the Silverstone one was a big learning experience, but Castle Combe, we finally got some speed in it, and over the last 3 days of testing, it was a difficult start, but just in the final day, we kind of picked something up. So it's been awesome so far.
And how was your first race? What was your experience and thoughts on that?
Everything was very aggressive. I actually had a really good start, but going into turn 1, I just kind of babied it in there, lost a couple positions, dropped down to 5th, and then over the course of the race got it back up to 4th and just kind of stayed there. We were too far back to make any moves. So
as a youngster now, I'm guessing, you know, when you're back at home, you maybe to prepare for this do sim work or stuff like that?
Yeah, I actually custom fabricated my own simulator and put Fanatic gear on there. But yeah, I spend a lot of time on the sim and a lot of time before this here at Brands Hatch and over at Silverstone in the Ammonite Ray that has been added onto iRacing. And I think it helped a lot because if I hadn't had any experience at this track, then I'd have no idea the dynamics coming into it, and it would have been a hell of a lot harder to learn this place. So, yeah.
How does the actual track compare to the sim experience?
Well, the sim has it laser scanned, so it's actually pretty perfect. Just it's a little old of a scan, so there's some little details that the old track had that the new track doesn't. But as far as elevation and kind of the dynamics of the car, it gets that really well, and it was very helpful to have that. Actually, I spent a couple days at Racecraft 1 in Indianapolis on one of their simulators, a really nice, probably $15,000, $20,000 simulator, and it recreated the motion really nice. It had the forces perfect, and it was a great experience to have that with my teammate Ayrton.
Fantastic. Hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to Ayrton a little bit later on in the meeting. But thank you for having a chat. Hello to Jeremy Shaw. Is Jeremy here, or is he watching on the street?
He's here. He's up in one of the suites, yeah.
Okay. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Jeremy tomorrow in the Budo, which would be great. And thank you, Jeremy, for everything he's done over the years in terms of sport. Jack, good luck with the rest of the meeting. And thank you ever so much for chatting to us. We might see Jack on the podium a little bit later on in the meeting. Bernard Dolan? Did we get Bernard Dolan to? Cliff Dempsey. We were going to talk to Bernard and Cliff, but we'll get Cliff in now as well. Cliff, good to see you. We'll get you on the mark here, just so we can get a little bit of a background.
Irish mark.
It is, isn't it? How appropriate was that? Lucky guess from our point. It's BRSCC green as well, traditionally, which was great. Lovely to see you. The festival is just such a fantastic event, isn't it? Any personal key memories for you from over the years?
Yeah, personally, I think the year that Joseph Newgarden won it for Team USA is the highlight that I remember. Yeah. Obviously, because he's gone on and done some fabulous things. But I mean, overall, back the years when I came here in 1981 was my first time. So then came back with the race team, and we've had 4 festival wins, which has been brilliant. We've had Team USA, which we've had since 2008 when I ran the team, which is now Ammonite. So, you know, it's just been fabulous, to be honest.
Talk us through your charges this weekend. Give us a critique or an introduction to them one by one.
Well, I'm supposedly retired, but I actually never retired. I sold the race team and people presumed I retired. But I'm helping a young guy from Ireland who bought one of my ex-cars, and basically I'm just here helping him. It's his first season. He hasn't been in the car very much. And thank goodness he's qualified into the semi, and you know, we're happy we don't have to do too much work today.
What advice do you give these youngsters specifically for the festival?
I think it's very important to try and get through the heats and try and, you know, if you can get through the semi as well. The biggest problem with a lot of drivers is nerves when they're here for the first time. Yeah. And I remember that myself because obviously I was here. And then it's just about, we have data, we have video, they've got all the tools now to try and help them to get on the pace. So that's really all you can do. And after that, it's in their hands. So, you know, you can't do very much else.
It's tricky, isn't it? The youngsters seem to have, I'd say, more steel in their nerves than certainly I did back in the day. But, yeah, still nerve-wracking, isn't it, coming to a world-class event like this and trying to perform?
Yeah, it is. And, you know, the kids are younger now than they used to be back in the day as well. When we came here, I think nearly every driver was very close to their 20s. Now they're 16, 17, and I think you had one of the Team USA guys there, you know, or was it a Canadian guy who's 17, you know, but they've been, and when Newgarden came here with Conor Daly, they were in their 16s, you know, and they were unbelievable, and I didn't get the testing that the guys get now. They came and they only did a Thursday and a Friday test, and they got on with it, and, you know, as I said, Newgarden won it, and they were fabulous in all conditions, and they set the bar for Team USA, yeah. And to be honest, there's a lot of pairings that came while I was running it that were very close to them, but they were still the benchmark. Yeah, for sure.
And it underlines, doesn't it, this truly international feel that we get to this meeting year on year. It's you don't know what you're going to get because you've got the UK regulars, as I mentioned to Niall, plus you've got all of these youngsters coming from overseas and plying their trade and getting up on the podium and up on pace very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, you've Team Canada as well. I mean, they've done a fabulous job. We've been here with them. We ran them for, I think it was 9 years, and they were on pole here a few times and had a good chance at it as well. I mean, you know, it's a pity we have more teams from different countries. It'd be great if we could get that back to where it should be, because we were missing a few from last year, Brazil and Australia. And hopefully, you know, in years to come, if this gets a reboost, and it needs a reboost, hopefully those guys will come.
I think it will. All championships ebb and flow, and this is still a quality event, though.
Absolutely, you've got the best Formula 4 drivers in the world here at the moment, and make no bones about it, it'll be tough.
And the best people around the sport, Cliff Dempsey. Thank you ever so much for chatting to us today. Appreciate that, Cliff. And I think we can have a little bit of a chat more in terms of the event. As get Alan in, Alan Boss. I think we're going to have a chat with Scott and Andy as well, if he's disappeared, Andy McEwen. But Alan Bowles, lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us. We'll get you centre stage. Fantastic event again, and the quality of the drivers that we have entered, again, you look at it and you just think, I can't pick a winner.
Can't pick a winner out of 10 or 12 people. Yeah, it's a very strong field at the front this year. Might be down on numbers this year, but the quality is certainly there. Yeah, as you say, can't pick a winner.
Going back to putting all this together, it's a big ask. Where does it all start for you?
It started for me when I competed back in the 80s and drove in 4 or 5 festivals alongside Michael Schumacher in one of my years, and basically Formula 4 bug has bit ever since. Yeah, it's my passion and will continue to be. And joining the BRSCC now and taking on the role of Super Classics coordinator, following on the great work that the great dear Ian Smith did, it's time that we made Formula 4 great again. Yeah. 2 years ago we had 100 cars here for the 50th anniversary. This year we're down on numbers. Unfortunately, it's tough times out there for a lot of people. It really is tough, and we need to promote Formula Ford. We need to sell Formula Ford in the right way. We need to be competitive on the age that we're allowed to put Formula Ford drivers in, which we're lacking at the moment. But we need to attract the older Formula Ford drivers as well. There are loads of cars out there in the field that just need to be back on track.
Let me tell you, no one really cares for my opinion, but when I come into the track, and when I saw the cars going along Cooper Straight up into Surtees this morning, it's the same buzz that I had back in the 80s when I was a regular spectator.
Yep. Mark Goosens returned last year. I walked him around the paddock and he went, "This is a Formula 4 paddock. We're going to have some proper racing this weekend," and he was spot on. Yep. The festival brings out the best in Formula Ford, as does the Walter Hayes Trophy. But from our point of view, Formula Ford, these two events are so important to our calendar, and we need to get as many people involved in it as we can.
There's a terrific worldwide presence, I know, watching it on the web, the live stream with our guys from Alpha Life and the BRSCC, so hopefully everybody's enjoying it. What can they look forward to next year in terms of the competition that you mentioned that you're now coordinating?
The Super Classics, we've just put out our new calendar a month or so ago. We're pushing the Super Classics so that we bring in the family element, the father and son, that want to go racing on a budget, and basically they can turn up, have some fun, get 2 races in the same day, go home Saturday night, do what they want on the Sunday. Yep, we go to Mallory, which is a double header over 2 days, which will be interesting. I haven't been to Mallory for 30 years, so I'm looking forward to going back. The last time I raced there, I ended up in the barrier, so it's got some good memories, but it is what it is. So yeah, we need to get back there, and we need to enthuse people about Formula Ford again. Yep, there's so much interest in this event. I just get bombarded week in and week out. We had a lovely dinner last night with some of the old Formula Ford Alden reunion boys from 72 Works team, 73 Works team. Ted Wentz, Danny Sullivan couldn't make it because he's working at the Grand Prix, but we had people like Chris Smith. We had such a good array of drivers last night. Roger Manning turned up. Great evening, and they're all great to be back here. And we've got the legend Johnny Gerber joining us at lunchtime today. Tomorrow it will be 51 years to the exact day, 22nd of October, that he won the World Cup here.
Wow, I misheard it. I thought it was Johnny Herbert, and they said Johnny Gerber was turning up, which was... So I apologise to everyone for getting that wrong. Yep. But yeah, a bit of a legend and worth Googling, isn't he?
Yeah, he's travelled all the way over from Switzerland for the occasion, come with his daughter. Don't think he's been at Brands for 30 years. Really? He's really looking forward to the experience.
Hopefully we'll get the chance to have a chat with him.
I'm sure he'll be only too pleased to come and join you. Yep. And really and truthfully, it's another great advert for Formula Ford. Yeah. Formula Ford is the passion. It's the single-seater category that everybody should start in. Give them some non-aero balancing package so they can actually drive the car on the limit, find their limit, and basically get stuck in to some serious racing. There is some real serious racing in front of the National Championship this year. Nearly every race you don't know who's going to win. Yep, it's so strong.
I think the authorities need to listen, don't they, about letting the younger drivers out in this. There's a market for it, isn't there?
There is definitely a market, and we need to build that link with karting so that the karters come along to racing with a budget that's affordable to them, and they can come and get involved in maybe not being competitive at the front straight away, because you don't just drive and turn up and get to the front of the grid. Maybe the Super Classics is for them for a year, get their feet wet, shall we say, and then move up to the National Series and play with the big boys.
If anyone says it's not for younger drivers, let me just say, Alan, I looked through the entry list that Esther very kindly sent me. Yep. I think it's the biggest percentage of teens for many years in the festival this year.
Yes, my Brazilian protege with Roberto Moreno, who unfortunately can't be here this week, is here. He was only 16 a week and a half ago. He's been champing at the bit to get out in the Formula Ford. He's with Team Dolan this weekend, and it's a learning exercise. But he knows the festival is a proven training ground. He'll do his experience here this weekend. He's here to do the whole championship next year and try and win the festival next year.
So many people, that's the essence of, isn't it? Young Brazilian racing drivers coming to the UK to race with the best in the UK and throughout the world.
Yes.
That phrase has, that paragraph or sentence has so much history and resonance, doesn't it?
Definitely. It's still the place to race first. It's still the category to race in first, and it's still the legend of Brands Hatch and the Formula 4 Festival.
Alan, superb to chat to you. Hope the Western weekend goes smoothly for you and next season.
Can we just pass a message on to Gerrit Van Cowen. We're thinking of him. He's poorly.
Oh, Gerrit, get well soon. That's extremely poignant. That's my second festival Gerrit won, so yeah, wish him well.
Very much so. A legend of the festival.
Absolutely right. 2 more legends of the festival, of a more modern variety, Scott Woodwis and Andy McEwen. I think probably time to hand the mic over and get you guys' thoughts. Scott, I'll come to you first with the BRSCC hat. Always a super event. You made that clear in the build-up, and the passionate commentary from pair of you in race number 1. A good opening to a wonderful event once again.
Yeah, as always, the festival's always a very special part of the year in terms of racing, especially for BRSCC. It's one of the centrepiece events that we have. As Alan was saying, numbers are slightly lower than we would normally expect, but there's other factors on that. There's some drivers that would have raced this weekend that racing in British GT, the Northern Irish Formula 4 Championship having its final rounds as well. We usually get a good, strong Irish contingent. So we're going to work on that to get the numbers back to where they always can and should be for next year, and I think the calendar works out a bit more favourably in terms of other events around it, which is good. But in terms of the festival, it's one of the best events of the year because you get some spectacular racing come rain or shine, as we've seen. And the great thing is that, I mean, we were talking about this on the commentary, weren't we, Andy, along with just off camera as well, is that everyone who's at the front of those 3 heats in qualifying is everyone you'd expect to be at the front. Maybe not in the order you'd expect, but even then, going into tomorrow, even with the 2 heats coming on, even if someone runs away, I don't think there's a clear favourite this weekend. I think, as you and Alan were saying, I don't think at this early stage you can call it, even going to the final, but that's what you want. You want that unpredictability element, particularly. That's what we love about motorsport, particularly with the festival. You go into the final, we're having 1 or 2 potential favourites, but if there's no one clear favourite, you could be in for something special. 2021 was part of that with the 50th festival, and that was incredible because we had, was it the top 11 or 12 cars in the end across the line, covered by about 2.3 seconds. What other contest or what other category can you see close to something like oval racing or in the States? Can you see something like that, which is amazing? And so there's a couple more anniversaries coming up in the next few years. We've got 50 years of the festival at Brands Hatch, 60 years of Formula Ford in 2027, and the 50 years of festival at Brands Hatch in 2025. So there's a few things to celebrate, a few reasons to have people to get out involved. And yeah, it's an amazing event. It's my 9th festival since I joined the club in 2015, and it is an incredibly special event all round. Anyone watching on the live stream, anyone else, enjoy it because this is one of the events of the year to really savour, because there's nothing quite like Brands Hatch in the festival. I think Andy would certainly agree. Oh, so it's the Scott Woodwis 10th anniversary next year, which we look forward to. Well, I didn't want to mention that, but it's always that too as well. But yeah, it's my 10th festival next year, but that's the least important anniversary out of the 3. So. No, it's great. It's great to work with you, and this is the great thing about the festival is the history, and it's the new friends you meet along the way. One of which Andy McEwen, who's been a pleasure to work with this year. Andy, as I said, voice of the festival now. Another fantastic event in prospect.
It's incredible, isn't it? I mean, that's a bit of a stretch, I think, that intro. It's only my 3rd festival, so I'm still kind of learning how it all works, to be honest. But it's my kind of event, this. You know, I love the knockout format. I love the fact that it all builds up to the grand final. And, of course, with Formula Ford 1600 racing, you're guaranteed good racing. There's never a dull race. So what's not to love? Everything that I've heard everyone saying that you've been chatting to over the lunch break so far, I agree with. It is still a fantastic formula from the spectators' point of view, from our point of view covering it, but for the drivers as well, because these are cars that the drivers have to really wring the neck of to get a good lap time out of. It's not based on aero, it's not based on money, and you know, it all comes together at the festival to provide a fantastic event.
The cars don't change very much, do they, over the years, which is, for me, key to many championships, and you want stability and you want to know what it is you're coming into, and the drivers do.
Absolutely, yes, and there are different chassis, there are different teams that prepare the cars, and yet performance-wise they all end up pretty similar, and that's the magic of the regulations that, as you say, haven't had to be changed. Lots of regulations change out of necessity in other championships to bring the costs down, to raise the level of competitiveness. Not the case with Formula Ford. It's a proven formula that doesn't need tinkering with, honestly, and it's a shame that it doesn't get the respect, I think, personally, in the wider motorsport community that it really deserves. I think some people see it as almost more of a classic or a historic formula, but as you mentioned, so many young drivers coming in this weekend and in the recent seasons of the National Championship, and they see this as an obvious next step after karting, and there's no reason why that can't continue.
The age thing needs to be looked at. I know it's been looked at before. It needs to be looked at again. Very, very rarely do I pass an opinion as a commentator, because I'm there to call the action, not comment. But it really does need you look at other countries in Europe, Scandinavia. You can race this type of car at a younger age, even if it's only 15. You know, perhaps on a par with F4. Give people a chance, because it's a different step on the ladder, and it's a good starting point for people. Would you agree with that, Scott?
I would, yeah. I think I agree with what Andy said. I think some people tend to forget just how key Formula Ford has been in some drivers' careers. You look at the fact that it's the 70s, 80s and 90s and all the the drivers that have won here in the past and use it as a stepping stone, like Jenson Button, Mark Webber, Johnny Herbert, Eddie Irvine, but you also there's plenty of drivers that didn't win the festival that also went on to great things. Michael Schumacher, Mika Häkkinen, Kimi Räikkönen, those drivers that, David Coulthard, another one on top of that, drivers that didn't quite make it and get it over the line. Damon Hill's another one. I keep thinking of names popping in my head. But all these different world champions that used it as that stepping stone to go forward, and regardless of what they went into, there was a phrase I remember he was saying is that back in the days in Formula 3, you could tell the drivers that had come through from Formula 4 because you could tell how much they could adapt to the mechanical grip, they could adapt to the racecraft it taught them. And I think it's that non-slicks and wings category that kind of, you need that bedding in mechanical grip understanding first before you then start to dial on the aero. And I think maybe sometimes some drive teams tend to go into these aero-heavy junior formulas a little too soon. They kind of learn more how to work on aero grip first, more than mechanical grip. And it should be the other way around, to understand the mechanics of what the car's doing purely on its weight, on its suspension, on its tyres, before you then start to predominantly rely on what it's doing aero-wise. And both work in tandem, but it just depends on which one's more important. And to have the mechanical understanding is very, very important. So I think for young drivers, if they have an option to go through into single-seaters, obviously look at the comparison in prices to compare to stuff like F4 and GB3 and GB4, which are all great in their own right. But in terms of Formula 4 will teach things that GB3, GB4 and British F4, massive respect to them all, won't actually teach them. But I think what we should see with the younger drivers coming through in the racing that we'll get, it should be another fantastic weekend all around for those young drivers to learn their craft and hopefully make a name for themselves.
The all-round weekend is what we're going to consider now, Scott. Thank you for that little chat. We are also, of course, sharing this wonderful event with the TCR finale, which we're going to hear a little bit about in a few moments' time. I think before we hear about TCR, a little bit of an ad break, but please stay with us here on our stream. No flipping, and TCR after the break.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. TCR UK, the finale is approaching, well, Sunday, I should say. Qualifying's approaching at some point today. Halfway through the lunch break, myself, Anthony Jordan, Phil Kinch and Annie McEwen joining us back here live. Boys, free practice was out there. The season's nearly done. Qualifying's today. And the sunshine, blue sky, boys. What do you think?
There's a bit, as a tad on the optimistic side, if I'm honest.
That's a lot for the UK.
It is, it's true. Not tropical, but we'll take it. And there is rain forecast, I'm reliably informed, for about 3 o'clock. And guess what time qualifying starts? Bang on 3 o'clock this afternoon. So I really don't know what's going to happen. It was a very wet free practice session this morning, a very wet couple of days pre-event testing as well. So on the one hand, most of the drivers have had plenty of wet weather running, easy for me to say. But the wet weather can throw up some surprises, and we've certainly seen a couple of cars, at least based on practice pace, read into that what you will, but a couple of cars that we thought would be quick, maybe weren't quite on the pace, including the Cupras. And of course, our championship leader, Carl Boardley, in one of the Gen 2 Cupras. That's not what he wants to hear.
No, that's not what he wants to hear. He didn't actually go out in free practice either, did Boardley. And speaking to Brickley and the other Gen 2, he was saying that it was only bedding in some tyres. So we had no idea from that one. So again, we've got drivers who are not going out, drivers who are only bedding in tyres. Phil, what does this mean? Because again, with shake-ups of cars being quick at some tracks and not the others, no one's known what it's going to be like here at Brands. We just don't know who's going to be actually on the pace in qualifying.
No, and the thing is, that's going to offer us an even better qualifying session. The best part about it is we've had wets running this morning. The guys have been testing over Thursday and Friday here as well. The weather has been, I think it was dry on Wednesday, Thursday. Yesterday it was very wet. So they've had the chance to sit and get as much information, as much data as possible to try and prepare for qualifying. But as we know, we're at Brands, we're on the Indy circuit. It's been wet. It's still looking like it could be wet later on. It's going to be a complete lottery, and that's going to be really exciting to watch.
It is indeed going to be exciting to watch. Plenty of people to watch out for as well. Before we delve a little bit more into that, I just want to clarify for the ladies and gentlemen who are watching at home, you are watching on the TCR UK YouTube channel. A lot of you asking the question of where's BRSCC or where's TCR UK? Why are we not seeing TCR UK? It's all being shown. It's one whole stream of the entire day. Whatever's racing, it's all on this one channel and one convenient place for you instead of going to 3 different YouTube channels. It's all in one place. There we go. Got that clarified. Anyway, qualifying's coming up. Yeah, Andy, what's your take on it with who do you think is going to be on pole?
Oh, you always ask me the difficult questions, Anthony. I don't know who's going to be on pole. It rather depends on the weather, obviously. If it doesn't rain, I think we'll have a dry track. 3 o'clock is still a couple of hours away. Track was drying quite nicely, actually, during that first Formula Ford Festival heat. So if it's dry, you have to be looking at people like Carl Boardley, not carrying very much weight because his qualifying wasn't strong at Donington. So he should have good pace in the dry. You would say probably the same of Jensen Brickley a little bit. Some of the Hyundais seem to be struggling a bit. A lot of them are carrying extra weight this weekend. It is a circuit in the dry at which that will make a big difference because of the undulation. It's quite a stop-start circuit. If it's wet, though, honestly, a lot of it will come down to look. You've got 30 minutes. Sounds like a long time, but you've got over 20 cars out on track. The spray makes visibility really, really challenging, and you'll find it almost impossible to set the fastest time of the session if you've got a lack of visibility. So finding that clear bit of track at the right moment, when the track conditions are right, when your tyre temperatures are right, when the setup is right, that is going to be a real challenge. And it honestly comes down to pot luck, really.
It really does. Let's take a walk down the pit lane, because obviously we've got Carl Boardley just here, championship leader. He knows what he needs to do. He needs to pole it in qualifying, win race 1 as well, and he's signed, sealed and done for the championship. That's a tall order, isn't it, I think, for a driver, because a lot of weight on his shoulders. But again, he's been a driver who struggled a little bit with track limits and track things out there. He struggled at Knockhill, and he struggled at Donington Park as well. I think he failed to get a lap in for several laps. We come to a driver here, Oliver Cotton. Oliver, you're always on your phone, aren't you? Finally, nice to see you got some racewear on as well for a change and not be your pyjamas. Mate, how are you feeling?
All right, I think it'll be an interesting one. I think the track might just dry out for quali. It may rain through it, so it's all about getting out first, getting the driest track. And if it rains, it's whoever's going to get best traction and clear track, I think, and just not be in the spray.
Yeah. There's a championship battle, of course, happening. 6 drivers, the Super 6 as we're dubbing it. You're not, unfortunately, one of those drivers, but if it comes to it and you're in the middle of that battle, elbows out, going to crack on?
No, I'm here to race. I'm not here to watch the championship that happens. So I'm paid same entry fee as everyone else, so I'm there to race.
Yeah, if there is a chance to win a race, you're going to go for it. But there you go, someone's screaming in the background. Who was that?
That's Pep.
Okay, lovely, cool. At least he's paying attention.
The Ollie Cottam fan club in full voice as normal.
Yeah, sounds like it. You know, Ollie Cottam, it's been a tough season for him, but the same for the rest of the drivers as well. Alex Lee, we've not seen much of him this season, have we?
I have to take some responsibility for that, because if you cast your mind back to an even wetter day at Donington Park at the start of the season at Media Day, again, you asked me the loaded question, who do you think is going to win the championship? And I did say Alex, if I'm honest, because it made sense, really. You know, he had such an incredible debut season last year. He'd won lots of races, got his first pole, first win here at Brands Hatch, of course, middle of last year. I really thought he was going to be an obvious title contender. He is mathematically, but he's just not had the consistency that I expected him to get, building upon the raw pace from last year. So a little bit of a shame, but like I said, he'll be aiming to end his season on a high. He's still got a good chance of breaking into the top 3. He told us this morning that's kind of his objective for the weekend. I think that's very doable at a track where he did have electrifying pace a year and a half ago.
Yeah, he really did, didn't he, right at the back end of the season. Another driver who has always had electrifying pace, despite the fact that he's in a Gen 1, he always complains, is Adam Shepherd right here. Adam, hey, good to see you back in the paddock on this one. You had a bit of drama in one of your previous sessions, drive shaft issues, again, coming off the car, but all is well and confident for qualifying?
Yeah, I think the car's handling really well. In free practice, the car handled well, but it was a bit down on power. So we think we found that. And I think generally, if it's wet, we're not going to be quite there. I think the Honda looked very, very good in the wet. We know from testing that the Cupras are going well in the wet. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. In the dry, we're strong. So we're hoping for a dry qualifying, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It's very greasy out there at the moment, isn't it? The track, like everyone says, it always dries quickly here at Brands. Right now, it's really not, is it?
To be fair, over the last few days, it's taken hours and hours. I think where the temperature has been cold. But today, it's a bit warmer. So we're hoping for a drying or dry quali. I think is going to be the best bet for us to look for pole. But we're going to push and see what we can do.
Yeah. You are one of the drivers who's in the Super 6, as we're dubbing it this season. 6 people in chance to win the championship. Again, tall order, but do you reckon it could be doable? I mean, what would it feel for you, Gen 1, to win the championship?
Yeah, it'd be great. I think it's certainly doable, isn't it? Look at us at Silverstone, kind of nailed on for a win, mechanical failure, then a DNF from contacting, getting hit in race 2. So anything can happen. I lost more points at Silverstone than what Carl is in front of us. So it shows you anything can happen, but we just got to do what we can do and go from there.
Yeah, certainly so. And like you say, from that one, we'll brush past some of the other rounds of the championship, and we'll look forward to a good one on this one. But like you say, the Gen 1 that could, and we'll see what it can do in qualifying, mate.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Yeah, it's been going well this weekend, so hopefully it goes well in qualifying.
Let's see, mate. Best of luck for you, Adam Shepherd there. Like you say, Adam, you know, he's always an experienced guy. He's one of the a few drivers who actually gets his hands dirty and really works on the car himself as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something that's always interested me. I had a chat with Bruce Winfield actually this morning, his Area Motorsport teammate, and Bruce made the comparison between himself and Alex and Adam. He said he and Alex are very hands-off when it comes to setup, balance of performance changes, whatever. Anything to do with the car mechanically, he leaves that in the hands of Rob Baker and his team. Whereas Adam Shepherd is much more hands-on, not only in working on the car, repairing the car, but in making setup suggestions to the team, actually physically making those adjustments himself. It's a big difference between the two drivers. And do you know what? This might be a bit controversial, but I think that's why Adam's had a slightly more consistent season than either Alex and Bruce, because Alex and Bruce have been very up and down. They've had some weekends where the setup's been spot on and they've been really quick, and others where they've missed the setup and they've been a bit further down the grid. But Adam has consistently been up there, and I wonder if that's just because he is a bit more hands-on, has that in-depth understanding of what makes the car tick.
Yeah, exactly. It just shows that, you know, you could be quick on track, but if you know what you're doing on a spanner and, you know, and in the garage, you can be twice as quick.
And you just don't see that really at this level very much. You know, you can't imagine a lot of drivers in a championship of this ilk, you know, actually getting their hands dirty. We have a running joke, me and Adam, every time he goes to shake my hand, I end up coming away covered in oil or dirt or grime. But no other driver on the grid or on any other similar grid you could say the same of. So it's really nice to see.
Yeah, he was saying that it was working until 1 o'clock in the morning, I think, and then was back here at 6. So he had no chance of washing anything, I think. Hopefully he's had a wash now. Here's a man who I'm sure always looks nice and clean in his nice pristine race suit. Shows that you don't do any work. Mate, Luke, How's it been?
You're so nice to me all the time.
It's nice to you, Luke. I don't know why I'm so harsh. Mate, how have you found it? Obviously, you're in the Elantra, a big car to get round here at Brands. How's it been feeling? I saw some of your clips, a lot of sideways moments for you.
Yeah, no, it was good. Thursday was my first ever drive here, so I was off in the gravel a few times, like a rally car in the end. But yesterday was really good. So we were losing bits here and there and stuff, but we were fast. And then in free practice, I think we were P10, but I lost 7/10 at Druids for traffic. So I think we'd have done a 54.5. So we were good. It was car's good. I'm enjoying it for once.
Exactly, that's the main thing, isn't it? Oh, what do you mean for once? You've always got a smile on your face on a race weekend, mate. This one, they are a tough car to drive. You've been saying that all season, that it's been a tough car to drive. But do you feel like you're finally getting to grips with it?
Yeah, I think it's the more experience you get, more seat time and just more confidence. I'm actually enjoying it in the car, where before I've always been a bit like, oh, I'm not, wasn't there. This weekend, hopefully will be good, and I've been enjoying myself and learning a new track, but getting faster and faster and faster. So hopefully qualifying should be good. Yeah. Although the track is a little bit, we're hoping it's going to be dry, but yeah, I think it's going to be fun in practice, qualifying.
That's the main talking point, isn't it? The track conditions. When we caught up, we did a challenge, didn't we, at Donington Park? We're trying to name the corner names. You literally had no idea. Do you know them now that you've done a few laps?
Surtees, Druids, Graham Hill.
What's the first one?
Oh, I've got a clue. Paddock Hill.
There you go.
Getting there.
See, you're getting there, mate. Best of luck in qualifying. We'll see how you do. And yeah, like you say, big car to get round, but I'm sure you've got it under control.
It'll be fine.
There you go. Yeah. Top lad there on that one. Phil Kinch is making his way back to me. I think we've got a couple of other drivers who we want to say hello to. Callum Newsham, who's getting himself signed, sealed and done. There is Callum, actually. I want to see if we can have a chat with Callum. Another driver who has had, a topsy-turvy season, I think is a good way of putting it. But good to see you here at the final round. And Brands Hatch, always a fun circuit to race at, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's a great track. I love it. Got my second podium here last year. So, yeah. Hoping for the same this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. So experience around the Brands Indy circuit. So, going into it, the car out in free practice, how was it feeling? Or was it just get everything warmed up and dialed up?
Yeah, we went out on pretty used wet tyres, so we weren't too quick, but no, the car felt pretty good. Yeah. Just lacking a grip compared to the other drivers.
Obviously, with that championship fight happening in and around this, you're here to just kind of do what you need to do, have the best results that you can and everything like that. Are you worried about a championship battle happening around you? Or are you just thinking, just crack on with it?
Yeah, I'm just here to do my own thing, but, if I get in the middle of it, then it's just one of them things. But I'm here to win, and that's what I'll do.
Yeah. You've not had any, chats with any drivers or anything like that saying, I'll give you something, help me out here? No, I'm only joking.
No, I have not. No.
No. Obviously, these are always tense times for a lot of drivers, but yeah, great to see that you're here and best of luck in qualifying, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff. I think we're pretty much ready to go for the next bout of racing. We're going to take a quick ad break, but do not go anywhere because the next race for the Formula Ford Festival is coming up next.
Thank you very much, AJ. Doesn't Callum Newsham sound like his dad? If you know his dad, you'll know he sounds like him, but not sure Dave or Callum will thank me for that. Another driver who won't thank me is Charlie Mann, who I'm going to grab an interview with now. And a bit of a backstory with Charlie, because he used to race in minis, and then at the start of the season, or the end of last year, we saw that Charlie had bought a Formula Ford car. So an unusual trajectory. You started off in karts, you were saying earlier on, Charlie, but what prompted the move from minis into single-seaters?
We've always liked Formula Ford, and we've always wanted to compete in the Formula Ford Festival and the Walter Hayes Trophy. We looked to move to rear-wheel drive cars for this year, and there's a really good calibre of driver in this series, and we want to be up against the best, so that's where we've gone.
How have you found the season?
We have struggled a little bit. We're running as an independent, and the engines are more sort of old school than what we used to, so we have struggled with a few reliability issues and setup problems, but we're getting through them, and I think we'll definitely be on the pace for next year.
Ray chassis, was that a considered choice? Did you look at other ones, or was it sort of what was available and just sort of what fell for you?
Yeah, well, funnily enough, we saw this car come up for sale, and we always race in red, so it was in our colour, and it was immaculate. So yeah, we bought it. I mean, we know Gavin Ray well now, and he's helped us out a lot with the car and the setup of the car. So yeah, he's been really helpful. So I think we made the right choice.
And thoughts on, obviously qualifying was a little bit damp. It's drying up now, so this is going to be, I think, a slightly faster heat, which might work well for you for the semi-finals. But thoughts in terms of changing the setup on the car and maybe driving skills?
Yeah, so we've put it more to a dry setup now, and obviously lines will change as the drying line comes in. These cars don't have a lot of grip in the wet. We qualified P8th, which was quite good this morning. So yeah, we just got to keep in the top 6 or 7 in this race, and yeah, it will be good.
Niall Murray got a podium from 3rd. We'll see what we can do from 8th. Best of luck, and thanks for chatting to us, Charlie.
Thank you.
Well, very sadly, that's actually all we've got time for, because the whistle's blown, the engines are starting up. I was going to talk to Isaac Canto da Silva and Andy Charsley. There are so many stories that go on right the way through the paddock, but such as is, we only had a chance to talk to Charlie Man, which is a great pity. But the cars are going onto the grid, and that means that the man with the plan and the grid, which is Andy McEwen, time to hand back to him in the commentary box. We'll join you for more later.
Yes, thank you very much, Richard. I may have a grid. I don't think I've got a plan, and I certainly don't have much breath after dashing up all the stairs to get back to the commentary box, but I am in position, ready to go with our second race of the day, and it is iRacing Heat 2 for the Formula Ford Festival. So same process as we had for Heat 1. We've got 18 cars on the grid, and the finishing order of this race will determine, in part anyway, the starting order for the semi-finals. So cars lining up on the grid. Let's take a look, shall we, at how they're going to line up for our second 12-lapper of the day. It is Nolan Alea who starts on pole position, as Scott said earlier on. Bit of a surprise maybe, but he has been getting quicker as the season's gone on in the National Championship, and he has netted pole position by a decent margin as well. Look at that, nearly half a second quicker than Jordan Kelly in the end. Row 2 then for Jordan Dempsey and Ayrton Houck. Ayrton Houck is the second of the Team USA scholarship winners, the 20-year-old from Indiana. Start from the outside of row number 2. Rory Smith and Hugh Esterson then start from the front of the grid. Rory Smith was the 2020 Festival champion. Hugh Esterson for company on that 3rd row. Then it's Tom Hawkins and Charlie Mann on row number 4. Row 5 for Isaac Canto da Silva and Andy Charsley. A bit of a giant-killing qualifying effort that from Andy Charsley to get onto the 5th row of the grid in one of the much older cars on the grid. Then it's Henry Chart and Gaius Ginn on row number 6. Row 7 for Ben Maludi and Drew Cameron. The 8th row shared by Dan Rennie Larson and Adam Fathers. He should hopefully move forward from there, you would imagine. We've got Hadfield and Gerhard Hauschultz starting at the back of the grid. So, 18 of them set to take the start. Now, the track conditions have changed a little bit again, I'd say, from the heat earlier on today. The drivers are about to embark upon a green flag lap on which they will discover the track conditions. But although we've not had any on-track running over the last hour, it hasn't rained. It's been getting quite mild out there, actually, and with a little bit of a breeze blowing through, I think this track is going to be pretty much dry within the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so, if it doesn't rain again at 3 o'clock, as people are saying it might well do. But I think we should get to a dry racetrack before that point anyway, and that will start to change the dynamic of the race. It changes the way in which these races will play out. We saw in the first heat how difficult it is to overtake on a wet Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Well, now on a drying circuit, there might be more opportunities to throw it up the inside and make some moves, but it also changes the pace of the race. Remember, I said that the race times, the winners' race times, make a big difference as far as the semi-final grids are concerned as well. The fastest of the heats, well, the winner of that heat will start from pole position for semi-final number 1. So Luke Cooper's race time was 12 minutes 5 seconds, .526. So that is the time to beat, if you like, to complete the 12 laps. So not only are you racing to try and win the race and to try and elevate your grid position as best you can for the semi-final, but also a bit of a race against the clock to try and beat that race time set by Luke Cooper. But we should see an improved pace in this race anyway. So the second heat, Nolan Alea on pole position. Now, he is a driver, I believe, who has been competing in the National Championship this year. Now, I'll confess, Scott Woodward joins me back in the commentary box again. I haven't actually covered a National Formula Ford event this year, so that's a name new to me. I know you've been there for a few more rounds than I have, so how much of a shock is it to have him on pole position here today?
It's a slight shock. He's been quite quick towards the end of the season, but Nolan, of course, running with Ammonites Motorsport, he's had quite a couple of quite talented teammates, one of which is Elliot Budzinski, who was part of last year's Team USA scholarship. He's also had Bryn Kinch and a couple of others around him. And Nolan has been making steady progress. He didn't win a race, but he has been up there towards the front and around the top 5, so to speak. I'm not sure if he can capture the podium either, but Nolan's been up there and getting quicker and quicker. So to see him on pole position, it's a very pleasant surprise to see him up there. He's ahead of national champion Jordan Kelly. He's ahead of last year's national champion Jordan Dempsey. Also, Ayrton Hauk is in there too as well in 4th for Team USA and ahead of Rory Smith. So that's a very, very impressive qualifying time from Nolan to put himself on the front row of the grid and pole position, and ahead of some drivers who have had a lot more success than he has, to be polite, and that's quite a surprise. If he can get out towards the front and stay there, I think it might well even be, unless I'm wrong here, at least in BRSCC was his first Formula Ford win outright, I think, but either way, he should be looking good to go. Last car's in position, so I think we're all set for iRacing Heat 2 at the festival.
See what happens. What a way it would be, though, for Nolan to arrive on the top step of the podium for the first time. We've seen it before at the festival, haven't we? Drivers we haven't necessarily been counting on being contenders before the weekend have ended up being so by the end of it. Right then, heat number 2 gets underway, and it's a decent start made from pole position, actually, by Nolan. He will hang on to the race lead. Up the inside comes Jordan Dempsey in the red number 3 car, though, and he is going to try and break into second place ahead of Jordan Kelly, and succeeds in doing so. Much drier line on the inside now at Paddock Hill Bend, so suddenly that, I think, is going to be the place to be. All of them safely down through the dip, but straight on, I'm afraid, goes Jordan Kelly, just avoids the gravel trap. Everyone scrabbling for grip and trying to figure out in the early stages where that grip is, what the fastest line is. I can guarantee you, though, that Jordan Kelly's line through Druids was not the fastest way to tackle the corner, and he has plummeted down the order. Look, he's battling with the likes of Hugh Esterson and Tom Hawkins, I think, who both started towards the back end of the top 10. Through Surtees we go, though. That's Rory Smith making some ground now. Rory Smith, I think, is into second place, but not for much longer. Off again has gone Jordan Kelly. He's lost another position now to the number 23 of Andy Charsley, but I think we had a change for second place there, and Rory Smith, Niall Murray-esque this, charging through the order. He didn't quite get second place, but he's on the verge, perhaps, of grabbing it into Paddock Hill Bend.
Yeah, the harder they battle each other, the easier it is for Nolan all light to make a break, and he's doing just that. And here comes Ayrton Hauk. It's almost 3 abreast in typical festival style. Look at Ayrton Hauk around the outside. Not just when he's going for 2, he's out onto the dirt, out onto the rumble strips, and what could have been a heroic high, wide and handsome move comes for nothing. But Ayrton Hauk certainly announcing himself straight away to the established Ford Festival crowd and contenders here. I'm here to race, and I'm here to do damn well to get myself on the podium. And so he's trying to do one better than what Jack Sullivan managed. He got 4th in the heat, so Ayrton's seen that and gone, anything you could do, I might do a little bit better. And with a surname like Ayrton, I wouldn't expect anything less.
No, absolutely. Began racing road motorcycles aged 4, would you believe. Graduated to karting at 12 and has won multiple national championships before then attending the Lucas Oil School of Racing Scholarship Shootout in 2019. Off wide goes the leader. That was Olaya running wide, 2 wheels into the gravel trap, and that nice 1.4 second cushion that he had built up is now going to evaporate. The slipstream will bunch them all back together, but we've got a red flag. We've got a red flag. The race is being stopped. Not entirely sure what the reason for this is, but we must have a car off in a... Oh, there we go. It is the 169 car off at the edge of the road, and that, I think, is up at Clearways Corner.
Druids, I think, looking
oh, is
at
it
the outer
Druids?
line.
Yes, you might be right.
I think that's the Superbike penalty line on the outside of the run-up town, I think so, which was in use, I'm sure, last weekend when British BSB was in there. You're looking rather confused.
Well, the car number said 169. We don't appear to have a 169.
I believe you might have been an additional edge.
Yeah, right, just to catch us out.
I think.
Okay, right. Well, 169 on the timing screen, surname Chapman.
It's Oliver Chapman.
Oliver Chapman. Right, okay, thank you, Scott. There we go. Between us, we got there.
Pay attention, McHugh. Notes. Come on.
Do apologise. It's not like I've had anything else to do over the last hour or so during what has been a very entertaining lunch break, actually, getting to chat to a few notable members of the Formula Ford community and getting to hear some fantastic stories, actually, of Formula Ford festivals of the past, and a little bit of discussion about the future of what is a fantastic event as well. And yes, we very much enjoyed hearing from them, but unfortunately we're now going to have a very short delay. And the red flag, often, Scott, we see a red flag and we panic. We think, oh, there's been a big incident, someone's hurt, you know, it needs immediate attention. Not always the case. These are short races, only 12 laps. If a car's in a precarious position like this, it could take 2, 3, 4 laps around what is a relatively short track behind the safety car to get it cleared. This way, we don't rob the drivers of 2 or 3 laps of racing, and we get to regrid them and go again.
Yeah, and of course, you never like to talk about it, but of course, from the events of last year, we want to try and give you guys as much opportunity to properly get the race as much as possible. It's one of the reasons why, if you look at the timetable, the festival final is not as where it traditionally is in the final race. It's the second to last race. It's set to essentially have that buffer of extra time if we need it to ensure if the things do happen, goodness forbid, that we can make sure we can get the final in, of course, because everyone wants a good festival final. And I think, particularly with the entry that we've got this year, let's forget about the numbers, but the quality entry that we've got is still very high. And we've been talking about this in the lunch break and before that as well. I think even as I mentioned in the lunch break for those watching, I think even going to the semi-finals, regardless of who goes around and who runs away with what and who takes what victory, I think we'll still go to the semi-finals with literally no clear idea whatsoever who can come on top of this, because both the Team USA drivers look very strong initially. Team Canada, at least one of the drivers we've seen, Logan Paxton, looks pretty quick. Alex Berg, I'm looking forward to seeing in race 3 coming up. There's other drivers in that heat too, like Brandon McCorkin. I'm also intrigued to see how Porter Aitken gets on. He's this year's US F1600 champion, racing with Oldfield Motorsport. Another driver come across in the US. I think there's 5 Americans in the field this year, which is incredible. And he could be a dark horse well up there too. Brandon McCorkin there as well. We've still got to see the likes of Jamie Sharp, John McMullen, who was 2015 national champion on top of that as well. He's come back to Formula 4 this year. Yeah, if everyone that I expect to make it through to the final does make it through to the final, those kind of 24, 25 drivers that I expect to be in that final make it there, and a few extra surprises on top of it, I think, all being well, we could be in, potentially. The potential's there to make it a hell of a final, but that's all things being well, and some people not getting tripped up in the semis and the last chance race. And as we've seen, anything can happen in the festival. It takes one small slip up, and it could be from riding high at the top of it all the way shooting down. We saw the likes of Jamie Sharp, Sean Rashid last year as well. Rory Smith and other people have had that points where they've been previous winners and they've just had bad luck, not through their fault, or their own or not. They've just had a really bad draw, and that's what's prevented them from trying to go for the double. And I don't think we've had, I think not since for ages, I don't think we've ever had, in any case, a main festival back-to-back winner. So, from what I remember. So that's something which is quite a feat to achieve. And of course, there are others who've won the race once, which is like Rory Smith and Jamie Sharp, who have won it once, and they want to try and emulate Niall Murray, who's won it twice. Niall wants to win it 3 times this year if he can as well. So there's stories amongst it for everyone else. Luke Cooper, of course, has had, as we talked about in that first race, has had so much bad luck at the festival, but because he's been in good form in Castle Combe this year, he just seems to be in the proper groove, and he seems to have been running well. He won the last 2 races of the championship in Castle Combe Formula 4 this year. He's in a bit of a groove at the moment. Got pole in qualifying in the wet, then went on to win the race in Middlehurst. I think already, if we're going to call these potential dark horses to do well, fingers crossed and all being well, I think Luke's one to watch for, I think. But also on top of that, let's see how Nolan and Co get on here. And Jordan gets a little bit of redemption here as well, because as the rule goes when you put a red flag out, if you don't complete the first 2 laps, you get to start back from your original grid position. So Jordan Kelly, I think, is the luckiest man in the field so far. He gets a bit of a reprieve. What was a very shaky start, he gets to pretty much just scrub that out completely, start again from the front row of the grid, and pretty much as if it never happened.
Yeah, I was just about to make that point, actually, because there were a couple of drivers, I think, almost grateful to see the red flag come out. Certainly Jordan was one. The other was Nolan Olea, because he had made that little mistake at Clearways. Okay, he held on to the lead, but he was about to come under some real threat from Jordan Dempsey and Rory Smith behind him. They themselves, of course, were battling, and that may well have cost him the race lead. So he'll be quite glad, actually, at getting another go at this. On the flip side, Rory Smith won't be terribly pleased, because he'd made some really good progress. From 5th on the grid, he was running 3rd, knocking on the door of 2nd, and looked quick enough, perhaps, to go and grab the lead as well. So he won't be too happy to see the race come to a pause, but it is only a pause. We should get racing back underway very shortly. The marshals, I think, are done with the clear-up operation at Druids. We saw there that Chapman got recovered back to the pit lane. He's not allowed to, well, actually drove back to the pit lane under his own steam. He's not allowed to take the restart, but he is at least out of the way. Bit of gravel to be cleared, perhaps. It looks now like the marshals are vacating the grid, and we're going to get a race restart. According to the timing stream, we're still looking at 12 laps as well, so it'll be a full race restart this, and another opportunity perhaps for the likes of Jordan Kelly and Jordan Dempsey to try and find a way past Nolan Olea as they head into the first corner, Paddock Hill Bend. Pole position not always the best place to start here at Brands Hatch, but I think in these drying conditions, that side of the road has dried a bit more quickly than the other, so that's favouring maybe the pole sitter, who now begins his 2nd green flag lap of the afternoon, ready to try and make another good start. Someone, though, Scott, has stopped further back. Is that?
Oh, don't tell me that's Andy Charles.
I think it is.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Andy Charsley. I'd mentioned a giant-killing qualifying performance, but unfortunately, he's needing a bit of a push start. Go on, fire it up. Let's hope he gets going.
There
we go. Good stuff, and he will have to start from the back now, of course, but at least we'll be able to take the start.
I think he's one of the drivers who, if he doesn't have any more dramas, fingers crossed, I think you have to remember, of course, the Grand Final is not the only final that we have this weekend. We have the historic final sponsored by Race Pass, very glad, thank you to them. And that's for the Brian Jones Memorial Trophy. With some 20 historic cars that we've got in the field battling for that on Sunday afternoon. I think if he races his way through and keeps himself clean for the rest of the weekend, I'm possibly tipping Andy Charles as a dark horse for that, because he's shown, given all his experience, that he hasn't lost any of his speed. He's still just as quick as he always seems to have been, in a very capable car, and I think that he could possibly be someone who could be up there towards the front. I think other challenges possibly in that field could be the likes of, look at some of the other drivers here. I think Henry Chark could be one of them as well, in the 81 Van Diemen on top of that as well. Guy Skin's not too bad in his 1991 Van Diemen. I think you look at others in the mix as well, but I think another one who could be quite quick is Callum Grant. He's in the same car that the Belgian Mark Goosens ran last year in the Duckham's livery, and he is in the mix. Callum Grant, I've always found when I've ever seen him race or heard about him racing in Formula 4, he's always incredibly quick. So I would be surprised if he's not in the mix at least for historic final honours if he's up there towards the front. But I think Andy could be another one. If he can pick his way through and get himself a decent finish here, well, that's interesting. I'm not sure he's allowed to do that, but he's found himself back in his original grid position. I'm pretty sure, as you said, if you get passed by the entire field, you have to start from the back of the grid. So that's interesting.
The other interesting thing, and I'm seeing this out of the window, there's a car pointing the wrong way at 30. There it is. It is Ben Maludi in the number 11 who has gone around. Ben, I'm sure I've seen racing. I can't remember if it was Formula V or in low-cost racing, but I've definitely seen him racing in other categories before. But Ben has had a bit of a moment there going through Surtees corner, and unfortunately finds himself now, as we've said, having to start from the back of the grid. But yes, generally the rule is that if everybody goes past you on the green flag lap, you have to start from the back of the field. So wait and see if there's a penalty incoming for Andy Charsley. Someone like Andy Charsley should know that rule, really, but perhaps he's hoping that it's the end of the season and people are going to be lenient. Don't think he's going to have much luck with that, if I'm honest. But anyway, here we go, ready to go racing again. Take two for iRacing Heat 2 here at the Formula Ford Festival. Lights go out now, and we're away and racing once more. Good start, is it, from the pole city? Yes, but a better one this time made by Jordan Kelly. Not quite enough to get alongside those. Slots onto the inside line. To the outside goes Rory Smith. Another really good start there from Rory Smith. The 2020 champion of the festival is up into third place and might now try and get to the inside as they head towards Druids Corner. Up the hill they go. A challenge is made. He's up the inside. In fact, that's side by side for the lead, isn't it? All-eye defending from Jordan Kelly, who tries to go around the high line at Druids. It doesn't quite pay off for him. And as they run down the hill, he's actually under threat now from Rory Smith, who slots into third. Fourth place for Hauk, and they number 3 of Jordan Dempsey. This time Scott, the big loser.
Yeah, he was. It was a quick start from Hauk as he was up on his toes as well into P4, but Rory Smith a really rapid start getting in the mix. And as you said, better getaway for Kelly this time. So it looks a little nervy through Surtees, but there's a bit more. He's off again! So for the second start as many times, he's off again, bounces his way back onto the circuit. They're quite sturdy things, these Formula 4s. What have you spotted?
Someone else was off in the background as well. Henry Chark, maybe. I think it was one of the historic cars was going off towards the gravel trap. I think they've managed to
there
continue.
He is. 101 has got back on the road.
It wasn't Henry Chark.
It is Henry Chark, so you're right. As, that smoke from the back of, is that from, who's that's back of Hugh Esterson's car by the looks of it? That car's definitely smoking out the back of the exhaust. Hugh Esterson I saw there. That's Hugh Esterson, who is the brother of last year's festival winner Max Esterson. Now, either that's a bit of overrun on oil as they're all still skilling around, and someone else is off his Andy Charsley again. Whoops. Back off the road he goes. Stump was back on just in front of rather bemused Isaac Camden de Silva as they come through. But look, you look at Hugh Esterson's car, it's definitely at some points I saw going to Paddock Hill Bend, there was a definite puff of smoke or a little more smoke than steam out the back of that car. But that's just something to do with a little bit of oil overrun, I'm not sure. But I'll keep an eye on that because it doesn't just slow him down too much. You've still got Charlie Mann in car 25 just behind him, and just behind them they've got Tom Hawkins in 28. They've got a sea of red Ray chassis as they come through. Back on the power again. Looks okay under power there, but it was just on that back shot where they're going to Paddock Hill Bend. There was a little bit of a smokiness to that rear exhaust. Let's see if we can look at it again as we come down towards Paddock. If it does it again, down on the brakes. Yeah, there it goes. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure what that is. It's off throttle more than anything else. So I wonder what could be causing that problem, if it is a problem.
I think it's running rich, isn't it? I think that's what it is. I don't think it's anything massively to worry about.
hope
But
so.
yeah, I think when he's off throttle, it's just continuing to burn a little bit more fuel than. And again, there, look, as he lifts off the throttle through the middle of Druids. So hopefully he's okay. He's only got to survive another 9.5 laps, and he should be good to go. Nolan Alea, though, leads the way by a second over Rory Smith up into second place. But Rory, I think, is chasing after him on this lap. Yeah, quicker in the first sector by about 3.5 tenths of a second. Let's see what the gap's going to be at the end of the lap. It's already down to about 7 tenths or so. Then it is Hauk in third position, fourth place Dempsey, fifth place Jordan Kelly. Side by side is it for sixth. Esterson on the outside line, defending there from Charlie Mann and Tom Hawkins. As they come through at the end of the third lap of racing, that lead gap comes down to, yes, 7 tenths of a second. A new fastest lap is set by Rory Smith at 57.1, and he is going after the race leader.
That's Jordan Dempsey going after Jordan Kelly. In fact, that's a switch in positions, actually. It's Kelly past Dempsey. They were wheel-to-wheel across the line, and that was US getting sideways again. He's not making it so easy for himself, is he, to go through Druids Corner. He's now got still hammering back Charlie Mann. He had his first season of Formula 4 this year. He's placed more sort of in junior racing, and then on top of that into, I think, minis before he went back into single seasons for the first time. Now for the lead, you can see here Nolan Orlai coming under threat from Rory Smith. I think that was a newer Medina chassis, because that front end's a lot more pointed than I've seen previous Medina chassis. So that's a new front end, a new car, so to speak, for Rory Smith. Those Medina cars looking a bit more pointier noses. And right to the white, I think I was exclamation, right to the white line. It's that proper wet line all the way through. It is getting dry, but it's dry, I think, slower than we anticipated, because it's still quite greasy out there. There is a start of a dry line starting to form as we look at Ayrton Hauk in third place, the Team USA driver, but you can see there's a faint dry line appearing. Now, while that happens, there's the confirmation that I thought would happen. That's Andy Charles for a 10-second time penalty for an out-of-position start, simply because he retook his grid spot when he shouldn't have done. He should have waited and done what Ben Maludi did, which was after he spun, just start at the back of the grid. But he didn't do that. He went all the way back up to P10. Because of that, he gets a slap on the wrist and a 10-second penalty for his trouble.
Maludi also has a penalty according to the timing screen, though, so not sure what that was for. Meanwhile, new fastest lap for Ayrton Hauk in third position. Now, that was a 57.0. That is 2.6 seconds quicker than Luke Cooper went in the earlier heats. That shows how much the track conditions are improving. We're not at a full dry lap time yet, but we are getting down to it. Confirmation there, thank you very much, of the 10-second time penalty for Ben Maludi. It was a jump start. So he had the spin on the green flag lap, and then, as eager as he was to get going again, jumped the start just a touch. Meanwhile, for the race lead, Rory Smith has caught Nolan Alea. We are approaching half race distance, and he's had a good run out of Paddock Hill Bend. Looks to the inside line now as they head up Hailwood Hill towards Druids Corner. He's on the inside. Alea turns across his nose. There's almost a bit of wheel banging as they go through Druids Corner. Smith sideways over the curve. Alea sideways coming out of the corner as well. This is brilliant racing.
Typical festival action in heat number 2. It's putting the pressure on here. This is going to be the real test now. He's got half a race to hold it on as Smith looks up the inside, and Orlai doesn't even try to bend it too much, but he sweeps back to the racing line. Just cuts across in time to hold on, but that 52 car a little nervous as he got through Surtees, and that through Clearways and McLaren, and he'll go back up through Clark Curve. Looking at the lap times, Ayrton Hauk is trying to draw them back in. His last lap time was a 57.5 compared to Smith's 56.5 himself. Come back across the line once again to start lap 7. And you can see Ayrton's pulled away from Jordan Kelly in fourth place and Jordan Dempsey in fifth. So again, all the drivers I expect to be towards the front are there. I guess the anomaly out of the 5, so to speak, in a way, is Nolan Orlai as again he runs over the curve, and now he's got Rory Smith back to his outside in towards Druids. Rory Smith just shoves the nose of the Medina right under the gearbox of the Ammonite Motorsport Rain. Looks again to the outside line. Will he darts the inside this time? Last of the late breakers. Nothing there, just he knew that wasn't going to work as he comes back out of the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend back towards Surtees once again. And look at that gap, that doesn't look like 1.5 seconds to me. It looks a bit closer than that as now Hauk has his sights set on here. I think also you look at that going over the curve there, that's just how it's set, but the right side pod of Orlai's car was quite shaky, quite flappy as it went over the curve. Yeah, that's just loose, it's just how it's been built, but either way, that looked a bit interesting.
Well, to be fair, the other side was doing the same thing as well. I think it's just a very stiffly sprung car, isn't it? Which is interesting. Maybe they've gone for a stiffer setup, knowing that the track conditions are drying out. But a traffic now ahead, as a new fastest lap was set by Ayrton Hauk, and then is then bettered by Jordan Kelly. So they're all concertinaing together now. We've got 5 laps still to go, and the top 4 covered by 2 seconds, and that gap is going to continue to come down in traffic as the leaders battle away. Look, the top 4 almost as one now, and Rory Smith needs to get a move on because Ayrton Ayrton Hauk is going to arrive on his gearbox very quickly. To the inside of a back marker goes the leader. That really didn't work well for Rory Smith, and now he does need to start watching his wing mirrors as Ayrton Hauk starts to get closer and closer. So too Jordan Kelly, but lap traffic playing a much bigger part in this race than the earlier one, and the leader now is off onto the grass. Big moment for Alea. He bounces back onto the road. He was going around the outside of a back marker. There are cars going everywhere in front of him as well. What's going on?
One big question is, how the hell is he still leading?
Yes.
I'm absolutely flabbergasted by that. He was aided by all the traffic which Smith and Hauk and Kelly and Dempsey had to get through, and he's actually pulled away a little bit. Hauk is now on the tail of Rory Smith. We go on to lap 9 here in this second heat of the Formula Ford Festival, sponsored by iRacing. Here comes Jordan Kelly looking to the inside line. He's on the tail of the Team USA Scholarship graduate. He's coming now up the hill once again, going past a couple more of the older cars, the back markers, up towards Druid once again. How's it going to look as they come in towards the complex? Ben Maludi getting out of the way, and also in there too, I think, is one of the older cars. That's one of the lowest. I think that's Oliver Chapman who's got back out there again as well. Picked their way through. This, of course, has brought Dempsey back into play. But again, despite the off, it's now given all a 1.5 second, 1.6 second lead to the good here. And that's even after the excursion. I'm quite flabbergasted he goes to get away with that.
Well, he went 1.8 seconds slower than his previous best lap time, but Rory Smith behind him went about 4 seconds slower than his previous best lap time because he was stuck in traffic, and that is Kelly off the road again. Jordan Kelly, no doubt about it. The Team Dolan driver has got pace this weekend, but is just making a few too many mistakes. He scatters a load of the Clearways gravel onto the circuit and gets back on his way, but he will lose a couple of positions as a result of that. Jordan Dempsey goes through into 4th, Hugh Esterson into 5th, Charlie Mann 6th, Tom Hawke in 7th, and Jordan Kelly rejoins down in 8th position. So just a couple of little mistakes creeping in here for Jordan. If he can calm them down a little bit, I think he's got front-running potential.
Not a good heat for the National Formula 4 champion, Jordan Kelly. He's possibly feeling the pressure a little bit, but trying to hold on as best he can as Ayrton Hauk just wiggling his way through Graham Hill Bend there. He's now trying to hold off Jordan Dempsey for the final podium spot if he can manage it. But I have to say, initially, the two Team USA drivers have put in some very impressive performances. We've got two very good scholarship winners this year. Jack Sullivan also did a grand job in Heat 1 to get 4th. If Ayrton Hauk can go one better and get 3rd, Kelly's off again. This is what the 5th time he's done it in this heat in 2 starts, which is pretty extraordinary. I don't know what's going on with Jordan. It's just the setup, or just the pressure, but not what I expected from a National Formula 4 champion.
I wouldn't, you might be on something with setup, I think, there, because a lot of the drivers would not have known what setup to go with here because it was wet, it was starting to dry. We're right in between, really, a dry and a wet track right now, and I wonder whether he maybe went slightly the wrong way. It looks almost as if he's gone for a wet setup, really, and the car's just a bit lazy and not quite handling in the way that he would want. Rory Smith's car, on the flip side, handling exactly as he would like. He's just improved upon his own previous best fastest lap at 56.1 now. He was 3/10 quicker than the leader, Nolan Alea, but we're about to start the final lap of the race. If Nolan doesn't put a foot wrong here, Scott, he should be good for the victory.
Yeah, but we know the festival, anything can happen. It always gets unpredictable. So all he's got to do, as you say, that's a task easier said than done, to hold on for 1.2 miles on what is quite still a greasy and damp and mixed condition Brands Hatch circuit. We've always said drivers either want it fully dry or fully wet. You get it in between, it's a nightmare on setup in terms of grip and just which direction that you go into. Smith has gone past and has set the new fastest lap of the race, 56.180. Got the gap down to 1.3 seconds. You have to go a heck of a lot faster than that if you want to try and catch him on this last lap. You also have to rely on a mistake from Orlai here if he can hold on. But Nolan Orlai looks as though he's possibly on course, at least in BRSCC circles, to go forward to take his first Formula 4 win, which is a very impressive drive given that he's had quite a bit of pressure. Made that mistake, but he's somehow got away with it with that excursion up at Surtees. He's putting a lap on Dan Brenner Larsen here, the Norwegian. To come back into the left-hander at Surtees and up towards Clearways and McLaren for the final time. I have to say, he might have had to keep on growing through a national championship, but it's been a very impressive start to the festival for Nolan Orlai so far. He's going to come out the final couple of corners, and I think for me a very deserved win for somebody who's been fighting long and hard this season. A great way to kick off his festival for 2023.
Yeah, across the line he goes, and he punches the air in joy as he takes victory in iRacing Heat 2 here at the Formula Ford Festival. Nolan Alea takes the win. Rory Smith, a charging second place, could so easily have been the win for him, and Ayrton Hauk onto the podium, so a first podium of the weekend for the Team USA Scholarship team, and Ayrton, the 20-year-old, will be very, very pleased with that. Jordan Dempsey 4th, a little anonymous there. There's been late drama, I am afraid, for the number 32 machine. That's Isaac Canto da Silva, and he's not very happy, Scott.
No, the big question in that is always, did he jump or was he pushed? And by his frustration, I don't want to pre-jump too much, but it might as look as though he might have had a little bit of help by the looks of it. And it's, yeah, looking at where around he was around...
Just inside the top 10, I think, at the time.
Around sort of Drew Cameron, Guy Skinn territory. I'm not going to point any fingers at all in particular, but that's kind of... There's some initial evidence that suggests it could be in that direction, but either way, it's it looks like he'll have to try and battle his way through if he can through the semi-finals. If he can get into position at least, he'll have to possibly rely at least on the last chance race if he wants to get himself anywhere near the festival final, I'm afraid. But and what could have been a very respectable top 10 finish if he managed to stay there from Isaac. Of course, he hasn't long turned 16 years old. With Team Dola, he's a protege of Roberto Moreno, who's not here this weekend, but he is watching. So, obrigado, Roberto, and everyone else. And of course, he's here with Alan Bowles as well, who's also a protege of his as well. So, looking pretty good on that side. But the top three are already down there, up at the top of the pit lane.
Charlotte White marching purposely down there to arrange the drivers and put them in order. And yes, she will be, I'm sure, keen to see how that third heat gets on a bit later on, as are we. Third heat is not the next race, I believe, is it? I think we've got a mini race first, and then we're into the third iRacing heat at the festival. But it's going to be interesting to hear from these three drivers, all of whom have a story to tell at the end of that one, really. Nolan certainly should have a few interesting stories, particularly regarding the off-track excursions, plural, that he had. Rory Smith, arguably the fastest driver in that race, actually, although he didn't set the fastest lap. Olea did on the final lap beat that with a 56.1, only fractionally quicker, 200ths quicker than Smith had gone. Needless to say as well, that race significantly quicker than the first heat. First heat was a 12.05, that was an 11.32, so you can only imagine that if the weather stays the same, race 3, heat 3 will be even quicker. Right, podium celebrations already starting to take place down in the pit lane, and ready and waiting to chat to our top three is Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much indeed, Andy. And let's see if we can get a bit of atmosphere going again. Let's hear it for our race winner, Nolan Eiler. So I'm going to get Nolan to stand on the spot here. And Nolan, many congratulations on the win, already adorned with the garland and the trophy. Great way to start the festival.
Yeah, this is exactly what we would have wanted to start. Just so happy to finally get a win over here. They gave me an incredible car. Ammonite really knows how to set up a car for brands, so I have to thank all of them. And of course, I'd like to thank my sponsors, Martini, Sean Don, Evan Williams, Lockmore Promotions, and my mom back home. She couldn't make it out, but we're just so thrilled.
What's Mum's name?
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, hope you're enjoying the live stream. What a better way to see son Nolan take the win. Nolan, far from straightforward race. You're under a lot of pressure. Some of the cars that you were coming up to lap got in the way. I think you had a moment on the grass as well. Talk us through those moments.
Yeah, we caught the lap traffic a lot quicker than I thought. We watched the race before, and it caught them a lot later. Just really glad to be able to stay in front even through the lap traffic. I know we had that little moment there going through Surtees where he kind of got a little shuffled off, but it's very, very thrilled.
Rory is a previous winner of this event, as you probably know, so to come under pressure from him and deal with that must be good for you.
Yeah, oh my God. I mean, I've been watching this race since I was a kid, and I've heard his name and all their names, and they're absolute legends in my book. So to be anywhere near them is an absolute blessing. I'm so thrilled to be so close to these legends of the sport in Formula 4. This is such a historic event. It means so much.
Good stuff. Also, as you probably realise, that was the faster of the two heats we've had so far, so provisional pole at the moment for the first semi-final.
That's great. Yeah. I think it might be a little bit quicker in the next race because it's drying out, but great start to the weekend.
Okay, well done. Many congratulations on taking the win. Make you juggle everything to do the handshake. Nolan, fantastic to meet you. Well done on the win. We'll move you away and we'll get the second place driver in, Rory Smith. Rory's just having a quick chat with Josh, our circuit commentator. It's one interview to another, isn't it, Rory? As a former champion, this actually puts you in a great place, doesn't it, for the semis?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in much worse positions than this, so yeah, pretty chuffed actually. Quali was a bit meh, I can't lie. For various reasons we didn't test, so it was literally straight into quali, so we were P5 in quali, so not ideal. And I think we sort of showed our true colours in that one a little bit more, pace-wise, and try my best with no, but the one place where it's doable to overtake in the wet round here is into clearways, and that was the one place where he was really fast, so it made it super, super tough. And then sort of midway through, he just managed to get through the back markers a bit easier than I did. I think he just caught the right side of a yellow flag maybe, whereas I didn't. So it caused a bit of a gap, and killed that fun. But yeah, no, like I said, great place for the semis, and we've got great pace. So I'm very positive. Yeah.
I love that phrase. Just caught the right side of a yellow. A lot of drivers will be, banging fists down in the clerk's office, but you've been through it all before. You know that these things could be nip and tuck. But as you say, qualifying 5th in the heat equates to around about 15th, doesn't it, in terms of the overall entry? So it's important to be as fast as you can and consistent over the qualifying races.
Yeah, I mean, in the heats you obviously don't want to do anything stupid, but the further back you are, the more and more difficult it becomes, especially as it dries up around here. It's so hard to overtake. So I think any lower than sort of 3rd in the heats, you sort of start panicking. So yeah, second's pretty good.
Fastest lap as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean the car's on it. So yeah, very positive going forward.
Very well done. Good to see you, Rory.
Thank you very much.
And see if you can regain the title tomorrow. If we can catch up with our 3rd driver, Ayrton Hauk. Ayrton, there we go. First time seeing you without the crash helmet on. Congratulations. Superb podium for Team USA. We spoke to your colleague Jack earlier on, and great to see you guys up at the forefront. That's why they pick you guys, because they know you can deliver.
Yeah, exactly. I just cannot thank Jeremy Shaw and everybody behind Team USA enough for this experience. I mean, an opportunity of a lifetime, and I'm just really happy to bring this Ammonite guys a good podium to start it off, because these guys have been working so hard all week. We've been chasing the car, and we've finally got it. Well, not finally. We've had it all week, but we've been chasing it the whole time. So big thanks to the Ammonite, Team USA, Jeremy Shaw, and everybody who's making this opportunity for me.
To be fair, Jeremy and the team's work helps keep the reputation of the festival very much alive, and the magic alive, that we have an international representation which is strong and competitive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one of the main points, is just bringing us over and giving us a chance to make the international opportunities happen.
Thoughts on the remaining races? Obviously, this is a knockout basis, so you've got to carry the momentum forward now into tomorrow's semi-final.
Yeah, I think this was a mega step forward with that, just getting a podium in the first race and being able to be right at the front for the rest of them.
Okay, Ayrton, thanks very much for chatting to us. Best of luck for the rest of the meeting. That concludes our podium. Green flag on track action right now, so I'll hand you back to our commentary team, Andy McEwen and Scott Woodwis.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Look at that. You would never think this was the same Brands Hatch that we arrived at a few hours ago. It was bitterly cold. It was absolutely teeming with rain. We were all still excited to be here, but perhaps more excited now that the rain has gone, the sun is shining, the temperature is actually starting to rise now as well. It's turning into quite a nice autumnal day. And we've got qualifying underway now for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, the final rounds of the Fiesta Junior Championship taking place this weekend. And this has been a real breakout season for the Fiesta Juniors this year. Their biggest grid that they've ever had, and consistently keeping those grid numbers up. We're in excess of 20 cars again this weekend. And in a slight break from their usual format, they will actually have a race later on this afternoon. So it's been a busy day for our teenagers, with practice this morning, qualifying now, and a 15-minute race a little bit later on in the afternoon. But Scott Woodwis, it is crunch time in the championship, and it is still wide open. The points table suggests that Ben Ryan has got a nice little lead here, which he does, but it's certainly not his for the taking just yet, is it?
Not quite, no. He comes into the weekend with a 42-point advantage, and as there's no drop scores from these final couple of races, there are with a few different other BRSCC championships, he now essentially has to try and get it done in those. He could potentially wrap it up as early as the first race on my calculations, because the maximum points that you could score from race one, including the points you can get in qualifying, is 53 points. You can get 50 points for a win, you can get a point for pole position, and 2 points for a fastest lap in a race as well. The maximum points could be 53 points. Now, if he can do that, and if he can outscore his second place man Dan Lewis, I reckon at least by at least 10 points, that would put him into 52 points ahead. So that means that even if Ben was to retire, I think at least, I'm going by my GCSE maths here, which is funny because it's true, is that the gap would be 52 points, because that's the maximum you can get from race number 2, which is winning and getting the fastest lap. Even if Dan Lewis was to get himself a win and the fastest lap, and Ben wasn't to finish, I think based on race victories, it would still go to Ben, I think. I think he said 2 or 3, whereas it would be only sort of Dan's second, I believe. And so look at the points table to reaffirm my maths.
Ben has had 3 victories, 2 at Croft, 1 at Knock Hill. Dan has had just the 1, which was that second race at Silverstone.
So even if Dan was let's say if Ben was to win that race and announce, if I guess the work would change if Dan was to win the first race, but even then Ben would need to Ben would need to outscore him, because obviously if he wins or finishes ahead of him, then Dan wouldn't win the race, obviously. So even if Ben was to outscore him by at least 10 points, and then in my head, Dan was to win and get the fast lap of the race, even then, and Ben was to even not race or retire and get no points, by count back of at least sort of race victories, it would be Ben's title by 1 win, I think, 3 wins to 2. So there is the championship leader, Ben Ryan, in one of the newest shape Mark 7 Fiesta Junior cars. Now, if you've watched Fiesta Juniors in the past, in the last few years, and thought, well, that's a different looking Fiesta Junior, that's because it is. This is the new Mark 7 next-gen car, was put into action last year. Literally a couple of them racing last year. We had one full-time, which is Harry England. He's actually racing later on this weekend in the Middlesex Sport Civic Cup, making his championship debut. But this year really has been the year of the Mark 7. They've been at one point 9 or 10 at least on one entry list. So look at how we've got this year. We've got Flamer Rickler, Jasmine Shaw, we've got Josh Watts. We've also got in there Oscar Dix is one of our 2 new drivers in the field. Hodgkiss, Wesley Swain, Ben Doherty, Lewis. Right, so we've got 9 here this weekend. So we've had 10 at one of the previous rounds entered, but we've almost been breaking into double digits when it comes to the new Mark 7 car. And I know that there are at least, along with SW Motorsports, who are one of the supporters of the Fiesta Junior Championship, who supply the roll cages for these Mark 7s. There are at least another 6 at the moment in build, and there are more drivers coming along. It's also a prime opportunity, whilst looking at qualifying, to talk about something quite important for Fiesta Juniors, which is, for the first time ever, in an official sense, from a BRSCC point of view, there is a new Fiesta Junior Scholarship taking place, which is going to take place on the 13th to the 15th of February 2024. We see another one of our drivers back, or our guest drivers, are back again for his second meeting. Jensen O'Neill go. We'll talk about him in a second. But the Fiesta Junior Scholarship is taking place on the 13th to the 15th of February 2024. You can enter for just shy of £600 plus VAT. And if you win that, you get essentially a prize package that is worth around about or in excess of £65,000. It's a full season's worth of racing in one of the Mark 7 Fiesta Junior race cars, run by the Pro Alloy squad. And quite fittingly, we've got the Pro Alloys car, Wesley Swain, just in front of Jensen Mason here, just in front of him there. That's the Pro Alloys car. You'll be familiar with that livery from Civic Cup circles as Wesley Swain comes in, but it'll be a car that's supported by and run by Pro Alloys Racing. You get one of those, you get pre-race testing program, you get a sim training program, you get a driver mentoring. Who better than Josh Cook, of course, is this year's independent BTCC champion. There's been quite a supporter of these Mark 7s in the last couple of seasons they've been put together. You also get things like race tyres and fuel sorted out. All the events, of course, are live streamed next year, because they have the great news that BRSCC's Fiesta Junior Championship will continue as a official junior feeder series, the support championship to TCR UK next year. It'll be all 7 rounds once again, all of which are going to be live streamed, and it's part of the bigger, wider support package as well. So good to see the juniors as well providing this championship a good setup to go forward into their careers. There's Josh Watts, sadly, that's pulled off the road. Josh Watts, who has got some racing pedigree in his family, which we'll talk about in a second. But if you want to find out more about the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship, you can head to the website brscc.co.uk, and at the top of the banner you've got, on the top towards the right, you've got Junior Scholarship as a tab to click. It'll take you to the Fiesta Junior Scholarship page, and you can enter for that as well. Already a few good entries coming in there, and it's over essentially 3 days of competition. You have 2 sort of initial, the first 2 days are going to be pretty much the competition to find the finalists to go through to the final day on day 3, and then the shootout will happen to determine who wins the 2024 BRSCC Fiesta Junior Scholarship to get a season in a Mark 7. There's plenty of action in the pit lane. Plenty of cars are having tyres changed over and setups changed, because I'm sure that the conditions are much more different, well, they are much more different than they were earlier on in free practice. And in free practice, I can quickly just double check who was quickest in that. Free practice earlier on quickest time was taken by Jensen Mason. That was a 1 minute 2.003. That was from Lucas Hayden, who was just in the middle of that shot. He's the blue and yellow car, number 46 in that little melee of Fiesta Juniors getting their tyres and setups tweaked. There was Ben Ryan, the championship leader, Ronnie Smith in 4th, and Jacob Hodgkiss in P5 in that practice session. But practice times don't really count for too much, because drivers will be on different strategies, running at different run plans, etc. So it's a little bit different for them. So Jasmine Shaw, who's in one of the Mark 7s, she's had quite a decent run this season. She's had a couple of good runs. She was on course for a couple of good finishes too. Her and her other female teammate on the grid, Flamer Rickler, who is the granddaughter of the former rallying legend, the late great Pentia Rickler. Of course, her mother as well was also a Fiesta racer herself, and so there's plenty of runs in the family. This is, of course, his last run for them. A few different cars having laps disallowed for track limits. We've seen a couple of Jensen Bell. Ronnie Smith's had a couple there as well. But we saw Josh Watts' car pull off the side of the road, just on the back straight towards Surtees, sadly. But Josh Watts making his second appearance of the season after he debuted at the last rounds at Donington Park, and he's got quite a bit of racing pedigree in his family, because his mother is a familiar name to those in the BTCC. That's Fiona Watts, or formerly known as Fiona Leggett. So if you remember those from BTCC days, her in the bright green Vauxhall Astra, and he's nodding as I mentioned that. So,
I've got a great memory of Fiona Leggett from a race at Alton Park that I watched, but it wouldn't be polite of me to to remind everybody of what happened to her. But yes, Fiona was a part of the BTCC quite a while ago now, wasn't it, I suppose?
George Foxo's pushing it, really pushing it. In fact, he's always trying to race Jensen Bell up the hill. In fact, there's a big gaggle of the cars here. There's 6 or 7 of them. I think Lucas Hayden's at the back one was weaving from side to side there quite vigorously. That's to try and get some heat into his tyres, I think. But they were doing this in free practice as well. They're almost kind of running side by side. They're practicing their racecraft. But you have to remind them, yes, they're 14, 17-year-olds, but they do have to remember that this is qualifying in free practice, not racing. So they have to try and find a bit of racing, a bit of room on track to get a clear lap time in where they can. It's quite a short circuit, of course, 1.2 miles. There's one of the errant bollards that's gone onto the track. It's off the racing line slightly. It shouldn't affect too many people. But yes, and the other half of Josh Watts, I'm looking at Jensen Mason on the screen. He's going side by side with Ryan McCaleb, who's had a sporadic season this year as part of the Jam Sport squad. But the other half of Josh Watts' family is his father, who is former LMP2 class winner at Le Mans, Danny Watts, and he's done plenty in his racing career. So good to have two fairly talented and experienced racers as parents, and be able to draw a lot of experience from both of them to get quicker. Is Ryan McKellen with a huge tank slapper through Paddock Hill Bend. I know with front-wheel drive, you boot the throttle, the end comes around exactly, but I have to ask the question, how on earth did Ryan McCaleb save that one? That was extraordinary.
And so easy, isn't it, to overcorrect in that situation and then fire yourself off anyway. So, yeah, good car control there from Ryan, and more of them getting excited. I think they're really struggling with rear tyre temperature on what is a very damp track. Had a purple first sector, by the way, for George Foxlow. George all the way down in 9th at the moment. Was that a car in the burner? I think it's pulled off, isn't it? That was the Josh Watts car, potentially, at the side of the road. Sideways again through clearways. But what is this lap time going to be for Foxlow? He should be heading towards the line in the 1:44, and he goes straight to the top by half a second. George Foxlow to the pole position, Scott. That was quite a lap.
That was quite impressive. George Foxlow, it wasn't long ago he took his first Mark 6 category victory, so he's been getting quicker and quicker as the season's gone on. I think it's his last season in Fiesta Juniors. I think it will be for a handful of drivers, of course, because the range that you get as a Fiesta Junior racer isn't all that much. You can go onto a senior license at 16 years old. But some do choose to race continue whilst they're still 16 or even into 17 years old if they choose to do so, because they enjoy the championship and they like getting the experience and everything on top that comes with it. But George Foxlow, so he's been getting, ever since he started, he's been getting steadily quicker. Very, not substantial, massive progress. And I don't say that disrespectfully, but he's making very steady, very quiet and calculated and consistent, purposeful progress up through the ranks in terms of his pace. And he's been on pole for a little while, and he's just been knocked off the top by Dan Lewis. So Dan's now got himself to the top of the times. He will remember, whoever takes pole position gets a bonus point, which means it will be at the moment going to Dan Lewis. That will certainly help bring the current gap down to Ben Ryan to 41 points, but it's not going to cut too much into that one. Let's go back across the line. There's Jensen Mason. Good to see him. He's one of the Weira Tools sponsored young drivers. You can see him there as Ben. Oops, there is a car on the gravel. That's Ben Doherty, who is off and at Paddock Hill Bend. That car's gone in sideways as they come through. There goes Ryan McCaleb. The rest of the pack goes through. Now, the thing is, that's in a rather precarious position, I'd imagine, because it's sideways on. It's on the edge of the gravel trap, and as I suspected, red flag has come out, and that's purely for a safety standpoint to make sure that, obviously, that no one's going to Paddock Hill Bend at full speed, and then, well, you can imagine what might happen next, but we don't want that to happen, obviously. So, red flag is out. I would be surprised if that gets going and given there's less than 2.5 minutes to go, so they might well declare that a session. If that is the case, also Benwell Ryan stuck in a quick lap. He's got himself onto the front row of the grid, so that means Dan Lewis and Benwell Ryan currently then sit on the front row of the grid with George Foxlow. That has to be, I think, genuinely his best qualifying in his Fiesta Junior career. Third fastest, really impressive stuff from him. Great stuff from George. Wesley Swain was very impressive too. Fourth fastest for Pro Alloys in P4. That's his big steady progress too. He's third best of the Mark 7s. Jensen Mason's up there in 5th. Sam Nessa 6th. Then Lucas Hayden 7th. Jacob Hotchkiss 8th. Marcel Lasischke was 9th, and Ryan McCaleb rounds out the top 10. I'll give a quick shout out to two of our newcomers this weekend also. We've got Oscar Dix, who's this weekend racing for Jeekins race preparation. He's in the same car that Luke Sintler made his second appearance of the season in. First proper race start at Donington Park. He did run in the free practice session only at Silverstone, but unfortunately an engine issue forced him out for the rest of the weekend, and that was in the Mark 6. The Mark 7, meanwhile, he was able to get out there and get out there and compete in that at Donington Park, and that car is now in the hands of Oscar Dix this weekend. And the other newcomer we have to welcome is Freddie Hunter-Johnson, who is with 2010 Racing in the bright blue Mark 6 number 20. And as for those two respectively, Oscar has qualified 17th fastest at this point. Hunter-Johnson is in 19th. The rest of the order, a couple of drivers down a little bit further than I was hoping there would be, or expected to be, possibly, is Jasmine Shaw and Flem down in 21st and 23rd in their lap times, possibly struggling in those ever-changing greasy conditions. And as we talked about earlier on, Andy, just in that previous Formula Ford race, racing drivers, no matter how experienced they are, how old they are, or what they've raced in terms of weather conditions, you always want it one of two ways. You want it fully wet, you want it fully dry. Anything other than that, it becomes an absolute nightmare, a complete lottery when it comes to deciding any kind of car setup.
Oh, well, exactly, and particularly in a car like a Fiesta, really, short wheelbase, front wheel drive, the way that you drive these cars is that you really lean on that front end quite a lot. You commit to a corner, you really have to have belief in the car that it's going to grip, and at a corner like Paddock Hill Bend, for example, if you go in a bit wide or the rear tyres aren't quite as warm as you'd like them to be, then it can swap ends on you very quickly, and that's obviously what's happened to Ben there, who unfortunately will take no further part in the qualifying session should it resume. At the moment there's no sign of a checkered flag on the timing screen. Of course, it's a short lap here at Brands Hatch, so 2 minutes 20 left, they could get a few laps in, couldn't they? Might well be worth restarting, as long as they're not too concerned about running out of time. There is Ben, who's got his slightly gravelly Pink Parrot car heading back for the pit lane, and I think it's Pink Parrot. It could say Pink Carrot, but I think based on the logo on the side of the car, I'm going to put two and two together and assume that it is supposed to be the bird that is on the side of the car. Your verdict?
You've watched way too much Top Gear is my verdict. Goodness me. Yes. No, I think my slightly trained eye suggests it looks like it says Pink Parrot.
I think it does, yeah.
So I believe that's what it is. But my point still stands, you've been watching far too much old Top Gear to try and interpret that.
You can see my point. It does look a bit like, well, you can't see it from that angle. Just take my word for it, Scott. Right, so that car's heading for the pit lane, and I think we are going to get a resumption of the session. Josh Watts' car is being towed out of the way very quickly as well, and we should be able to get a resumption of qualifying fairly swiftly. Dan Lewis then half a second up on Ben Mulryan, as we've said. That means he'll take a point out of Ben. It's only a point, but every point is going to count at this stage, and it brings that gap down to 45 points between them provisionally as it stands, with Luke Hilton, Jacob Hodgkiss and Sam Nesser all mathematically in contention, just about 80 points at the moment, covering those five. But that's why I do like it when you can't drop a result at the final round. It means that even if you've got that good championship lead, you still have to have your wits about you. Marshals likewise have to have their wits about them, and a first opportunity of, I'm sure, many this weekend to give them a big shout out. They've been out there in some pretty grim weather this morning, but they have dutifully dealt with the several incidents that they've had to deal with, and they are the best in the world, so we thank them very much for their contribution. They might need some new brooms, I think, by the end of the weekend, because there's going to be plenty of gravel, I reckon, being swept back into the gravel trap at Paddock and at Clearways and at Druids. But they do it excellently. They've already got that cleared up, actually, and I can see they are trudging away now back towards their marshals posts, after which, hopefully, Scott, we should get cars back on circuit for what's going to be a real shootout. But the track did seem to be getting quicker. Look at the amount of people who had just set personal best lap times before that red flag came out. I think we could still see some changes.
Possibility. I mean, that grid might not stay the same. There's only going to be really for sort of 1 or 2 flying laps they're going to get here. There's at least 1 good flying lap, if not 2. But given the fact, as you say, it's a 1.2 mile circuit, 23 cars, well, just about, so it's still 20 odd cars out there. So it means that everyone's going to be trying to find a little bit of race, a little bit of room, a little bit of space to get themselves a really good lap time in. It's easier said than done when it comes to that sort of thing, particularly when you're trying to find space and get a good lap. I will say, though, looking at it, based on where the championship's been and where it is, how great was it on that last shot that we just had? one long line of Fiesta Junior cars, 20 cars to mix. Look, you see that shot again. Thank you, director. And that's just a testament to where the championships come from, because I've said this a few times, but I'm going to say it again because it's appropriate because we're here at the circuit where it happened. Cast your mind back 4 years ago. This championship was here to support the Formula Ford Festival. We're not always proud to say it, but we say it for context purely. This championship had 3 cars in it. But there was a lot of work going on behind the scenes to really build that back up. There was a couple of experience days. There was a lot of work going in to try and build the car back in. Of course, going to 2020, the thing we don't talk about anymore happened. The thing that begins with C. And that actually, in many cases, helped a little bit because it helped a couple of drivers who wouldn't be able to make their first appearance in the championship until later in the season make the appearances. We came back in with around about 11 or 12 cars, which was already 4xing the field straight away. Got up to about 14-15 by the next round at Silverstone. That kept it consistent with the next round at Donington, and then we sort of looked at tiny bits as Lucas Hayden, I think he's trying to get some heat into his tyres. That's not quite how you do it, I don't think, Lucas. But then the numbers have constantly gone back up again. They stabilised through 2021, got to 2022 back to 18-19, and just only once this year, as you're watching Lucas Hayden as much as I am, thinking he seems desperate to get track position. He seems desperate to also to wrestle that track position away from Jasmine Shaw for some reason. I don't know why, but he was that keen. But just to finish my point, they got to 18 cars here at the last rounds in 2023 last year, and only once this year, and that was a not kill, which, to be fair, was quite a long journey for them, and that was still 18 cars. There hasn't been a grid apart from not kill where we see less than 21 cars on the grid, if not 23 cars. And that in itself is super impressive for the championship, given that there's been a massive build-up, the new cars coming, there's been a TCR UK support series, other things that come on top of it. Now the scholarship, there's lots more interest coming on top of it. I think next year, we thought this year was a record-breaking season. I think next year, looking at it, and hopefully I'm not preempting it too much, but I think it's fair to say, the interest now is a genuine and all-time high for Fiesta Juniors. There's about another 6 or 7 cars in build, others we probably don't know about, but on top of that, it looks as though we're going to have possibly this season to beat all seasons in 2024, on top of what has been this year, the season to beat all seasons in 2023. It's been a real testament to where the champions come from, the progress that's been made by everyone within the club and the Fiesta Junior Championship, teams, drivers, everyone else involved, suppliers, sponsors, everyone, to where we are today, from what was 3 cars in 2019 at the end of the season to a high of 26 this year. Massive progress, and it's well deserved given all the efforts we put in. Now, you, whilst I'm talking, have been spotting something. What have you spotted?
Well, I spotted Ronnie Smith leaping up the order from, I think, 15th to pole with a brilliant lap time that is then immediately beaten by Ben Ryan and Jacob Hodgkiss. Dan Lewis needs to try and react to all of this. Jenson O'Neill goes third. Fantastic stuff from the youngster who hasn't really made his debut yet racing in the championship. Only made it through half a lap at Donington Park before his spectacular exit, and he is third fastest at the moment. Now, Dan Lewis is actually in the pit lane, so Daniel Lewis, who was on pole position, I don't think he went back out, you know, at the resumption of the session. He might have done a lap and then come in, but for whatever reason didn't set a lap time. Now, what can Ronnie Smith do? Is he going quicker again this time around? Personal best in Sector 1, and he hadn't seen the checkered flag yet, so he's allowed to complete this lap. Can he find the half a second that he needs to go to the top? Across the timing line he will go. Oh, not quite. Second for Ronnie Smith, though, and only 73 thousandths of a second away from the pole position. A few others coming through as well. Are we going to see any improvements here? Not towards the top. Jensen Bell goes 13th, James Pope 14th, but that's all towards the bottom of the order. It is then the championship leader, Ben Mulryan, who will get the bonus point for pole position. He will have the ideal track position for that first race, and I'm baffled, Scott, that Dan Lewis didn't give that a proper go. There must have been a reason that he pitted, but whatever it was, it cost him a point and quite a chunk of track position to his big rival.
It did, and whether there was a reason for that at all or not remains to be seen, but imagine he'll see if he can try and pick his way through. And as I mentioned, there is genuine potential that at the very least that Ben Ryan can effectively put one hand on the trophy in the first race later on this afternoon, because he's now 43 points ahead. You know, he needs to outscore Dan now by at least 9 points now to make it happen. So that was impressive stuff. But there's the result on screen then. Ben Ryan takes pole position then in the final qualifying session of the year for the Fiesta Junior Championship. Ronnie Smith second fast, only 73 thousandths. He's top mark 6. He will start on the front row. But it's Jacob Hodgkiss and Jenson O'Neill going, who now starts a much better qualifying than last time in 4th. Let's see how well he gets on in this first race when he comes up. Dan Lewis starting 5th. He's got work to do to try and prevent Ben from possibly provisionally becoming champion in race 1. It could potentially happen. George Foxlow 6th fastest. Jensen Mason 7th. A really good one we missed as well. Oscar Dixon his debut 8th fastest for Jenkins. Really well, Oscar. Well done. 9th for Sam Nesser, 10th for Lucas Hayden, and Marcel Lasischke, Billy Blockley, Jensen Bell and James Pope in the top 14. and then shuffled out to 15th fastest where we saw Wesley Swain. He was up as high as 3rd at one point, but he got shuffled down as the track got quicker. Then 16th fastest goes to Freddie Hunter-Johnson. He popped up in the last couple of times, and he's the other debutant this weekend. Then Rashlan Chigarimbo 17th, Ryan Michaelis 18th, then Charlie Ellis, Benjamin Doughty, Jasmine Shaw, Josh Watts, who didn't go out after he pulled off the end of the red flag initially. Flema Rickler has some work to do from her race from the back of the grid in 23rd. Bit of a disappointing session for her, but has got some work to do to get out there in the mix. So they'll be racing later on this afternoon, race number 1 of 2 this weekend to round off the 2023 season. But I believe before we get back to Formula Ford action, we've got something else equally as entertaining, because for this weekend we also have been joined very quite positively and fortuitously by the Mini 7 Racing Club, which means you go from Fiesta Juniors to Mini Racing. With Mini 7s, that we can guarantee, Andy, there is never a dull Mini 7 race, particularly when you've got either 7s or Minis out in their own classes. On this one, however, with their special winter series, they're all out with each other. It is Mini 7s, 7Ss, Libras and Minis all in the mix, and I believe we can head down towards the assembly area, can't we?
Thank you very much, Scott and Andy. Yeah, it's great to have the Mini 7 Racing Club back with us. If you've seen any of their races across the year, or the years indeed, because there's such a rich heritage with this formula, you'll know that we are in for a treat. The National Championships themselves are over. We're into winter weekend mode, winter championship. And I decided we're going to start off with talking to one of the drivers in the S class, which is Kate Fraser-Kerr, who's here. And Kate's very kindly agreed to let us have a word. So we're going to try and get the best angle for you. I'm going to open the door if we can. And Laura sorts the camera out, and I'll do the mic business here with Kate. First of all, thank you very much for chatting to us, Kate. Debut season for you, I understand.
Yeah, it's my first time ever racing, so I'm super excited and spending my time learning. Yeah.
This is a terrific club to join, and when outsiders look at it, they see the names in the Miglias like Mike Jordan and Aaron Smith, a lot of ex-touring car drivers, not only that, but touring car champions in this club, and you're choosing to come in as a newcomer.
Some people call me insane. It's probably not the most beginner racing series, but minis are brilliant things to drive if you're starting out, so it's been really good for me to learn.
But you found it good as a newcomer this year?
Oh, definitely. Everyone's super helpful, super friendly. The cars are brilliant for beginners, so yeah, I've really enjoyed it, and I'll be doing it next year as well.
That's great to hear. We look forward to seeing you, hopefully at some of the touring car meetings where you guys guest as well, which would be good to see. In terms of the classes, you're in the Mini 7S class. Tell us a little bit about the background for that class.
So the class is designed to be lower cost, and basically it means that you don't soup up the cars so much. Again, really good for beginners. If you just want to try racing, work out if it's something you enjoy without investing lots of money, it's a really good thing to do. And it just means that the cars are on a sort of closer playing field. It's, you know, it's a certain set of regulations. I think S in S class stands for scholar. Yeah. So it's designed for a sort of a more beginner friendly class. I think we're being released to the grid now, so I've got to...
Well, that's great. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Good luck for the race. Very good luck, Kate. We'll try and shut the door properly for you. Yeah. So Kate Fraser-Kerr is going to get underway. I was going to go and talk to Colin Peacock as well, but obviously with the cars going out now onto the grid for their race. First race of 2 this weekend. We're not going to get the chance to talk to anybody else. And a little backstory for you here. I look after an archive for the Grand Prix Midget Motor Racing Club, which started in 1968. Recognised the name Fraser-Kerr on the side of the car. Spelt slightly differently to a name that came up in that archive back in the 1970s. It turns out that the driver that I've been writing about in their archive is Kate's granddad, so it's lovely to make that connection, even though the name has changed slightly. Motor racing has its roots very much for me in family, and we've proved that here. Lovely to talk to Kate. I think we're going to catch up with the grid now, so let's go back to our 2 commentators. Over to you guys, and we'll talk to you again at the end of the race.
Yeah, thanks, Richard. Cars are indeed being released out onto the circuit then for our first 20-minute race. There'll be 3 races over the course of the weekend for the Mini Winter Series, the Miglias and the 7s and the 7Ss, as we've heard, all sharing the grid. So as they rumble out onto the grid, let's take a look at how they're going to line up. It is Rupert Deeth who set the fastest lap time in qualifying, 1 minute 0.193, about almost exactly 2 tenths quicker than Aaron Smith on the front row. Phil Bullen-Brown starts 3rd, ahead of Colin Peacock on that 2nd row with him. Then it's James Cuthbertson and Rob Howard, row 3, and row 4, the back row, if you like, for the Mini Melias is Josh Canning and Julian Proctor. Then we miss a row and we get into the 7s where we've got Darren Thomas and Glenn Woodbridge sharing the front row of that grid, and that was about a 0.6 of a second cushion in the end for Thomas at the end of the session. Mark Sims and Ross Billerton are next. That's the second row of the 7 grid. And then row number 3 for Arnold Duncan and Paul Woodbridge. Robert Pavey, number 27, starts 7th on the grid. And then Fraser Hack. And Fraser Hack's the first of the 7 S's. You can tell the S's because their numbers always start with the 7. They're in the 700s, basically, so 725. Fraser Hack ahead of Matthew Page and Matthew Ayres, the two Matthews on row 10. Then it's Callum Perfect and Charles Page, with Andrew Page starting next ahead of Bertie Woolard and Kate Frazier Kerr, as we heard there, starting off the back of the grid. So, should be an entertaining race this. We've got good track conditions for them now, Scott, because it is drying out there. As we documented during that Fiesta Junior section, we saw just how rapidly the track conditions were improving as well, actually, towards the end of that session. And that's perfect for mini racing, really, where a little bit like in Formula Fords, really, it's all about the slipstream. It's all about timing your move at the end of the race, staying in the lead pack up until that point, and on a dry circuit now, largely, they should be able to make some good moves.
Yeah, absolutely, can't disagree with that. I was there 2 weeks ago when they had their season finale, their regular season at Silverstone on the international circuit, a circuit that lends itself to cars like these, and it was pretty much slipstreaming and battles all the way through. And you're absolutely right when you say momentum in these cars is key, because they're low powered, they're boxy, they're slightly low grip, but they're all hunting the pack together. But they are one of those cars where if you're in a group of cars together, if you find yourself out of the group and you fall backwards or come offline, it's like NASCAR. You're not going to lose one place, you'll lose 5, 6, 7 in the pack if it's that big. So you've really got to be careful to keep yourself in that groove, in that battle of cars in amongst you. It's going to be really tough to see who can pick up the toe. In terms of the front runners in the mini media category, Rupert Deeth and Aaron Smith. Now, those two have been battling quite back and forth, particularly back at Croft a couple of meetings ago. Those two went back and forth for 3rd place. That was a battle behind Kane Aston and Andrew Jordan, who were scrapping over the victory. So I'm intrigued to watch them. Phil Bull and Brown were also incredibly quick at Silverstone as well. He was second. He was the best mini media home in the first race at Silverstone, behind the winner that was one of the Libra cars that came out. I forget the name, but he fantastic drive from that new car. I think it was Craig Edgecombe, I think it was, in the... that was his name. If I got it wrong, I apologise, but it was one of the new 7 Libra cars that was absolutely rapid out there. So I expect to get between at least those 3 at the front of the field. I'd also impressed to see Colin Peacock can get up there. When he's got good form and the car's working well, he's also one to watch for without a doubt. As for the Mini 7s, I'll be intrigued to see how that one works out. A few familiar faces there too. Neither of the Jordans are here this weekend, but and neither is Joe Thompson, who I believe is the new Mini 7 champion. So we've got a few different contenders here who've got their own chance to get some glory here at the Formula Ford Festival. This winter series has been running basically since the start of the year. It started back in March at Silverstone on the GP circuit. Then they had their second rounds that tied in with the final rounds of the regular season at Silverstone International. And it concludes here, and what better place than the Formula Ford Festival. And I think that everything else we've got here with TCR, with Formula Ford Festival, Civics and Fiesta Juniors, they're a perfect complement to round off the timetable. It's the first race of 3, and as I mentioned, given how they were, got one in the pit lane already, but given how they've always been these cars, I think it's safe to say, as with any other category like these, there is never a dull Mini 7 race, and I expect this one will be absolutely no different, Andy.
Indeed so. It might not be that exciting for Mark Sims, I'm afraid, though, because I think he's the driver who's had to come into the pit lane. His race perhaps over before it begins. The bonnet comes off, and the team start to have a look at the inner workings of that Mini 7, but the rest of them ready to go for 20 minutes around the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Rupert Deeth and Aaron Smith on the front row of the grid. Away they go, and a good start made by Smith from the outside of row 1. We see it so often here at Brands Hatch, starting from pole, not the best thing to be doing in a standing start anyway, and that certainly proves to be the case for Rupert Deeth. He loses the advantage, but does at least slot into second place. The 7s slide their way through Paddock Hill Bend, but it's Smith who leads the way. Deeth in second position, and I think that is Colin Peacock perhaps who's broken through into third. We'll pick that out in a moment as they drop down the hill and towards Graham Hill Bend for the first time. Side-by-side action further back. That is Proctor on the inside line, trying to make a move. Julian Proctor, that is, in the 595. Doesn't quite manage to find a way past Ross Billerson, that was one of the 7s, as they drop down the hill. There is Peacock. He is indeed ahead of Phil Bull and Brown. So Peacock, the red number 7, sideways on cold rear tyres again as they turn through clearways and come towards the completion of the opening lap of the race. So clean start, thankfully. And they're all going to make their way through at the end of lap 1 with the leaders separated by only 0.4 of a second.
So that's typical mini racing already after lap 1 by the looks of it. So Smith leads, Deeth in second place. Looking at the running in the Mini 7 category, Darren Thomas leads the way in the green Mini number 20. Scrap there between 40 and numbers 595. So that's Julian Proctor's car, who's right in the mix of the Mini 7s, and that's the only Mini Libra car that we've got in the field. That essentially runs in the same grid usually as the Mini Melias, but that's dropped right back a little bit as we see more battling between Fraser Hack and also Alan Duncan. I can also hear, I think, Josh Bragg. That's the reason why. We've got side by side. They're at it again from Croft. This is the Rupert Deeth and Aaron Smith side by side. And Smith in the white car, pink car with the black nose continues to hold on. Rupert Deeth, that car's been bedded in the last few meetings. He's got that car absolutely where he wants it in the sweet spot now. And this is really a continuation literally from Croft, because they were nose to tail in both races and they're going at it. Likewise, you can see Colin Peacock is up to third. He's got the luminous orange car, Phil Bullen-Brown, right on his tail. As here comes Rupert Deeth for the lead, down towards Paddock Hill Bend, side by side. Deeth looks to the outside line, go for the high, wide and handsome line into Paddock, round the outside. Beautiful move. That's the best move of the weekend so far. Wonderful pass from Rupert Deeth. He hits the front at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, let's see if he can stay there, though. Aaron Smith is not going to want to let him settle into a rhythm here, is he? Tries the outside line, can't quite make that work at Druid's Corner. But of course, their battle has also now brought Colin Peacock and Phil Bullen-Brown onto their tail. Smith with a better, tighter run through Graham Hill Bend. And tucks into the wheel tracks of the race leader Rupert Deeth, but Smith will know that the next time they go out onto the pit straight, he will now have the slipstream, and that should benefit him on the run to Paddock Hill Bend. Look, takes a much wider line into Clearways to try and then carry extra momentum through Clark Curve on the run towards Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to make a move? Will Bullen-Brown make a move maybe against Colin Peacock? Towards Paddock they head on the outside line. Looks Bullen-Brown. And he gets his nose ahead, but that's a difficult move to make stick. We've just seen it done once, though, and it looks as though Phil Bullen-Brown's been inspired by Rupert Deeth and tries to make his own round the outside move. He's still stuck on the outside into Druids, though. Again, late on the brakes, tries to turn in across the front of Colin Peacock, who knows a thing or two about Mini Melia racing. And Bullen-Brown, I think, might just get the better of him. Yes, he does. Goes right round the outside, gets the move made before they drop into Graham Hill Bend, and moves into third position. So a change for the lead, a change for third, but Rupert Deeth for the time being hanging on to his newly acquired first place.
So Deeth now trying to hold off from Smith then. These two coming up through Clearways and McLaren, and Bullen-Brown has been through. Is that Deeth? Okay, that was just, I thought he was diving to the pit lane, but it's not. It was simply Smith getting a better run for the outside line. Swings through, and now he's putting Deeth under pressure. You can probably see almost Deeth looking in his rearview mirrors thinking, oh, not you again. They come back towards it. It's a dive up the inside. Huge dive from Aaron Smith into Paddock Hill Bend. Deeth didn't expect that at all. Sideways he gets through to get the job done. And I thought Rupert Deeth's pass down the outside of Paddock was red. That was guns blazing. Bullen-Brown was, I think he thought about to move up the inside at Druids. Then finally he was on a damp patch of the circuit. Figured if you brake too late, you just shoot on and probably make contact and think, I'll sit back and try and get it a few corners later. But Aaron Smith thinking, if you can pull off a banzai move, so can I. I think it's 1-1 between them.
That was very impressive. A difficult move to make. It is one of those classic Paddock Hill Bend lunges, isn't it? But very easy to get it wrong. Now, this is the fight for the Mini 7 class lead. Don't be fooled into thinking that all of the action is in the Melias. The 7's just as close as well. Darren Thomas and Glenn Woodbridge here are nose to tail. Woodbridge just losing a bit of front-end grip there as he turned into Graham Hill Bend. But he won't be far behind Darren Thomas by the time they get to the conclusion of this lap, and actually not far behind them. Look, Ross Billison in the white car, number 49, attempting to make this a three-way scrap for first place. Through Clearways they go, defensive line taken by the class leader. Woodbridge trying to go right round the outside. That might just work, you know, gives him some good momentum coming off the corner. Not quite enough, though, to draw level with the class leader. He does, though, now tuck into the draft, into the slipstream, and looks to maybe try and make that move into Paddock. Here we're going to see a repeat maybe of the Aaron Smith lunge. He goes to the outside, does Woodbridge. And in the end, can't quite make a move stick. Down the hill they go, though. Top three in the class locked together, and then 5 of them in the next little group, or big group really, and that incorporates the battle for the lead in the S class between Fraser Hack and Matthew Ayres, and that was Fraser Hack, I think, jumping up the inside of the other Woodbridge there, and gaining a place. That was Paul Woodbridge, and Ayres trying to go with him. There's a little bit of leaning on each other going on down into Graham Hill Bend. This is getting very close.
Too close for words if I want to use the phrase, but it's looking pretty intense at the moment in typical Mini 7 fashion. Also in there, so you can see the order here. You've got Fraser Hack, Matthew Ayres, Matthew Page, Arnold Duncan and Callum Perfect in there, but there is Darren Thomas resuming the Mark 7 lead. He's got Glenn Woodbridge and Ross Billison right on his tail here. Now then, Aaron Smith. I saw the start was being investigated. It's a 10-second penalty for a false start for Aaron Smith. So the race leader ultimately will not end up there where he is at the moment. The race is to end right now. He'd end up 5th because even if he'd be off the podium behind Deep, Bullen Brown, Peacock and Cuthbertson as Hack and Ayres try to go wheel to wheel towards Paddock Hill Bend. Look at that in synchronised sliding between all 5 of them into Paddock Hill Bend. To the minis, they're going to go 3 abreast in typical 7 fashion. That is Ayres, Hack and Page trying to go wheel to wheel to wheel. And Ayres and Hack leaning on each other through Druids and now through up towards Graham Hill Bend. I can't even speak. Fraser Hack back up the inside. Matthew Ayres holds on. A little wiggle of the tail from Fraser to get the move done. You might get a bit of a friendly bump draft there. It was close, but he was just going to give a friendly push. This is literally epitomising what Mini 7 racing is all about. It doesn't matter if it's a 7, a 7S, a Libra, or a Melia car. You find a group of them. Ayres, I don't think he was helped there. That's simply just how stiffly sprung that car is. Simply just lifting an inside wheel, the rear inside wheel as he kept it braking towards Clearways and McLaren. As they come down the pit straight here, Woodbridge trying to pull away. So we've got Ayres and Hack back there amongst each other. You've also got in there 2 behind them. That is Matthew Page in the car 703. Just behind them also is Arnold Duncan. Now, his car, when I saw it last time, was brown. But he's now changed to a different colour car. He's now got a more colourful red and black affair on that number 89 machine. As at the front, it's still, of the Mini 7s, it's now still Woodbridge and Thomas. And Woodbridge has now gone for it and taken the lead round the outside at Druids. That's a pass of the lead in the Mini 7 category. Thomas tries to fight back, looks to get sideways, drops one wheel onto the white painted lines and gets very twitchy as they come through Graham Hill Bend. So they're all over the place and they're all at it again. This is 5 for 4th position. Where do you look?
Oh, well, I don't want to look, quite frankly. 3 wide into Surtees. Oh, they just managed to sort it out. That was Matthew Page doing the sensible thing, I think, backing out on the inside. But yeah, 3 abreast through Surtees was a recipe for disaster. Thankfully, they managed to sort it all out. They continue to battle out wide into the gravel, though, goes the number 8 of Paul Woodbridge. Now, Woodbridge runs within a different class to the S cars, so he's going to lose all of his momentum, fall behind the leading group of S's. You've got the 89 in there as well. That's Arnold Duncan. And he is one of the Mini 7 class runners, so he's just gained a place within his class, but right ahead of him, Matthew Ayres and Fraser Hack doing battle for the S-class lead. They're going to go side by side to the outside line. Getting squeezed out there was Arnold Duncan. Bailed out of it, tries to find a gap in the traffic, but there simply isn't one, and somehow that all settles out with Hack now into the lead of the S's.
Also, like Fraser Hack was waving to the cars behind him, saying, come on, let's not fight, let's try and catch the top 3 in front of us, but this is again, fantastic stuff, and that example of Glenn Woodbridge being shuffled, Paul Woodbridge being shuffled back down in order out of the queue, exactly what I was saying earlier on. He's out of the queue and he loses momentum, so all 4 cars were going to charge past him because they were still getting a draft from each other. He's now slotted into the middle. He's now just ahead of Duncan and Matthew Page here at this point in time. Robert Page is also in the pit there, I should mention, so that's the pit call for the 27 cars. They come down the pit straight. Now it's side by side between Paul Woodbridge and Arnold Duncan. Here comes Ayres now to the outside of Fraser Hack. This is for the 7S lead. And down the outside, wiggling around under brakes, trying to get the undercut here if he can slip back through, but Fraser Hack parks it on the apex. Now he's put it in the middle of the road here, which is going to be easy for him to try and defend. On the outside still looks Matthew Ayres. He's going to go around the outside. He's not afraid to go around the outside, is he? Again, just cocks a wheel through Druids. He's now got Arnold Duncan on his tail here. He's managed to get that move done on that third car in that queue, which is Paul Woodbridge. He's having shuffled to the back of it now because Matthew Page is in there. Rupert Deef's in the pit lane though. Rupert Deef, so more dramas for what were the 2 leading mini media races. There's Harrison, but he has that 10-second penalty for a false start, and he's now in the mix of this Mini 7 and 7S battle of 4th place downwards. So 1, where does he go, and 2, how does this resolve everyone else? He's now dancing his way to the outside path. 1, 2, 3. There's better straight line speed or power past both Ayres and Fraser Hack. And now then, that's windscreen wipers going for Fraser Hack. Has it started raining again out there? I think it has.
I wonder if it has. There are some ominous clouds coming from that direction.
Spots on our commentary box as well, you can see.
You're right. So the rain has arrived about 45 minutes earlier than scheduled, but it is now starting to drizzle again. So that's going to potentially catch some of them out, because don't forget the Melias run on slick tyres in the dry conditions, so that's not going to make life any easier for Aaron Smith, who was 6.1 seconds up the road from Colin Peacock. Remember, he's got that 10-second penalty to be applied post-race, so he could still end up winning this race if he can build that margin up over 10 seconds, and of course Peacock will have to deal with the traffic in the next lap or so. Here come the S's towards us, more and more windscreen wipers starting to flash, but it is those Melias that we really need to start watching out for. Hack getting sideways as well. It's this end of the circuit where the rain is coming from, and that is Woodbridge off. That's Paul Woodbridge off the road and bounces his way back on, but Surtees, Clearways, that's the treacherous part of the circuit now as the weather starts to close in.
You know what, I can hear Josh Barrett getting excited again. Something's happened, somebody probably further up the road, I think, by the sound of it, as we come through. Who it is, I'm not quite sure, but something's going on. It's certainly getting a bit more treacherous out there as the rain starts to come back down again, and he's observing out the point watch window up the circuit, so he's another pair of eyes now. This is Colin Peacock. He is technically the race leader at the moment, and that there was Ross Billison telling, that's odd, but he's telling Reza Hack to go past him, which is odd, and either Ross has got a problem or something's happened. He's just, I'm not quite sure what happened there. No. That's Darren Thomas, and he was leading. Well, he was in the lead, the battle for the Mini 7 category overall at least. So another one of the front-running contenders in trouble. He parks it up against the barriers. That's way out of the way. That's still going to be the yellow flag whilst he gets out. But these leading contenders are dropping like flies in terms of penalties and car problems and pitting and everything else. Although Aaron Smith now is 9.2 seconds ahead of Colin Peacock. So you're absolutely right when you say if you can get that gap out to 10 seconds, it will effectively negate the 10-second penalty he's got, and he can still win this race. But maybe the track conditions might be starting to work in his favour now.
Quite possibly. Phil Bullen-Brown has also just moved into third place, back ahead of James Cuthbertson. So Cuthbertson had gone past him at one point, and now Bullen-Brown back through into third. He's dropped well away from Colin Peacock, though, with whom he was scrapping before. Starting to get a bit wet now up at Paddock Hill Bend as well, and so as they drop down the hill, look at the amount of dirt on the apex there. Someone's had a moment over the inside curb, I think, at Paddock. It's now a voyage into the unknown. Aaron Smith, though, 10.4 seconds ahead now, Colin Peacock, so he's once again in a race-winning position. And he'll be very, very pleased with that indeed. So Smith leading, Peacock second, Bullen-Brown third. That's within the Melias. Proctor, of course, the only Libra class car out there. Glenn Woodbridge has a 3.2 second cushion now over Ross Billison at the head of the Mini 7 field. And in the 7Ss, it is Hack now 1 second up the road from Matthew Ayres. So that gap has just started to grow ever so slightly. Drivers now, though, I think, starting to come to terms with the conditions, starting to figure out how hard they can push, but 6 minutes 40 to go. It's possibly brightening up again now from that part of the circuit, so this may not be the way that the conditions stay to the flag.
So intriguing stuff then, and look at the leading gap now. Aaron Smith is now in front of Colin Peacock by just about 13.1 seconds or so, which is at the moment, if it stays like this, Aaron could still win the race, but on the timing sheet, it would show he's winning by 3 seconds rather than 13 as a result of that. 10-second penalty for a jump start, so he's fully negated it, thankfully, at this point in time. He's also, and Peacock is a further 10.5 seconds ahead of Phil Bullen-Brown. The black and white warning flag for Callum Perfect, car 765, that's for track limits.
Not quite living up to his name there, is he?
No, not quite. I see what he did there. So less than 6 minutes to go. There is the race leader, despite the penalty. Got enough of a gap to essentially rule it out entirely. Back up the pit straight. He's just put a lap on the Sol Mini Libra car, which is the 595 of Julian Proctor. So that's a complete. This is now Duncan and Matthew Page battling over. It will be fifth overall. The last spot in the top 5 overall in the Mini 7s. They're not in the same category, of course, because Duncan is in the Mini 7 class, whereas the 7S category is where you find him. Oh, that was side by side again. It's Ayres and Hack at it once again. They were literally, banging doors that come down the pit straight. It's now Ayres on the inside line. Hack knows he'll have the outside better grip on the wider line towards Paddock Hill Bend. Takes a slight clip of curb as he slots back in behind Matthew, and now back up the hill they go once more. And Billison's got back ahead of him, it looks like. So Billison's, at one point he was waving cars past, but I'm not quite sure the reason why he was doing that, because he's now back in front, it seems. And also putting a lap on them now is Phil Bullen-Brown. He's the third of the Melias, picking his way through this 7 and 7S pack. So he's going to try and pick his way through and continue to run his own race, whilst also trying his best not to disrupt what's going on with the 7s in front of him.
Well, he's going to catch them into Surtees. That could be interesting. Goes up the inside of Hack, and that's really delayed Fraser, unfortunately. Gets elbowed out over the curb. and Bullen Brown goes past him, but that's just separated now the top two within the class. Bullen Brown, meanwhile, has the blue car of James Cuthbertson not that far behind, so needs to try and make swift progress through the lapped traffic, who, as Scott quite rightly says, are busy having their own race as well. 4 minutes and 20 seconds still to go, and Aaron Smith leads the way. Colin Peacock is 13.5 seconds behind him now. Real battling continues to go on within the Mini 7 class, where the top three are covered by about 2 seconds or so. Heading into now the final quarter of the race. Up the hill they come towards us. Into the braking zone at Druids Corner. There is Callum Perfect being warned about those track limits, but it's not yet a penalty. These conditions, though, you can forgive them for going off the road, as indeed has happened, I'm afraid, to Page, Andrew Page, that is, into the dirt at Clearways. Now that car's not moving, it's buried up to the axle, and that's going to need some assistance to get recovered. Now, too late for a safety car, surely. 3.5 minutes to go in the race, and there's a chance we could end up with a slightly shortened race here if they decide that that really is in a dangerous position. It's right on the edge of the track, and as the sun once again comes out here at Brands Hatch, we'll wait and see what recovery this requires. So through Surtees Corner comes Aaron Smith. 14.5 seconds his lead, slides his way nicely through the yellow flag zone up at Clearway. No sign yet of an interruption to the race, and also it looks as though the rain has very much gone away now. The sun's starting once more to peek through the clouds, and that should dry up the circuit quite nicely. Didn't get fully wet with that little shower, just a bit damp and greasy, but Aaron Smith now running, well, he just did a 57.3. That's still about 3 seconds off the pace that he had earlier on in the race. So Andrew Page admits defeat and heads for a place of safety. Looks as though they're going to try and leave that car there until the checkered flag, which is only 2.5 minutes away. But Aaron Smith, the life made a bit easier for him with Rupert Deeth having issues. I think he might have struggled to build up a 10 seconds margin otherwise, but he'll be only too happy to bounce back from that jump start penalty that could otherwise have cost him.
Car off Clearways will remain, says Race Control, so that suggests they're probably just going to cover it with Wayne Gillows, I suspect, now that Andrew Page is out of the way. Just because obviously they realise that if they put it under a safety car or red flag, it's going to be a premature end to the race when everyone appears to be relatively safe, and safety car, of course, wouldn't be conducive, so they're just going to cover it, I think, with whether they feel best, whether it requires yellows or not. And racing will continue. Further back meters, that's 72 Rob Howard in the turquoise liveried machine, and he's also behind him that's Josh Canning in car 36. We're going to change, looks like, for 5th and 6th then, so change between the two. Josh Canning in the black number 36, very akin to Rupert Deeth's car. Rupert Deeth, meanwhile, has continued on in the race, but looks like he's 3 laps down in 18th position. There's Julian Proctor saying, go past me, Colin. Puts a lap on the only Libra car in the field, but Colin will be very pleased with a 2nd place overall if he can manage it. Phil Bullen Brown will take 3rd by the looks of it, and it's for the Mini 7 race for them overall. It's Glenn Woodbridge looks like a pick up the victory there from Ross Phillips at the moment. There's still a minute and a bit to go in that race. Matthew Ayres will also take 3rd overall and the 7S category win, provided he can stay ahead of this man, Fraser Hack, who these two have been going at it all race. In fact, I think all 4 actually those cars are just about all together now with a minute to go, so anything can change in the last couple of laps.
And they've not been really well separated at any point, honestly. They've been very, very close. Good battle within the 7Ss. Matthew Ayres still with this slender advantage over Fraser Hack, who is right on his tail as they turn into Surtees. Now they're going to be coming through to start another lap with under 30 seconds to go. The question is, where is Aaron Smith? He is in the 1st sector, so touch and go as to whether this will be their final lap or not. Aaron Smith, yeah, it's going to be really close actually as to whether Aaron Smith sees a checkered flag this time or whether it's going to be a last lap board. Here he comes, look, through Clearways and Clark Curve. He might just get back to the line before this time ticks down to 0. Let's wait and see. It is a checkered flag being readied, and so Aaron Smith is going to claim the victory in our first Mini 7 Winter Series race here at Brands Hatch. Victory overall and within the Melias despite a 10-second penalty for a jump start. 2nd place should go the way of veteran Mini Melia racer Colin Peacock. And 3rd will be Phil Bullen Brown. Julian Proctor, I think, is going to come home 7th overall as the only Libra class car home. There goes Peacock through in 2nd, so eventually 12 seconds was the winning margin. That was actually a 22-second cushion in reality. Some side-by-side action behind. That's Deef trying to just finish with a bit of a flourish. Deef, was he back on the pace again by the end there? Yes, he was. He just set the fastest lap just before the end of the race. So 54.0, he's back into the 55. So whatever the issue was, they managed to sort that out. Here comes the 7S class battle meanwhile, and it's almost neck and neck. 37 thousandths of a second, all that separate Fraser Hack and Matthew Ayres, and Fraser Hack managed to get through. So Fraser Hack unofficially is the winner in the 7S category, and that was a bit more what we expected, really, Scott. Absolutely neck and neck within the S's from the start of the race right until the final few metres.
Yeah, we'll expect anything less from a Mini 7 race day. Duly delivered, and Aaron Smith, again, despite the penalty, has the great escape on that one. He managed to still take the victory, but I'm sure that he'll maybe concentrate a little bit harder on the lights next time and not jump the start too much. But excellent stuff from them, and it is Aaron Smith, of course, who takes the victory. And it still says by 15 seconds. I'm sure that should be fine, really, like anything else, but that's interesting. So Aaron Smith still wins. Colin Peacock in second place. Phil Brown is third. And it's pretty confused because the timing again looks different to what we have on the screen here, but that's interesting. Anyway, timing-wise anyway, Phil Brown third, James Cuthbertson fourth, Rob Howard fifth, and Josh Canning sixth. And that concludes the Minis at least at the top of the field. Julian Proctor seventh, the only Mini Libra car home. Eighth, the good Global, which he wins the 7 category. From Ross Bitterson, Fraser Hack by 37 thousandths of a second, just beats Matthew Ayres. The 7S win ahead of Matthew Page in third, Arnold Duncan and Paul Woodbridge rounding out the top 14 cars in that first winter race. I mean, Callum Perfect and Giles Page, Rupert Deeth, who pitted earlier on, finished 17th, and it's Bert Wilson, Kate Fraser Kerr, Robert Pavey a bit further back as well. We also lost Darren Thomas and the 17 of Sims as well out in race 2. They'll have another race today and one more race tomorrow to round off the 2023 Mini 7 Winter Series season.
Yes, they will, and looking forward to that race a little bit later on. In theory, should be kicking off around about 4:15. We've got more Formula Ford action coming up next, the third heat of the weekend for the Formula Ford Festival up next, and then it's qualifying at 3 o'clock for the TCR UK Championship. So that's what's coming up in the near future. But before all of that, let's head back down to Parc Ferme and have a chat with Richard John Neal and our podium finishers.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Andy. So, yeah, incredible racing as ever from the Minis. And even with a time penalty, our race winner is Aaron Smith. Nobody to give him a round of applause. We'll get Aaron over onto X marks the spot so we can get a great shot. Aaron, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Very well done. Cracking race. And you were racing against the clock as well as your competitors there.
Yeah, I knew it was marginal off the start. As I banged it in gear, it just moved, and I thought, oh my, there's a potential. And my brother was waving vividly at me at the pit wall, and I was like, I reckon I might have got a penalty. So I just absolutely kept on it. And yeah, I think we had a 2-second margin at the end of the race there. So yeah, very pleased.
We were wondering whether it was going to go to safety car because of the car up at Clearways, and then that would have mullered it, and Colin would have done it, but that wasn't to be.
No, I'm very pleased that they just allowed us to race, and there was only a couple of minutes left. So yeah, massive thank you to CAD and Minisport. Like they've backed me all year, and yeah, what a race.
Good season?
Oh, brilliant. Like, I would recommend it to anyone. Like, come and watch it or come and take part. Like, it's a mega series to be part of.
I was saying to Kate Fraser Kerr in the interview in the build-up to the race, you've got former touring car champions, former touring car drivers, and newcomers are welcome as well, and it's a great place to race and learn, isn't it?
Oh yes, and that just shows you that it is a race series to be like loved, and like we have a brilliant time out there. So yeah, no, I can't argue with it.
Well done, Aaron. I suspect we might be chatting to you at other times over the weekend. So I'll say very well done. And that's our our overall winner, and of course the Miglia winner. And we're also going to talk to our Libra winner, Julian Proctor. Julian, let's get Julian. Come and have a chat, Julian. Your missus sorted out all the class winners for us. Congratulations, X marks the spot down there. OK, lone Libra driver, but you've still got to finish. You've still got to put in a performance on conditions which were changeable in that race.
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky. Just, obviously, it was dry to start off with, and then it went wet, and then the dry came back in again. So, yeah, but we're only one here, but you've got to be in it to win it. So somebody's got to win it. And to be honest, we only needed 10 points from the weekend anyway. So, job done now. We can just relax and chill and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
In terms of Libra class, what's the difference between the overall Miglias and the Libra class?
In theory, not a lot. It's only regulation dampers, regulation cones, a few regulation parts. But basically mine is more or less to Miglia spec anyway. So yeah, you don't need all these big powerful machines to actually nip in and win races. So yeah, it's been a good year. We've had a cracking year. And we'll have another crack at it next year.
Excellent. And later on this afternoon.
And later on this afternoon, we'll have a bit of fun.
Nice one, Julian. Well done.
Thank you.
Great to see you. Thanks for racing and for well done on the class win. And the S class, for the Mini 7s, Glenn Woodbridge was the winner. So let's get Glenn over here. Next one. Well done, Glenn. Sorry we'd love to do top 3 in all the classes, but not possible. But again, absolutely typically close Mini 7 racing.
It was a brilliant race. I think like me and Darren were. We were side by side, like nose to tail for most of that race. It was just, it was a great race. See Ross behind me as well, he was catching, and yeah, it was brilliant.
You've got to have eyes everywhere, haven't you? And it teaches you great car control and super racecraft as well, I guess.
The Mini 7s are great for learning that. They're short wheelbase, quite close racing. It's brilliant. Anyone wants to go racing, go to Mini 7 Club.
Nice one, well done. Thank you, congratulations. Very, very quickly, I'm conscious of time. It was Fraser Hack, wasn't it, that got the better of Matthew Ayres. We were thinking it was going to be Matthew, but it was Fraser on the line. Very quickly, we'll try and catch up with you a little bit later on, but congratulations on a fine win and a close race.
Cheers, thank you. Mega race, obviously rain in the middle of it all. That made it a bit complicated, a bit hairy at times. Brilliant races, that's why we do it, you know, these minis just encourage such good races. Yeah, excellent.
Have you got the Addison stickers off the car this weekend?
Yeah, we have. Well, it's a different car now, actually. So we didn't have any spare to throw on, but they'll be back on next year.
I'd like to say I'm pleased to hear that, but I'm not. But there we go. Anyway, Fraser, well done, mate. Cracking race, well done. Many congratulations. Formula Ford. Final set of drivers in the heats are on the grid, so let's go back to Andy and Scott in the commentary box.
They are indeed. Richard, thank you very much. Sterling work, as always, from down in the pit lane, where he's in danger of catching a suntan, actually, now, because the weather, in typical British fashion, can't make its mind up. It's now a glorious afternoon once more, but I see more black clouds on the horizon, so hopefully they don't arrive before the conclusion of our third and final heat of the weekend here for the Formula Ford Festival. iRacing Heat 3, perhaps the most competitive of the 3. This one really difficult to pick a winner from. It was Jamie Sharp who went on to pole position. That was, I believe, the fastest qualifying time across the 3 sessions earlier on, but then the conditions were changing throughout the morning, I suppose. He was 4/10 quicker than Jeremy Fairbairn, who will share the front row with him. Then it's Johnny McMullen and Tom Nippers together on row number 2. Morgan Quinn and Brandon McGorgan will start on row number 3. Row 4 then for Alex Berg and Porter Aiken, with Vincent J and Murray Shepherd completing the top 10. Rick Morris, veteran of the festival, starts from 11th alongside Kevin McClurg. Then we will have Sigbem Malum, possibly, if I said that even half right. Guy Shepherd will share the 7th row with them. Then it's Stuart Kestenbaum and Tim Fitzgerald, with Henry Sandblom and Alan Slater bringing up the rear. So, another 18 cars, another race to decide grid positions for the semi-finals. The fastest of the 2 heats so far, that was iRacing Heat 2, won by Nolan Olea earlier on. Won the race by 1.7 seconds, but his winning time, 11 minutes 32.6. So that's the time to beat, and I think conditions, despite that shower actually, Scott, probably a little bit better even than they were for Heat 2 earlier on. So no reason why the winner of this heat could not find themselves lining up on pole position for semi-final 1. The question is, who will it be?
Yeah, I agree this will probably be the fastest of the 3 heats given the track conditions. It's the driest it's been, I think, all day so far. As for who wins it, I think you've got a point. This is probably the most competitive heat out of the 3 in terms of potential winners of it. You've got Jamie Sharp, who was 2021 Festival champion, won the 55th in that all-time classic final. I still talk about it today. Unbelievable final. He'll try to want to get a second win in as many in 3 years. Jeremy Fairbairn on the front row was very strong at the final round at Silverstone as a guest. He was up there challenging the front runners on the front row of the grid. Doesn't surprise me. Looking very, very strong, getting stronger as he had more track time in a Formula Ford. You then look back at the second row of the grid. Wait, if I can tap it up where else. Thank you. Second, Joe McMullen, 2015 national champion. Good to have you back in the Formula Ford this weekend. One slight surprise, Tom Nippers. He's been quite a strong international, one of the independent drivers. Good effort to put himself P4 in that grid. That's looking pretty good for Tommy, of course, surprise. Then you've got Morgan Quinn and Brandon McCorkin. both of which have been front runners in National Formula 4. Brandon McCorkin winning a couple of races. Then two of the unknown quantities, Alex Berg, who's the son of Alan Berg, former F1 and DTM and sports car racing in America, and Porter Aitken, this year's US F1600 champion, racing with Alfield Motorsport. He could be a dark horse also. I think anyone from the top 8 cars could certainly make it all the way towards the front and take victory.
Don't think we've got Murray Shepherd, have we, on the 5th row of the grid? Outside of row number 5 seems to be empty, but everyone else present and correct. And Jamie Sharp looking to try and get the whole shot from pole position. The red lights go out now, and away he will go. Looks to have made a good start. Does Jamie Sharp? Someone not going though, and is that Johnny McMullen on the inside? Yes, it is, and head in his hands. Johnny McMullen going nowhere. The car has broken. Something in the drivetrain has snapped, I think, as he's launched off the line. What a shame. And he throws the steering wheel in disgust. Johnny McMullen out of the race really before it even starts, and perhaps out of contention for the festival as well, because although he should still get through to the semi-finals, he's going to have to start right at the back of the grid now, and it's going to take an awful lot for him to get back into contention. The rest of them, though, file through Graham Hill Bend for the first time, and Jamie Sharp leads the way then. Jeremy Fairbairn sat in second place. The battle now is the one for third, and that looks like Tom Nippers, I think, still in third position, but under a bit of threat now as they turn their way through clearways and towards the conclusion of the opening lap of the race. Rick Morris there further back getting involved in some battles, but it's side by side here across the line. Morgan Quinn looking to the outside of Tom Nippers for third position as they head for Paddock Hill Bend. Is this going to work for Quinn on the outside line? He's late on the brakes. Is it late enough? It might just be, you know. There's grip out there now that it's dried out a little, but not quite enough. Nippers stays in front, and now Brandon McGorgan comes up the inside and tries to steal 4th place. Not quite able to do it, but some good battling going on here for the final step on the podium.
And he's got Ray Gunner and Porter Aitken there in the mix as well, certainly adapting to life racing in the UK in Formula Ford style racing after his US F1600 title tilt that was very successful for him. But Jamie Sharp out in front and Jeremy Fairbairn going with him, so you're absolutely right. And there's yellow flag safety car deployed, our first safety car of the weekend. And that has to be for Johnny McMullen's car stationary after it broke just after the start of the race. So the first appearance of the safety car this weekend. And that's intriguing. It's taken us until Heat 3 to see the first appearance of a safety car. But at the very least, should be quick enough to have us hopefully get us back underway within a lap or so, hopefully, if not 2.
It does mean, though, it's going to slow the race down, so this now probably won't be the fastest of the heats, and that's not good news potentially for Jamie Sharp if he goes on to win this race, because he maybe is the favourite. I mean, I use that term tentatively because there are quite a lot of potential favourites, but you know, you look at some of the people from the early heats, and yes, you've got people like Niall Murray. He's been very quick, but then didn't qualify all that well. So, you know, Jamie Sharp, we know he's a proven winner of this event. He's arrived here, stuck it on pole position. He's leading the race. One of certainly the favourites, maybe the favourite for festival honours this year. And while this is a minor little blip on his progress, he would hope to the festival victory, but only a minor one. The worst he will start is second on a grid. There is Johnny McMullen, though, and he is not very pleased at... Oh, red flagging it, OK. And I wonder if that's in almost the interest of fairness, because of what I just described there. A safety car would have really affected the race time, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think the car controls realises that if you put it on the safety car, that would have a dramatic effect, as you said, on the race time. So in the interest purely of fairness, to give them a proper go at the a race time, is to put it under red flag and to do that again. And I think in terms of where we are at the moment, in terms of the timetable, we're currently, I don't want to tempt fate, but it's 2:30 at the moment.
We're about on time.
We're about on time, yeah. So in terms of, and essentially, if we go a bit later, I mean, I believe the progression race, from what I understand, is not happening because there's enough cars to get through to semi-final anyway. So we've actually got a little bit of time to play with anyway if we need to. So it means that we can, as you see, John McMullen's car is being very quickly pushed away, very sadly. Hopefully he can get that car sorted and he can get himself into a good position that even if he has to get through via, just misses out on the top 12 in the semi, but can still get through via the last chance race. His festival's not totally over, but I think you have to agree in terms of his chances of potentially going through to win it. They're not totally impossible, but they've just made a whole lot more difficult given that incident. But it looks though he's obviously trying to launch something off the line. And as he's done that, when it's a drive shaft or something has broken, he's got literally no drive on the as he's tried to go away. The car sort of stumbled, and as soon as he did that, he stuck his arm out. So it suggests that either he simply stalled the car and couldn't get it restarted, or he's put too many revs through the system and then broken the drive shaft or something that's given him no drive or no power off the line, and therefore has forced him to have to pull off before the race hardly even got started for him.
I suspect the latter, to be honest. A simple stall, he would have refired the engine and got going. I think something broke, didn't it? And yes, drive shaft probably the most likely culprit, but we'll wait and see. I mean, he will now be thinking, okay, so how far back on the grid for the final can I realistically start and still have a shot at least making it onto the podium? And you're probably looking then at about 6th, 8th, maybe at the absolute worst is where you'd want to be starting that final, which means getting into the top 3 or 4 within your semi-final. And from the back of the grid, that's not going to be very easy to do. So he is in a challenging position, definitely, is Johnny, but not an irretrievable one. He might still be able to salvage something from the weekend. We'll have to wait and see. Cars then gridding up again. There is the other of the Team Canada cars lined up there with Alex Berg at the wheel, starting from 7th. That now essentially becomes 6th on the grid, though, in the absence of McMullen ahead. So year after year, Scott, we see the Team Canada and Team USA scholarship drivers arriving at the festival, and they are never uncompetitive, are they?
No, they tend to be always on the pace, and the good thing is that the selection process that they go through for both is quite rigorous and quite sort of, there's quite a list of criteria they have to try and match in many cases in order to be selected. It's not just anyone that gets picked from both of those scholarships, and the fact that you've got such, quite prestigious judging panels for those, as we see John McMullen's car being pushed in the direction of going back towards the outer paddock, where it will be fixed for tomorrow's semi-finals, but towards from the back of the grid. I think at the very least, if he can at least drive himself, I think he's probably got the pace, given he was originally 3rd on the grid. He probably even has the pace potentially to pick his way through in the semi-final, he'll be in. And even make possibly, if he can get himself halfway up the grid, that's him in the top 12 to automatically progress. So he could still not have to go through the last chance race if things go his way and the car holds up, to even get himself into the top 12 to get himself an automatic qualifying spot. So he wouldn't have to go through an extra race if he needs to, because that car looks as though it's got good enough pace.
Oh, I think he's got a very good chance of making it into the semi-finals. The trouble is, if he finishes 10th in a semi-final, that's 20th on the grid for the final. It's a lot of progress then to make, but you never do know. Now, what's this going on here with Rick Morris? Has he pulled up in the wrong grid slot, I wonder? I think he might have done. Marshall's are going to push the number 2 car back. Hopefully just back into its correct slot on the grid, not out of the way completely. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of panic, does there? Ah, yes, there we go. He was in the wrong slot, because that slot now is filled by Vincent J. So that's 9th on the grid. He should be the only car on that 5th row, because Murray Shepherd didn't appear to take the initial start. And as we pan out, there is no Murray Shepherd alongside him on the 5th row. So a couple of gaps, unfortunately, on the grid, but we should be able to get the green flag lap underway again very soon. We've got Johnny McMullen's car well out of the way. In fact, that's already being investigated, I think, by the team down below, and as they try to figure out what went wrong and figure out a way of getting it fixed. But as the cause of the red flag, if you like, you won't be allowed to take the restart anyway. Johnny McMullen, who's been racing in Formula Ford for many a year now, unfortunately not going to be taking a starring role anyway in this 3rd and final heat of the weekend. Of course, the longer we sit under the red flag, actually the better the track conditions start to get. It is bone dry out there pretty much for most of the lap, and well, the drivers will now have a chance to properly evaluate those conditions before a 12-lap restart. Green flag lap back underway. Cars make their way around the circuit, led by Jamie Sharp, who got the dream getaway, really, on the initial start to the race. Jeremy Fairbairn just couldn't quite find a way to challenge him into that first corner at Paddock Hill Bend, and Jamie just needs to try and rinse and repeat that now, get his head down and pull away. The winner of the 2021 Formula Ford Festival, 50th anniversary running of this truly great event, and he won that race in style. He'd been quick throughout the weekend, actually. Was a bit of a surprise maybe to see him as one of the real pace setters in what was the most competitive grid we'd had at this event for many a year, but he got through his heat. I think he won his heat. Did he win his semi-final that year? I forget now. I'll have to look up the results before tomorrow, but certainly he was top 2 in both of his preliminary races, and then went on to win the final. But it was an incredible battle that he had. Multiple drivers in contention that year. Hopefully we're in for something similar tomorrow afternoon for the 52nd running of this great event. The list of winners for which is a real who's who of racing drivers from the world over, even in recent years, drivers who have gone on to achieve pretty big things. Jonathan Brown making a career for himself now in America. He was the 2019 winner. Josh Smith, of course, has been racing in GT cars over the last number of years. James Raven, the 2014 champion of this event, has gone on to race in America as well. So still to this day, Formula 4 proving to be a great stepping stone on the international single-seater racing ladder. Who will, I wonder, add their name to that list over the course of the weekend? Will we have a repeat winner in the shape of someone like Rory Smith or Jamie Sharp, or somebody new? Well, Jamie Sharp certainly setting out his stall as one of the favourites with a good initial start to his heat this afternoon. Can he do the same thing again now, though, from the pole position? You can see he's angling his car up the hill slightly. You also notice that Tom Nippers is angling his quite aggressively downhill to try and get gravity on his side as iRacing Heat 3 for the Formula Ford Festival gets back underway, and Jamie Sharp does get a rinse and repeat start from his first one. He leads them into Paddock Hill Bend, with Fairbairn slotting into second place. Pretty orderly start, actually, this time, as the majority of them run single file through Paddock and down the hill. Someone wide into the gravel there, though. That was Brandon McGorgan, I think, wasn't it, in the black number 96 car, 2 wheels in the dirt, gets back going again and still seems to resettle into fourth place. There's contact further back though, and around goes the number 9. That's Porter Aitken, contact with Alex Berg. Hopefully not too much damage done to either car, but that is Porter Aitken slipping down the order, and I don't think, Scott, that he's best pleased.
Yeah, it was a wave of frustration there. Looks like two cars just simply coming together, and it was Aitken looked like he was trying to stick to the outside line, and Berg just didn't want to give him too much room, not purposely, just trying to hold his line as much as he could. And Alex Berg seems to have got away with it relatively unscathed, which is looking good as he comes through. But now as the leading cars come across the line to end the first lap, it's going to be Sharp who still leads. Fairbairn now holding off in second place. He's got no Morgan Quinn diving up the inside towards Paddock, and that was a huge lunge up the inside, but Fairbairn once again just to force Quinn at the last minute to back out of it, and now McCorkin takes his turn. He's been a race winner this season in National Formula Ford. He's in his second season in the championship. A young man from Ireland. He's to come back down the hill again. He's got Quinn just ahead of him. Jeremy Fairbairn, who, as I said earlier on, before this race started, was incredibly strong at Silverstone at the final rounds of a national championship. He was up there battling with the likes of Chris Middlehurst and Jordan Kelly towards the front, and with Lucas Romanek, who's not here this weekend for unfortunate reasons, which we won't talk about too much after Silverstone. But come up towards the pit straight now. Jamie Sharp now has a lead of almost about a second or so coming across the line. That's the first proper flying lap of this race. It should go to Jamie Sharp, I think. It does, although the fastest first sector has actually gone to Alex Berg, as he goes Quinn this time looking to the outside line, looking for that undercut, which he almost has, but again with that traction, there's contact, and then Walken literally cannot see because the front kind of cowling has come up across him, and there's the halo, and then there's that, and that's not going to pass very much, is it? But I shouldn't really joke. He's trying to push the cowling out of the way, and he's actually not going to run the rest of the race looking as the side of it is. That's extraordinary.
I have never seen that happen before, Scott.
I've never seen that either. That's one of the extraordinary things I've ever seen. He's still trying to push it. We should obviously mention the fact that he's obviously ruining his chance of getting himself a good spot for the semi-final. Yes. But regardless, that is one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen in a Formula Ford.
I have never seen that happen before. He's going to have to admit defeat and go into the pit lane. What a shame.
That's unfortunate, but that was incredible. I mean, obviously very, very unfortunate. We have to stress that, of course, but again, obviously not intentional by any means for anyone, but Morgan Quinn got a little too close to the back of Jeremy Fairbairn's car, and unfortunately that was the result. But I was watching Le Mans 2000 before, when the Porsche went out the pit lane, had to take his windscreen off. The windscreen came up, and apparently drove a full lap of the LaSalle circuit looking out the door. That was almost slightly part of that, but that was quite incredible.
Well, the front bodywork quite literally resting on Morgan Quinn's head. I mean, that was truly bizarre, but Fairbairn got away with it. No damage evident on his car. He's still not really having a particularly relaxing time of it, though, because Brandon McGorgan is now right in behind him. So through Clearways and Clark Curve they head. Then the battle for fourth place between Tom Nippers and Alex Berg, who likewise survived his little tangling of wheels earlier on with Porter Aitken. Porter ninth at the moment as it stands, right on the tail of Kevin McClurg. Battling going on further up, lap traffic involved too, and as they go sideways through Paddock Hill Bend, Jeremy Fairbairn quite clearly is struggling for outright pace here. He's defending the inside line. McGorgan tries the outside. That's unlikely to work at Druids, but it is clear who the quicker of these two is right now, Scott.
McCorkin did try, it looks like he was about to try that huge up and under through Drury's bend, but wasn't quite, didn't have enough punch off the corner to make it happen. Gap at the front is now 1.2 seconds for Jamie Sharp as he leads now. Well, the next time in lights are up to 1.6. He's taken 4 tenths out of the battle of the second in just 1 second, which is pretty impressive. Come back through McLaren and Clearways. I have to say, Tom Nippers is impressing me right now. He's an independent runner, back in 4th place, but I say back in 4th place, he's running quite high up there in the top 5, ahead of Alex Berg from the Team Canada's Scholarship. He's the son of Alan Berg, who's a former F1 driver for a few races and also into DTM and racing in Trans Am and other things he's done before in the past. As McCorkin goes for that undercut, he's got it this time. He's pulling alongside, and Fairbairn's got no choice. He has to give him the racing room up towards Drury's. Into 2nd place goes McCorkin. That was exactly what he tried to do here on the exit of Drury's, a corner earlier this time by really beautifully set up into 2nd place. Really lovely pass to get the move.
Textbook Paddock Hill Bend switchback, that wasn't it really? We see it time and time again here on Brands Hatch, and well, Brandon McCorgan executes it perfectly. He's now 1.7 seconds adrift of Jamie Sharp. Can he close in on the race leader, I wonder? Well, the qualifying times would suggest not. He was 8 tenths slower than Jamie, but that was in the wet. Jamie Sharp, he's set the fastest lap at the moment of 51.0. That is nearly a full 10 seconds quicker than they went in qualifying. For now then, McCorgan actually struggling to shake off Fairbairn, who now, of course, with a bit of a slipstream, is finding a little bit of extra pace as well, and not giving in yet on his hopes of regaining 2nd place. He tries to kick to the inside at Druids. That was an interesting place to try and make the move. It didn't work for him, and so McCorgan for now hangs on. That fastest lap, by the way, for Sharp, a 51.0. That is comfortably quicker than we had for either of the other 2 heats. Olea did a 56.1 in heat 2, Cooper a 59.6 in heat number 1. So this is clearly going to be the fastest if we don't get a safety car interruption. We're just past the half race distance. Jamie Sharp's lead did actually decrease slightly on that previous lap.
And that was even though Brandon McCorkin had to spend his half of that lap trying to fend from that man right behind him, Jeremy Fairbairn. So that's looking pretty intriguing. Across the line they go. It's back down again fractionally. It's the fastest 2nd sector for Jeremy Fairbairn, and Nippers sets the new fastest lap of the race. So he might start to come back towards these cars in front. That's the gap then. Oh, McCorkin was very sorry. Has something happened to McCorkin's car? Because that car, like it was it wasn't like it was crabbing a little bit.
I think it just locked the rears, actually. It's a bit damp sometimes under the trees into Druids. I think it just locked the rears, but I think he was a bit surprised at Fairbairn getting up the inside of him from so far back.
Yeah, you say that.
You're right.
Car's crabbing.
You're right, it's the left rear.
It's left rear suspension problem.
Yeah.
So that car, look, it was twitching a little too much up the hill. So
yeah,
another front runner with problems this time. Brandon McCorkin with left rear suspension problems. And this now brings Tom Nippers, could be on the podium here if he can stay ahead of Alex Berg. McCorkin literally wrestling that car through the corner. How he's keeping it in a straight line is almost beyond me. It's not causing him it's causing him problems, but not massive that he can't continue. But look, the car's fully almost pointing at a 30-degree angle down the pit straight. How's he managing that?
Well, he's got to survive another 4 laps of this. I mean, I'd be concerned that the wheel would even stay attached. There's clearly something broken in the left rear suspension. Haven't seen him evolve. Off he goes towards the barriers. And did he make contact with the barriers? He might have just done slightly. And that is Brandon McCorgan out of the race. And that's maybe Brandon McCorgan not thinking big picture. It was better surely to come in, protect the car. More damage now could have been done that could potentially jeopardise his chances of getting out for tomorrow's race. We'll wait and see how bad the damage may be, but he is very much out of the race. He did go backwards into the barriers, not too heavily, but Brandon McCorgan out of the race. Now, we didn't see any contact that I remember on that left rear corner, but remember early in the race, he did go off into the gravel at Paddock with the left-hand side, could have knocked something, could have damaged something that's then worn away over the subsequent laps. Not so sure, but anyway, with 3 laps to go, he is out. And now we focus on the battle for 3rd position here between Tom Nippers and Alex Berg.
It'd be a great story if either of them get the podium. Tom Nippers getting himself a 3rd place in a festival heat. This one, I'm not sure if it's his 1st or 2nd attempt at the festival, but it's certainly one of the first couple of times he's been here. He started Formula Ford racing, as far as I know, in the last couple of seasons. So good to have him here at the festival and performing pretty well. He's one of the stronger independent drivers I've seen for quite a while. Alex Berg, meanwhile, of course, that Team Canada car run by Graham Brunton, and red flag.
This will be because of McCorgan's car, I presume.
Now, what will this do? Okay.
Well, I think if memory serves, this has happened before. I think this becomes the slowest, if you like, because they didn't finish the race. They can't say that it was the quickest heat because they haven't done the full distance, and I'm sure they won't do a 3-lap restart. So I think that this will, in a way, just slip below the other two, which is a shame for Jamie Sharp, because it would have been quite handsomely the fastest, wouldn't it? We'll have to wait and see what they decide to do. But
I think it will either put, by the sounds of it, I think it's going to put him on pole, put on the front row for semi-final 1. So there's still some respite from that, is that he's on the other side of the circuit. And typically, it might work out better for him, because typically the left-hand side of the front row, from history teaches, is the flatter part of the circuit. One example I keep on coming back from that one is, it's ironically, several years back in TCR UK, when we had, it was the first year we had Daniel Lloyd and
Ollie Taylor.
That was it, Ollie Taylor. Ollie Taylor was on the front row of the group with him here, but in 2018, and he got a much better getaway than Dan Lloyd on the front row of the grid. Reason being, he was on the cleaner, on the flatter part of the circuit. So actually, this might not be the end of the world for James Sharp. He is deemed as the slower of the 3 heats. Might not be the end of the world, because if he gets the flatter part of the circuit and a better start, he could beat the poleman down towards turn 1.
And he's made 2 very good starts as well in that heat, so yeah, you won't be too disappointed with that, but it's just that little track position advantage, isn't it, that you can sometimes get if you can make a good start from pole position. Then often in the semi-finals, which are more competitive races, naturally, because you've got more of the quick drivers together at the front of the grid, then sometimes it can be weirdly easier to defend a race lead. But we'll wait and see what happens. Jamie Sharp is going to claim the victory. The checkered flag has now flown. So Jamie Sharp, winner of iRacing Heat 3 here at the BRSCC Formula Ford Festival. And he will lead Jeremy Fairbairn and Tom Nippers onto the podium. It's a strange one, that, Scott, though, because we were saying that was perhaps the most competitive of the heats with the most potential race winners, and yet it was also the heat with the highest attrition rate, and many of those who fell by the wayside were potential race winners.
Yeah, particularly Morgan Quinn. Well, the 3 of them, Johnny McMullen, Morgan Quinn and
Johnny McMullen.
Johnny McMullen. So they're going to be guys to watch for. Whichever semi-final they end up in, that's going to be key to watch for those 3 pick their way through the pack, in terms of they'll be keen to pick their way through past the classic cars and some of the slightly slower, kind of more contemporary cars in the field to get themselves up there. I think there's every chance, if, and that's the big word, if they keep out of trouble for the next for the semi-final, that they could all find themselves in a position where they could get themselves possibly into an automatic qualifying spot. Remember, the top 12 go through automatically from each of the 2 semi-finals, and then it's the last 6 that will go through. The last 6 spaces are made up from the first 6 finishes from the last chance race. And let's face it, in that race, that's the definition of frantic answer when it comes to that. I mean, an 8-lap scramble to get the last 6 spots in the festival final. And that'd be quite key. And I'm certain all 3 of them want to try and avoid that as much as they can, because, of course, it's an extra race. It's an extra use of their tyres, extra use of the car and everything else mechanically that's going to cause that. There is a checkered flag on the screen, so I think automatically they'll add some kind of a default time onto that one in terms of that times on top of it. So that's the top 3 done, and I believe we can now go to our third of our heat top 3s down the top of the pit lane with the man himself, Richard John Neal.
Very much indeed, Scott. Thank you, Scott, and we are looking forward to having a quick word with Jamie Sharp, who took the win. Jamie just about to get the garland from Charlotte, the race winner's hat, doing a little bit of a debrief, I think, at the moment. On goes the garland. Can hear some TCR noises going on in the background. We've got qualifying to look forward to for them. There's Jamie Sharp. Let's have a round of applause for Jamie, our heat winner. Might as well have a bit of atmosphere down here, mightn't we? There we go. BRSCC winner's hat from Charlotte, and the trophy as well. Take your time, Jamie. That's all right. There we go. Well done. Just get Jamie over. Quick pose for social media pictures. Well done, great stuff. Jamie, let's get you on the spot and grab a quick word.
Can I take this off?
You can do whatever you like, my friend, within reason. It looks a bit heavy. Well done on the win.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a bit tough because we set up for what had been going on previously with the rain. So it was a bit tougher than expected, but can't complain with how it went out. I mean, starts were good, controlled it. Car got a bit warm very quick on tyres, but no, I'm happy. I'm happy with that.
Obviously, a good start to the weekend. You were quick in qualifying. I think you were a good bit quicker than the folk in your group for the heat. So it's a great way to start the possibility of regaining that title.
Yeah, I think we've got a bit of time to find it, especially considering we were that far ahead in qualifying as what we wanted to be. But yeah, I'm happy with what happened. We'll see how the rest of the weekend goes.
We think that's deemed to be the slowest of the heats because it was red flagged, so that's going to put you sort of basically not on pole. You know, for the first one was wet; it did go the distance, but but a little bit more work for you to do.
Yeah, I'm happy to just see how it goes. I like a bit of extra work, so I don't mind that. Yeah, I'm not too fussed. I'll see how the rest of the weekend goes now.
Excellent. Well, good to see you back. We'll let you get ready for the semis tomorrow. Jamie Sharp, very well done. Second position, Jeremy Fairbairn. You go, Jeremy, over. Well done, Jeremy. Lovely to see you. Just get you on the spot there if we can, just so we can get a decent picture. And a shortened race, which nobody wants, but went fairly well for you. Were you involved in that contact with the 88 car where his nose flipped? I don't know if you saw that in your mirror.
Yeah, no, I definitely did. I went to defend, and he was right there with me, and he ran into the back of me, and I saw his nose come off. Unfortunate result for him, but shame just to miss out on the top spot. But P2, we'll take it. Heat race, going into the semi-final, I'm pretty confident. So
that's a good, strong position to be in. Did that tap, by the way, going back to that, did it dishevel anything on your car at all?
Yeah, so he hit my exhaust, and it came loose, and it was really loud the whole time. I almost got deaf from it. It was the loudest car I've ever driven after that. But yeah, unfortunate that happened, but I don't think it affected our performance too much.
Could have been a lot worse, couldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Strategy now for the semi-finals tomorrow morning. Obviously, you're at the right end of the grid, maybe not exactly where you want to be, but with this many quality drivers, that the plan never really works out exactly the way anybody wants it.
Yeah, a few adjustments on the setup, and I think we'll be right there. So, yeah, looking good.
Jeremy, well done on P2. We'll see you tomorrow for the semis. Congratulations. And our third driver, Tom Nippers. Let's get Tom over. Cracking result for Tom, and I saw the congratulations, Tom, when you
I get to
were
keep
in
it
the
this year.
You get to keep it this year.
How you doing, you okay?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you. Yeah, thank you for asking. Cracking race and very warmly received.
Yeah, no, yeah, it was nice. It was carnage, absolute carnage. I had a good start the first time round, and then the second time round it was absolute mayhem. I wheels split off the start. It's mixed conditions, you can't do anything about it. But yeah, I got a bit lucky with a few dropouts. But yeah, we nice, made a place up. So yeah. Good race.
Tell us about your team and your support crew.
Oh, it's unbelievable how we're doing it. We're running as privateers. You know, there's not many at this level doing it this way. And I just want to thank them all massively. All the boys, especially my dad and my little brother, who in the last 3 weeks have had to put an engine together because we blew it up at Silverstone. And I mean, they're doing it all. There's no outsiders helping at all. We're doing it all on our own, and we're competing at the very front of the festival. It's brilliant. You know, it's exactly what we need. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next ones now. Looking forward to tomorrow.
It's the magic of the festival, isn't it? When you can have that sort of story. And to have Alex Bergreich with you as well. Alex is obviously a new name, and I'll make no apology for keep saying that these international drivers coming over, challenging, that's what it's all about.
Exactly, and I think especially from like a privateer point of view, there's not enough of them competing in things like the national championship and stuff, and it has to be, something has to change to make that, because there's, 10, I'm going to a national championship round, there's 10 people in teams, and I'm the only privateer there. And we just need a few more of them out there, and we'll have a really good grid, strong grid for the national championship as well. But yeah, I mean, we're living proof it's possible. We're getting places. We're actually going forward. Every single time we go out, we're going forward, and we're learning. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next year, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the weekend. So yeah. But yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Spot on. Well done, Tom. Thank you for having a quick chat with us. Okay, so we're going to take a very quick ad break, but we will be back in just a couple of minutes' time with qualifying for the other main event of the weekend, the TCR final round of the TCR Championship. So please stay with us.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
for voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world. Choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back, everybody, to Brands Hatch, where the tension is starting to rise ahead of the final qualifying session for 2023 in TCR UK. It is the final round. We've got 6 drivers mathematically in contention for the championship, but they're all gunning for Carl Boardley, the championship leader, who is 47 points clear as we arrive at this final event of the season. It's the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, a largely dry Brands Hatch Indy Circuit, actually, as we head out for qualifying. The session getting underway now. We've had heavy rain earlier on this morning, bit of drizzle about half an hour or so ago, but heavy rain, perhaps the heaviest of the day, forecast for 3 o'clock. It has just turned 3 o'clock, and there are some very ominous black clouds heading towards us, and that I think is going to make the early minutes of this qualifying session particularly frenetic. Everybody wants to try and get a lap time in before the track conditions start to change, perhaps for the worst. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box to talk you through all of the action. Delighted to be joined by Anthony Jordan for this qualifying session. And Anthony, I'm getting nervous, and I'm not even in the cars fighting for a championship. This is a hugely important qualifying session. Track position is important. There are 6 points on offer for the driver who starts from pole position, and with that weather coming in, the intensity level only continues to climb.
No, exactly that. Really looking forward to this session. Lots is going to happen, but like you were saying there, well pointed out, the clouds are looming in on the circuit with the rain due to start at around 3 o'clock. But yes, plenty of action is going to happen in these early stages of the race while drivers trying to find any sort of temperature in these slick tyres. Remember, the track is not completely dry out there. There is a wet line. There is some very dry patches out there on circuit as well. Drivers will have to watch out for that one as well. Competition weight going into this one as well. Many drivers involved in that one. Jensen Brickley carrying the most, 40 kilos going into this qualifying session. Bruce Winfield with the 30, as well as Adam Shepherd, also 30. George Jackson back in an Audi RS3. He's got the 20 kilos of new driver or car model change ballast on board for him. Jack Constable with the 10. Same with Oliver Cotton and Joe Marshall, all sporting 10 kilos in their Audi Gen 2s. So they'll have a bit of work ahead of them there. Chris Smiley, who was fastest in free practice earlier on today, out there you can see he's got Joe Marshall just behind him, and crucially you can see there are a couple of cars just diving into the pit lane, most likely to do a tyre rotation to help out warm those rear tyres out. Very difficult to get the temperature in those rear tyres, especially on track conditions such as these.
Indeed they are, although some troubles perhaps for Mark Smith here with the bonnet open, mechanics peering into the engine bay. Obviously some sort of an issue there that they're looking to try and rectify. There goes Jack Constable pulling into the pit lane though. And Jack Constable, who is one of the Super 6 mathematically, although as was the case really this time last year, he doesn't really fancy his chances of the title, which is kind of fair enough, I suppose, but he's still going to be gunning for some good results to end his season.
Brand new set of slicks on Brad Hutchinson there, and it's just been reported by one of our camera ops out at Paddock Hill Bend, spots of rain in the air, and if the cameramen can feel it, well, I'm sure the drivers will certainly get to know about it, especially if they're on slick tyres. Look at that cloud there. That's not looking good there, is it? And there's already some times that are coming in, though. We're into the 50s. Alex Lay, the fastest out there at the moment.
Exactly. Remember, this is the venue at which he got his first ever TCR pole position and race win in the middle of last year. So we know that he goes well here. He's on the pace already. A 50.785 is the lap time to beat right now. But you cannot hang around here. If that weather comes in and it rains, it's going to rain properly, and you will not be able to set a competitive lap time. And, you know, we've been saying all weekend so far, Anthony, that for Carl Boardley to lose this championship, he needs some things to go pretty horrifically wrong, and some of his rivals need a big dose of good fortune. it's circumstances like this that could very easily lead to Bordley being well down the grid and some of his big rivals massively outscoring him not only in qualifying but then potentially in that first race tomorrow as well. I'm not saying that will happen, but it just heaps that extra bit of pressure onto the championship leader. He's got to perform.
Yeah, he certainly does. And right now, he's not actually set a time in qualifying with that rain looming. You know, that's a big risk he's taking. A lot of drivers coming in to do the tyre rotation. A lot of drivers actually choosing to stay out there, risking the cold rear tyres just to put a banker lap in before it starts raining. This is really technical stuff now that we're seeing from these drivers, but there is still 25 minutes to go. Track limits warnings, I'm sure, have been a farce all the way through this weekend so far. Now this is a problem the drivers have got. They've all come out at the same time. They've not got a clear piece of track in front of them. They're not going to be able to set competitive times.
Now, the one good thing is there's not much wind here today, so that cloud is not getting into us particularly quickly, but it's definitely on the way. Here comes Bruce Winfield then, one of those title contenders. Winfield third in the points as it stands. He's just had that lap time disallowed, but he now goes, well, briefly to the top, but then is then beaten by 1/1000th of a second by his Area Motorsport teammate Alex Lee. Now remember, you score 6 points for pole, 5 for second, 4 for third, and 3, 2, and 1. If you're in the top 6 on the grid, you will score points for the championship. And at the moment, Alex Lee, Bruce Winfield, both within that top 6. Although quite a few quick drivers still not done with their tyre rotations. I think, Anthony, they might just get away with this, but they're only going to have time, perhaps, for a few banker laps before that rain does arrive.
Yeah, that's going to be the main thing, isn't it, really, to try and get that one sorted out on track as soon as possible. Yeah, like you're saying, though, for this weekend, for Bordley really to dominate this championship and to get away with it before race 2 on Sunday, he would need to pole this one and put it on and take a race win in race 1 as well. So it's all his to lose. And, you know, talking to a lot of drivers, all the drivers are saying, you know, I asked some quick fire questions earlier on. They're all saying, who's going to win the championship? 99% of them said Bordley. If I asked the likes of Adam Shepherd, he said himself. Obviously, he's fighting second in the championship. He would say that, wouldn't he? But you know, he's really a driver who I think has certainly had a good season. And I would love to see a Gen 1 win a championship that's surrounded by, you know, a field of Gen 2s. Right now, he's third fastest as well. So, you know, it's looking pretty good for him. Looks a little bit unsettled there into the braking zone. Gets it turned in, though. A lot of these drivers were hoping for a dry track, and right now they've got that.
They have indeed. There goes Shepherd down through Graham Hill Bend then. 4/10 off the pace right now. Alex Lee fastest for the time being. So as they head for Surtees Corner, a few drivers further back, weaving around. Adam Shepherd having to go around the outside of Darrell Wilson. Now Shepherd in the first sector was improving. Personal best in sector 1. It's only a 2-sector lap this as well because of the short nature of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So we'll find out momentarily what he's done. He goes to the top now by 0.07 of a second with a 48.835. So Adam Shepherd, who's been a bit of a qualifying king at times, absolutely on the limit through Paddock Hill Bend.
That was fantastic. Really committed there up on 2 wheels. Shepherd is flying out there. Really good to see. He's getting stuck in with that one. Obviously, he had a nightmare in practice earlier on in the week with the drive shaft issue. Actually put him in the wall. So amazing to see that he's got the car mended and ready to go for this qualifying session. And at the moment, it's going very, very well for him. He's got to watch out on those track limits, though, because he was a little wide out of paddock after clipping that inside curb. The rest of this lap has been pretty solid. This might be another very quick time from him as he comes towards the finish line. Is he going to improve on that one? He does. Half a second, and I've been told it's raining at Druids, and I'm looking out the commentary box window and I can see the clouds that are starting to loom over the circuit now. This could make it interesting with 20 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Adam Shepherd then up through Druids Corner, currently on course for pole position. Alex Lee second, Brickley third, Newsham fourth, Winfield fifth, and Smiley sixth. Where is our championship leader, I hear you ask? He is 12th at the moment, Carl Bordley, so he's setting lap times, but if these track conditions start to change, he could find himself in big trouble. Is that rain actually coming down? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, it is raining here now at Brands Hatch. This track is going to be soaked very, very quickly. Now, well, that means qualifying is pretty much over. With 20 minutes to go, no one is going to improve on these times.
Where is Boardley? Is he perhaps coming to the end of a lap? If he is, he might be able to improve slightly. Let's see then. He, on the first sector of this lap, has gone personal best. He's coming through shortly, I think. Is this him coming by? No, that's not Boardley, is it? He's one of the next Coopers. Here comes Boardley. Look, top of the screen. What can he do? This might be his one and only shot at setting a competitive lap time. Carl Boardley crosses the line and does improve. 7th place. Not in the points, but that's better than it was.
Yeah, but crucially, he needed points for this one to help benefit his championship. And with that, if he can improve on that one with the rain coming down, it'll be an absolute miracle. But he needs to try and gain some points from this one to just help secure his opportunity. And that's not going to help him out at all. Gary Townsend near the barrier. A lot of smoke coming from the car, but I don't think he's hit the wall. That might just be a mechanical failure of the vehicle, because that doesn't look too healthy. But Boardley's still on a lap here. With 20 minutes to go, and well, Chris Smiley's just had his lap disallowed. Luckily, that did not happen to Boardley. He's all good, but he has been punched down to 8th now as Cotton's gone faster. That means then Boardley could be on a lap here.
Let's see what he can do then. Across the line he will go, and yes, goes 5th. That's big for the championship. Carl Boardley back into the points and back towards the pointy end of the grid. 5th position then for the points leader, but that now becomes 6th as Callum Newsham goes onto the front row. And this is another one of the big talking points this weekend, Anthony. It's not just about those championship 6. There are other drivers. Callum Newsham, Chris Smiley, Oliver Cotton, Scott Sumpton. They could be up there mixing it for race victories, and they don't care one bit about the championship contenders. They just want to end their season on a high.
They certainly do, and like you say, I spoke to a lot of them today as well, because yes, we can focus on the Super 6 that are out there fighting for the championship, but you can't forget about those other drivers, like you rightly said there. And yeah, speaking to each and every one of them, they all said, yes, I'm going to fight for this.
Callum Newsham, purple, sector 1. He's going quicker again in the Hyundai. What can Boardley do? He's not improved in the first sector, doesn't improve in the second either. But where is Callum Newsham in the red and white Hyundai? He's about to cross the timing line now. Is this pole position for Newsham? Yes, it is! By just under a 10th of a second, Callum Newsham to the top of the times. It's been a miserable season, really, on the most part for Callum Newsham. This would be a great feel-good story, but Alex Lee has pipped him already. Alex Lee, they're going quicker still, as that rain just hasn't properly arrived yet.
It hasn't. It looked like it was tipping it down earlier on, but yeah, that seems to have just drifted away then. These drivers have been incredibly lucky, especially the ones who left it very, very late there. Puff of smoke there under braking as they go into the final sector. Boardley on another lap there. There goes Oliver Cotton through. He is still doing a good job. He's in the top 10. Cotton, who had a fantastic qualifying earlier on in the season, I think looking for another one here, but those Audis were looking good, but I think they were just struggling a little bit round here at Brands.
So as it stands then, Carl Boardley back out of the points crucially, and Adam Shepherd, his big championship rival, scoring 4 points right now. So that gap does come down now from 47 to 43 points. And remember, no drop scores this weekend either. So if anything were to happen in the races, there could be a big sweep. Now, is this repair work being done to Adam Shepherd's car? He had an off in testing yesterday when a drive shaft broke going through Surtees and he ended up in the barriers. But this time it looks like they're...
yeah, that just looks like they're changing some settings in the car there.
Okay.
And, yeah, I think just testing out some different strategies out there. Just think, well, they're probably struggling with the back end stepping out or something like that. They were all saying that, you know, catching up with him, said, you know, you can turn in on fresh tyres. It would be so dicey going in. It'd be skipping around all over the place, and then it would understeer on the exit of the corner. So it's all just trying to get the car rotated round. And in these Gen 1 Hyundais, they have been struggling with that just a little bit, and also with some overheating maybe.
Quite possibly, yes. That's Jeff Olden, isn't it, in the Opel Astra.
Very common for overheating as well, the Astras.
Really? You speak from bitter experience. I see.
No, from the driver's bitter experience. All you have to do is go back to Alton Park. Struggled with the heat, and then again at Silverstone struggled with overheating there, and I think they're getting the same here. So yeah, not sure what is causing that, but yeah, the Vauxhalls always and the Opels struggling.
I thought you were about to regale us with a story that ended with you stranded at the side of the M6 or something.
No, I drive a Peugeot, the mightiest vehicle of the world.
Well, reliability issues couldn't be further from your mind, I'm sure. Right, Bruce Winfield out of Druids Corner on not a push lap, trying to get some heat into the tyres, because they have managed to get to the halfway point nearly of the session without the track conditions deteriorating, so they've come in for a new set of tyres, and we start the cycle again. It does give us a moment or two just to reflect on what we've got so far. Alex Lee then on course for his second Brands Hatch pole, a 48.315, by the way, a 10.5 underneath the existing qualifying lap record. That was a lap time set by Dan Lloyd in the very first season of TCR UK competition, and Alex Lee is now going quicker than that. Callum Newsham second, Adam Shepherd third, Chris Smiley fourth. Nice to see Chris back towards the front where he belongs as Jeff Oldham rejoins right into the path of Bruce Winfield. Brickley fifth, Marshall sixth at the moment, Carl Baldley back down in seventh, but Winfield only eighth as well. So Bruce Winfield third in the championship, Anthony. Not really maximising his opportunity either.
Again, he was saying a lot about that, wasn't he? It just seemed, I don't want to say he seemed deflated going into this weekend, but he did feel like, I think there was a lot of weight on his shoulders going into this weekend. And, you know, well, right now, he's just come out the pit lane, he's warming up the tyres, he's getting the car ready to get going again. There is George Jackson heading back out onto the circuit as well. Good to see George back in it. And now Darrell in the pit lane, bonnet up. Something tells me an overheating issue.
It's not that warm out there, really, is it today? So slightly strange. Now there goes Andy Wilmot back into the pit lane. Now you'll notice that he's carrying the name Dan Kirby on the side of his car. There's a picture of Dan on the bonnet as well. We very sadly lost Dan Kirby in the time between Donington Park and Brands Hatch. And as a tribute to a former TCR UK race winner right here at Brands Hatch a few years ago, Andy Wilmot, his very good friend, coming and racing in that car with Dan's name on it, and that's a really lovely touch. That was a loss that has been felt across the whole motorsport community, really, in the UK, but particularly within the championships that Dan was closely associated with. So our thoughts very much go out to Dan's friends and family, and Andy Wilmot, one of those. He is looking to try and do Dan proud this weekend, and the 12th fastest at the moment as he heads into the pit lane. So, second part of the session now begins. What do we think? Is that lap time going to stand as the fastest for Alex Lee? If the conditions don't get worse, if that rain doesn't come, can anybody beat him?
Well, that is the ultimate question. I mean, the track, as far as I'm concerned, is dry. It's not changed. It's not been fully affected. Maybe 1 or 2 laps that they had a bit of slippery stuff out there, but right now it looks pretty good. Here's Brickley on a lap now, out of Druids down in towards Graham Hill, and let's just watch him for a little bit here. As we actually cut back to the pit lane, and that looks like another overheating issue there.
Not sure who that is.
A little bit of grinding going on there. Who is that?
Let's see if we can pan out. It is Rick Kerry. Yes, Rick Kerry.
I'm going to say Rick Kerry, yeah.
Yes, who did have a gravelly excursion in practice this morning, didn't he, up at Clearways Corner? Maybe he's been off the road again and done a little bit of damage. So, at the moment then, Carl Baldley with a 44-point championship lead, but he needs to try and dig himself a little bit further up the order. Chris Smiley, meanwhile, has just set a personal best lap, as did Jensen Brickley, I think. Jensen Brickley suddenly appears in third place.
He was there in third place, but he has improved the time.
Right,
he had a great sector 2 out there, and he bumped him up just 0.3 of a second off Alex Lee now.
Right, okay, and Shepherd down to 4th. I think Shepherd had a lap time disallowed somewhere that I hadn't spotted, so that explains that. But they're now starting to get it back up to speed. Chris Smiley with a personal best sector 1, so too Adam Shepherd though. So there is Smiley. Oh, brilliant car control, cold rear tyres, very much catching Chris out. That will slow him down, but it was very spectacular stuff through the final turn. But I think the next car behind him is Adam Shepherd, and he is pushing on as well. Smiley across the line goes second. Despite the slide, Chris Smiley goes second, Shepherd up to 4th place. That is more like it, Chris.
That is brilliant, because that means if he can get that one nailed in and it's not sideways, that's looking like a possible pole.
Newsham back ahead of him though now. Newsham improving as well in the final sector, so the time's coming in thick and fast. Scott Sumpton's now gone sick. That knocks Baldley down to 8th, and Carl is still in the pit lane.
Yeah, it's not looking good for him here right now, but we've seen him come through the field before at other circuits, but this isn't just any circuit, this is Brands Hatch. A lot of the drivers saying that in a race it's difficult to overtake here. You have to be fully committed under braking through any of the corners, maybe even a switch back through paddock and send down the inside at Brands. Baldley now making his way back out into the circuit, but where does Smiley go? He was looking good. It was 1/10 off. He crosses the line, and I don't think he improves. No, he stays there in P3.
Not quite. Oliver Cottam does, though. He goes 6th, so Baldley's down to 9th place now, albeit heading out to try and find some improvements as Callum Newsham goes to pole. Callum Newsham back ahead of Alex Lee by 4 thousandths. Brickley goes 4th. Marshall goes 6th. They're changing times quicker than I can read them out, but Callum Newsham has gone back to the pole position now. Callum Newsham, I don't recall having a pole position before? No, he hasn't. So Callum Newsham perhaps on the verge of getting his first pole position, but not if Chris Smiley has anything to do with it. Chris Smiley, purple in Sector 1, needs to find the best part of 0.2 of a second, but he might well be able to do it.
Yeah, he might well be able to do it because, like I say, that final corner was very, very scrappy early on, and it was still quick and very sideways moment there for Luke Sargent. He's been struggling with that Elantra all weekend.
It's the biggest car on the grid. It's the one that really you wouldn't expect to have that snap oversteer, but clearly the setup a little lively for his liking. Whilst that was happening, Chris Smiley did improve, stayed third, but the top three are now covered by less than 1/10 of a second with 11.5 minutes to go in the qualifying session. More personal best sectors coming in further back, but still it is this man, the youngster Callum Newsham, on provisional pole position. It looks as though he's backed off for now. Does he have an improvement in him? He may well need it just to solidify that pole.
Well, like I say, it's very, very close as well. 0.4 of a second separate himself and Alex Lee. So, you know, Alex here is probably just thinking, where can I find that? It's so minute. It's literally just a case of maybe just running a little bit wide here or a bit fraction sooner on the throttle here and there. Here's Jensen Brickley back in the pit lane. Is that a fresh set of tyres going on?
See if they were stickers, but certainly they're doing the rotation, aren't they? Darrell Wilson having a lap time disallowed there for exceeding track limits. But at the moment, all eyes really on the other of the quick Gen 2 Cupras, Carl Maudley, only 10th at the moment for the championship leader. Brickley is 5th, but in the pit lane. I think a lot of drivers are going to throw another set of tyres perhaps at the cars now for the conclusion of the session as Luke Sargent comes in to catch his breath.
Catch his breath, maybe to check the tyres, and maybe a new race suit as well. All three combined, I think, may be needed. That was a big moment he had, wasn't it?
Yeah. Good, proper front-wheel drive save there, wasn't it? Planted the throttle, steered into the slide, and just about managed to get it all together. So Callum Newsham on pole by 0.4 of a second. He's heading for the pit lane as well. Alex Lee second, Chris Smiley third, less than 1/10 between them, but only one of those three is a championship contender, and Alex Lee very much an outsider for the championship. So really the first of the real contenders was Adam Shepherd fourth. He's now 5th though because Joe Marshall has just jumped ahead of him. Joe Marshall making the most of a quiet track maybe as others are in the pit lane, manages to set his fastest lap time of the session.
I think that, and as well keeping it in track limits as well, because so many laps have been disallowed right now for track limits. And what are you spotting there? Now that is Jeff Alden not facing the correct way, and luckily for him, yellow flags are out and he can spin that round quickly. Crucially, that clears the track quickly as well.
Yes, I hadn't spotted that actually. I think someone had a lap time taken away, but I wasn't sure who it was. Might have been Scott Sumpton. I just saw a message at the top of the screen. So Jeff Alden heads for the pit lane. But as the track now starts to get busier again, finding that track position becomes a bit of a challenge. Now remember, Carl Maudley's been out there for a little while. Is he now starting to get up to speed, I wonder? Well, his latest first sector is not an improvement, so I'm beginning to wonder if this is all the speed that Carl Maudley has.
It's certainly looking that way, isn't it? I mean, 10 fast, half a second off the pace. It doesn't seem like a lot, does it? But out there and here at Brands, when the lap is so short, it's absolutely a humongous gap. And for Maudley, he does seem to be struggling out there.
Jack Constable's had his 19th lap deleted, but his 20th lap was good enough for 6th place. So as long as that was legal, that should stand at 6th position on the grid. So Jack Constable, who again is an outside bet for the championship, but very much looking to try and get into the top 3 in the points if he can. By the end of the season, there are some good prizes available for getting into that top 3. And he and Alex Lee definitely gunning for that, I think, over the course of this weekend. Now, purple first sector, guess who? Championship leader Carl Maudley. So he was listening to me, obviously. Here he comes out of the final corner, and is Carl Maudley about to sensationally rocket up the order. He is 10th at the moment, nearly 6/10 off the pace. He crosses the line and goes 4th, within 1/10 of a second of pole position. That's more like it. He's back into the top 4, and that is a proper lap time. I doubt that we'll see him slip too much further back than that. He may even yet challenge for pole.
He might do, and he does this at most race weekends, doesn't he? He keeps us guessing. He keeps... I don't say he's sandbagging, he's definitely not doing that, but he didn't go out in free practice. We had no idea what the car was going to be like. waits all the way till 7 minutes to go with the session and then bangs in a P4 out there. So, you know, I reckon there is more in that. I think he's just warming up.
Well, let's see. I think he's backed off again now on this lap, perhaps just building up to another challenge. But yeah, you're right. Last couple of qualifying sessions actually this year, he has peaked in the final 10 minutes, hasn't he? So maybe he's just building up the drama for us a little bit. It's a dramatic enough situation as it is, and Carl Baldley knows that the closer to the front of the grid he can start that opening race tomorrow, the better his chances of a clean weekend. That wasn't a particularly clean Paddock Hill bend because Oliver Cottam arrived right in front of him. That's something that was discussed in the driver's briefing this morning, actually. Popping out of that pit exit, you do so right onto the apex at Paddock Hill bend, so drivers were encouraged to watch their mirrors and stop if they have to try and avoid getting in people's way, but that easier said than done.
Yeah, track limits there for Adam Shepherd. Lap 20 disallowed. He is still there P6 at the moment, but he needs to improve that one, especially now as Baldley has bumped it up to 4th. And yeah, Baldley will have to abandon this lap as well. Here's Jensen Brickley again, 8th fastest out in session, 0.3 of a second off the pace at the moment. Again, another driver who needs to get that car just up a few more places to really help fight for this championship. He always says to himself, well, he's said to us countless times throughout the day, just thinking that I'm not really in contention, but you are in contention for this championship, Jensen. You just need to commit to it. You need to push hard as much as you can through this qualifying session. He is doing that. He's tucking right in, and look at that.
Wow.
Provisional pole. And is that going to be allowed?
Well, at the moment it is, but is it going to stay fastest? Because Chris Smiley's gone quickest now of anyone in Sector 1. Smiley and the Honda will be at the line very shortly, but Jensen Brickley out of nowhere really goes to the top of the times. Fingers crossed he did so without exceeding track limits. Now, where is Smiley? That's Sumpton. Smiley across the line now. Does he manage to improve upon 4th position? The answer is no. The second sector got away from him, rather, and so Chris Smiley stays where he is.
He might have had traffic there. George Jackson there just in front of him, now getting out of the way. Might have struggled through the final sector. He might be on another lap here, though. Well, we'll have to see at the end of this one. Still 5 minutes to go. Plenty could happen, but this is far from over yet with Brickley. Now, look at that. I'm so amazed with that.
It's an incredible car control, an incredible lap time there from Brickley. But what a session we've had. Brickley on pole, Newsham's been on pole, Lee was on pole, I think Smiley was fastest at one point, Adam Shepherd was. We've had about 5 or 6 different drivers who at one point or another have been thinking they might be lining up from the front of the grid. Is anything more going to change in the final 5 minutes? Well, maybe is the answer. Adam Shepherd now personal best in Sector 1, so the purple and white Hyundai is the one that we now need to focus on, really. Up towards Paddock Hill bend goes Chris Smiley. He's on to another lap. Personal best in the second sector, but the first sector, nothing to write home about. What about Shepherd, though? He has slipped down slightly to 6th place behind, crucially, Carl Baldley. Can he, at the very least, get himself ahead of his championship rival? The answer for now is no. Again, the second sector, no improvement for Shepherd, so he stays in 6th place. So it's Brickley from Newsham, from Lee, from Smiley, the top 4 on the grid, separated by less than 1/10 of a second as Carl Baldley has a lap time disallowed. That's lap 24. That was his most recent lap. It wasn't the lap that was his fastest, so that's fine. Doesn't affect him at all. He hadn't improved on that lap anyway. He will line up at the moment 5th on the grid with Adam Shepherd, his nearest championship rival, right behind him. Newsham having a lap time taken away now, but again, that wasn't the lap which was his fastest of the session. Chris Smiley with a new personal best in the second sector. Jack Constable's just on green in Sector 1 as there Brad Hutchison's team watch on, and Brad is out of the car. Now, Hutchison, have we seen? Yeah, we have seen Brad, haven't we? But he's sort of stuck down in 14th place. Must have been some sort of a drama with that car. So into the final few moments then, 3.5 minutes to go. And are we going to see any more improvement? Alex Lee is in the pit lane, don't think he's going any further. Mentioned Hutchison, you can see Darren Lewis and a couple of others in there as well. But here is Carl Baldley, man of the moment, really. Well, 5th place on the grid, not a lot to write home about perhaps, but it's a lot better than it looked like being at one point. And Baldley is going to try to maybe find some more improvements. He's still circulating. Last lap there for Baldley was a 49.8, so about, well, 1.5 seconds off the pace. He's backed off, actually. Chris Smiley keeps on pumping in these personal best second sectors, but it's the final, the first sector where he's just dropping a little bit of time. Hearing that Hutchison, by the way, is in the pit lane because he just doesn't think he can go any quicker. So he's quite happy to stay in the pit lane and watch the rest of the session unfold. And he may well be onto something because we're not really seeing a huge amount now of lap time improvements. There goes Adam Shepherd, who, as it stands, would you believe, is actually being outscored by Carl Boardley. So what was a 47-point advantage now becomes a 48-point cushion. And Shepherd also still outscoring Bruce Winfield, his teammate there. So what really tightens up as it stands is second, third and fourth in the points. And that tightens up even further, actually, because Joe Marshall goes sixth, and that knocks Shepherd out of the points altogether. So Adam Shepherd not currently scoring anything from this qualifying session. As Adam Shepherd heads down the hill, he would now be 9 points clear of Winfield, who would be 4 clear of Brickley, and Alex Lee would move up ahead of Jack Constable into 5th position now. So we are seeing a few changes, not necessarily for the championship lead, but for those behind. So it's tightening up quite nicely in the battle for second place, but they all wanted to try and take the fight to Carl Boardley this weekend. And Carl has responded quite nicely. He's only being out-qualified by 2 of his championship rivals, and they're 2 of the long shots in Jensen Brickley and Alex Lee. Jensen Brickley on course now, it would seem, for pole position. It would be for Brickley, I believe, a career first pole. Yes, it would. He's not had a pole position before in TCR UK, at least not from a qualifying session anyway. He has had a really standout debut season in the championship, though. There are times where I speak to him and he sounds disappointed almost with the way that things are going, but for a driver in his debut season at this level, the ex-Fiesta racer should be very, very proud indeed of what he has achieved this year. Callum Newsham should be very proud of what he's achieved in this qualifying session. It might not be enough for pole position, but this has been the most competitive, really, we've seen him for some time in a season that really has been one of mechanical failure after mechanical failure. He's putting on a show now in the closing stages of qualifying. Very sideways heading through Druids Corner. But Callum Newsham is pushing on to the end. Jack Constable, by the way, has just gone into 6th position. And that gains him an extra point, which means he's now only 1 point behind Alex Lee. Except that lap time gets disallowed, and that's Carl Boardley. Oh, and that's Jack Constable. Jack Constable off the road as well, and he's been in the tyres, I think. What has happened here? There's been a spin, I think, for Boardley, and I reckon Constable's gone off in avoidance as they come out of Paddock Hill Bend. So Jack Constable involved with Carl Boardley. How much damage to the Audi? There's definitely damage to the left rear suspension, look. And that means that the team are going to have a bit of a sleepless night now, getting the car ready for tomorrow. The Ron Boston Racing Squad, thankfully it's the Recticel barriers that protect the tyre wall and the Armco at that part of the circuit. But I think Carl Boardley had a spin, and Jack Constable, just as he was having a lap time disallowed for exceeding track limits, ended up going off in avoidance. But that could have been huge for the championship if Boardley had sustained damage, but I think he got away with that. Wow. Deep breath, everybody. Checkered flag is out. Jensen Brickley then looks as though he's confirmed as a first-time pole sitter in TCR UK. And as I said earlier on, that is a new qualifying lap record as well. Quite a chunk, actually, underneath Dan Lloyd's pole position from 2018. That was a 48.48, and this lap time a 48.28. So 2/10 better than Dan did midway through the season, it was, in 2018. But as Scott Woodward quite rightly mentioned earlier on, he didn't actually lead at the start of that race. So starting on pole position doesn't always guarantee you the track position at the start of the 25-minute race. Could well be, therefore, that Callum Newsham's in the pound seat starting from the outside of row 1. But a fantastic qualifying session, the most exciting one of the year, definitely, not just because of the championship implications, but just the sheer number of drivers who had a share of the pole position at one point or another. And it is, in the end, Jensen Brickley who comes out on top with a new qualifying lap record for the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. He is fastest by 31 thousandths of a second. Then it's Callum Newsham, who was 4 thousandths quicker than Alex Lee, third. And Chris Smiley also within that first 10th. And it's really nice to see the Restart Racing Honda back on form. Carl Boardley will start from 5th as he aims to try and wrap the title up in the first race tomorrow. He might need a bit more than that to solidify things, although he is on course perhaps to outscore Adam Shepherd, his nearest rival. He will start 7th. They will sandwich Joe Marshall in the Ron Boston Racing car, which starts in 6th. His teammate, Jack Constable, will start 8th ahead of Oliver Cotton and Scott Sumpton, with Bruce Winfield down in 11th. He'll be disappointed with that. Only 6 tenths, well, 5.5 tenths really off the pace, but outside of the top 10. Then it was Andy Wilmot, Luke Sargent and Brad Hutchison in 14th position. 15th place then will be Darrell Wilson. Matthew Wilson will be 16th ahead of Rick Kerry, Gary Townsend, George Jackson, Mark Smith and Jeff Oldham, who we saw suffering with some overheating issues. That is a dramatic qualifying session for our final qualifying of the year in TCR UK. And a very entertaining one it was. Jensen Brickley getting on the pole position. Callum Newsham very nearly claiming his first pole in the category. And championship-wise, it means now that Carl Bordley will move on to 352 points to Adam Shepherd's 303. So that is now 49 points, the gap. Carl Bordley extends it by 2 points in that qualifying session. Bruce Winfield will be 3rd on 294, Jensen Brickley 4th on 290, Alex Lee 5th on 281, and Jack Constable 6th on 279. So they are mathematically all still in contention, and Carl Bordley would have liked to have started better than 5th, I'm sure, because he's still kind of in that danger zone in the early stages. We don't really know what the weather's going to do tomorrow. It's supposed to be dry, but we could have a bit of lingering rain through the morning, so Carl will be a little nervous, I'm sure, starting from the 3rd row of the grid. But starting from the front row of the grid is Jensen Brickley, a first career pole position in TCR UK, and he catches up now with Anthony.
Well, what a qualifying session that was, waiting right to the end to put in those quick times. But I've got to say, with the threat of rain there, you had no idea whether or not it was going to happen at the start of the session, mid-session or the end of the session. Thankfully, for a lot of these drivers, the rain held off. And for Jensen Brickley, he gets away with another pole position. And crucially, I'm going to hand him this check, which I've got upside down at the moment. Look at that, £1,000. Again, he gets that one. Jensen Brickley at the moment is not even here. His car's just been wheeled up there because he came in before qualifying was even over. So yeah, a bit of a shock for that one. Here is Alex Lee, Bruce Winfield there just going past. I don't know if Jensen is up here. I don't think he is. Jensen's dad is there, but is Jensen himself here? Oh, he's in the car. Perfect, he's in the car. Let's see if we can jump in with him then as he's down there. Jensen, you're in the car. I can't really hand you a check in there. I could give it a good try. But, mate, pole position, what a lap that was. Where did that come from?
Yeah, well, the new tyres really work well. We've not used new tyres all weekend, and we knew we were there or thereabouts, and as soon as we bolted them on, it was a different car, and I think, yeah, it just shows we can do it with the weight as well. Maximum ballast, the only car with maximum ballast. And yeah, we're on pole, so looking forward to race 1.
It seemed to have helped you out massively there, having that max ballast out there. But like you were saying, that's 6 championship points that go your way as well. That's certainly going to help out your championship fight, maybe to push for a win, maybe even to get 2nd or 3rd as well in that one. But it certainly helps you out, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Great start to the weekend. Couldn't have asked for a better start. I reckon the maximum ballast pushes down the hill better at paddock.
Yeah. Awesome stuff, mate. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm going to stick that there, if that's even allowed. There we go. I'll stick that there, block your view. But, mate, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Jensen Brickley. What a drive for him there. They've got to push that out of the way. They've got to leave it there or something. Lots of things happening here. Let's see if we can chat to second fastest out there, because it was a very close qualifying in the way as well, but plenty of action happened. We have Alex Lee here, who's getting himself sorted out. Alex, very quick out there, mate. Solid time, but certainly it looked like a handful for you at some moments.
Yeah, the car was really loose, but it's fast like that, so yeah, but it's a good result. I wished for drying. It was dry in the end, so yeah, really happy with it. Looking forward to tomorrow.
Hey, dream came true on that one, didn't it? Congratulations on that one, and yeah, we'll see what you can do tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there. Let's see if we can chat to Callum Newsham though, because Callum, what a qualifying he had. Where is Callum? Is he gone to get weighed? Right, okay, he's going to get weighed at the moment. Oh right, he's quickly here. Let's have a quick chat with him, because we've got to cut to the juniors in a moment. Callum, what a qualifying that is for you, mate. Honestly, we thought you were going to put that on pole.
So did I, to be fair. The pace is there, which is really good. But yeah, just to lose it by that much is quite annoying, but I'm still happy with P2.
Excellent, mate. We'll see what you can do tomorrow in the races. Best of luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Well, TCR UK qualifying, exciting as ever. Fiesta Juniors, they're coming up next. We're going to cut to a quick ad break. Do not go anywhere.
for voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world. Choose Maximum Networks.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch, where we are good to go almost for our penultimate race of the day. Actually, it is the BRSCC's Fiesta Junior Championship, and a race in which we could crown our first champion of the weekend, because coming into this race, Ben Ryan has a handy lead in the points, and he is looking, I believe, for basically a race win in this race. That would give him the championship victory, and he's starting from the best position possible, having set the fastest time in qualifying earlier on this morning. He will start from pole position. He scored a bonus point for that. Alongside him on that front row of the grid will be the impressive Ronnie Smith, though, who really improved towards the end of the session. Then it is Jacob Hodgkiss and Jensen O'Neill going. Remember, the last we saw of him was that spectacular accident at Donington Park, and he has bounced back terrifically to start on the outside of row number 2. We will then have Daniel Lewis and George Foxlow row 3, and Dan Lewis, remember, is Ben Ryan's nearest championship rival. Then it is Oscar Dix, starting from 7th on the grid. Jensen Mason alongside him, then Sam Nessa and Lucas Hayden. Marcin Lachitsky starts 11th, with Billy Blockland on the outside of row number 6. Row 7 for Jensen Bell, James Pope for company. Then it's Wes Swain and Freddie Hunter-Johnson on the 8th row of the grid. Row 9, Rashan Tyler Chigarimbo and Ryan Mikulev on the outside of row 9. Row 10, Charlie Ellis and Ben Doughty, who was in the gravel in qualifying. You may remember Jasmine Shaw starts 21st alongside Josh Watts, who pulled off with mechanical issues but has got the car out for the start of the race. With Flamer Ricola, who was a real standout performer at Silverstone a few rounds ago, coming from the back of the grid, so she's one to watch for. I don't think we saw the best of her in that qualifying session earlier on today. So, championship permutations, really there are many, but if we were to have a victory here for Ben Ryan, he would score 50 championship points. If Dan Lewis could finish in 2nd place and take the 2 bonus points for fastest lap, he would be 49 points behind. So that's the target, basically. If Ryan wins the race and doesn't set the fastest lap, then it's imperative, really, that Dan Lewis does, because a 2nd place without the fastest lap would put in 51 points back, with 52 points still up for grabs. So it would be highly unlikely that Lewis could then win the championship. So a race win for Ryan doesn't guarantee him the title, but I think a race win with the fastest lap does, because that would put him 53 points ahead with 52 available. So I said there are many permutations, that's not even half of them, Scott Woodwist, but that is the target here for Ryan, isn't it? Get a good start, get his head down, win the race, set the fastest lap, pick up the championship trophy.
You make it sound so easy and that side of things, and it'll sound easy on paper for Ben Ryan, but we know how competitive this career gets at points. We've had multiple different race winners at times, guests or not. It's been incredible to see. But this effectively comes the culmination of what has been just a phenomenal 2023 season on all fronts. Numbers, new drivers, competition, everything's been incredible. Going to next year, continuing this TCR UK support series, the new scholarship was happening in early next year as well. More new cars in build, more new driver sets to take part, including a few notable names top of that as well. It's going to be a mega season. We've still got 2023 to conclude. We've got 23 on the grid to finish off. And this should be, all things fingers crossed, a great conclusion to what's been a memorable year for Fiesta Juniors. Let's get going.
I think it will be. Ben Ryan then on pole. Ronnie Smith, though, gunning for a race win, of course, so he's not going to be backwards in coming forwards here as the race gets underway. The lights go out, and we are off at Brands Hatch, and Ronnie Smith makes a good start. It is not a terrific start from the pole position man, so Ben Ryan down into 2nd already. Jensen O'Neill going to the outside, and George Foxlow's around in front of the pack, and there is carnage going into Paddock Hill Bed, and unfortunately Flamer Rickler ends up on a roof. There's another car off, and that's O'Neill going again. Jensen O'Neill going off towards the barriers. Thankfully, I think manages to dig his way back onto the track, but a dramatic start here at Brands Hatch. We've got a group of Fiestas in a clump at the top of Paddock Hill Bend, and unsurprisingly, the red flags will fly. It was George Foxlow the first to get turned around, and from there, unfortunately, Scott Woodwist nowhere for the likes of Oscar Dix in the Jenkins prepared car, and several others to go.
Well, that's not what anyone wants to see at all on that side of things. Obviously, the first thing to concern is that everyone's okay, but yeah, that's disappointing. But unfortunately, it's one of the things where I think just, yeah, unfortunate situation. We'll go to a restart, obviously, and see which of the cars are involved in that are able to take the restart on that side. But yeah, obviously not what anyone wants to see, and fingers crossed that those involved are all okay.
Indeed so. The marshals and recovery crews in attendance already at the top of Paddock Hill Bend, and they will obviously prioritise checking that the drivers are okay, and then they'll get to work on removing the bent and broken Ford Fiestas from that part of the circuit. But, well, that all started, like I said, Foxlow was the first to go around. He started 6th, Oscar Dix was 7th, so when it happens near the front, there just isn't the opportunity then for those behind to avoid. There were 3 and 4 abreast going into a narrow part of the circuit, and unfortunately it's ended in a fairly significant pileup, but we'll let the marshals and recovery crews do their best. We will certainly have Oscar Dix heading for the pit lane, but the rest of the cars should head onto the grid, which they're about to do, where the marshals will attempt to make some sort of sense of the order in which they arrive. A good opportunity here, though, for Ben Ryan to have another go at the start, because he didn't get away all that well when the race got underway. Ronnie Smith managed to beat him. It was a perfect start from Ronnie, and we do see time and again, don't we, that it's difficult to start from pole position here in a front-wheel drive car, particularly Brands Hatch. The track slopes dramatically down from the left to the right, from the outside to the inside, and that means that you're really fighting against gravity as you try to get the car underway from the inside of row number 1. Very grateful as well, Scott, to see that Jensen O'Neill going managed to get out of the gravel trap and didn't make contact with the gravel, with the barriers. I think he just had cold rear tyres and lost control a bit going through the first corner, but he, I'm sure, was having flashbacks at that moment to Donington Park. Thankfully, he has escaped that one. That is Flamer Rickler's car, which sadly does end up on its roof. I actually don't think there's a huge amount of damage done to that car, though. It was a very lazy roll, wasn't it? She kind of came along at the end, just clipped a car as she tried to avoid it, and over she went. So hopefully that car should be back out again for race 2 tomorrow.
Well, fingers crossed, but the ultimate result is that it's not anything anyone wants to see at all happen. But I think the silver lining is that those involved appear to have got away from it, at least it seems, unscathed. But the best thing to do is obviously let the marshals do the work they need to do. The marshals will grid up the cars that are back on the start and finish line now. And I think you're right in saying Jensen O'Neill going was quite lucky to get away with that skating through the gravel and keeping it off of any tyres. And he'll get another chance to start again from 3rd on the grid as the rest of the pack starts to get back through again. There are a couple of others which also, I noticed Lucas Hayden's car had a little bit of suspension damage to the rear, and that was crabbing a little bit. So that car will have to come in for a little bit of attention if need be. And once they grid it back up again, we'll get a second chance to get this race underway. And fingers crossed it's all clean and tidy into turn 1 this time.
That would be nice, certainly. So let's see who we get back on the grid. We've got more Ryan and Smith front row. We've got Hotchkiss and O'Neill going row 2. Dan Lewis will be alone, I think, on the 3rd row. So that all kicked off right next to Dan Lewis, didn't it? The championship contender. He thankfully escaped and will take the restart from 5th. We will have no George Foxlow, no Oscar Dix, but Jensen Mason appears to be there in the 85 car. Sam Nesser is present. Lucas Hayden, I don't think, is. And then nor Marcel Lechitsky or Billy Blockley. Oh, there is Lechitsky with damage to the front of his car. That looked like it was at Clearways or Clark Curve, wasn't it? So I think he's limped round, but is out of the car and unlikely to be going anywhere. So to continue going down the grid then, Jensen Bell is there, as is James Pope, Wesley Swain, and that should be, no, it's not Freddie Hunter-Johnson. So Freddie is missing. In fact, that is the 3. Oh, that's Billy Blockley. So Billy Blockley will move up onto the 6th row, damage to the front of his car, but nothing too severe. So there's going to be a few gaps in the middle of the grid, but generally speaking, we managed to get the majority of them from the second half of the pack, I think, through that relatively unscathed. But this will, I fear, take a few minutes to clear up, Scott.
It will, but in terms of those who are at the front of the field, obviously Ben Mulrine, as you mentioned, gets another chance to get a better start. It was a decent start from the beginning from Ronnie Smith, so he was able to get away and get a good run down towards the first corner and challenge for the lead. And it was also initially a good start for Jensen and O'Neill going to from that second row of the grid. It's that flatter, what we were talking about earlier on in the broadcast, that flatter part of the first couple of rows, because if you look at the angle of where both Mulrine and Hodgkiss are starting, they're starting essentially on a tilt, whereas you look at the patches of tarmac that both Ronnie Smith and Jensen O'Neill are starting on the on driver's left, on our right of the grid. It's a much flatter surface, therefore you've got a much more stable platform for the cars to get going again, to get going from the line. So that's going to be something to go there. There's a little bit of fluid that's, let's say a little bit, there's a trail of fluid that's gone down, looks like post Paddock Hill Bend, that's gone all the way up Hellwood Hill and in towards Druids. As to who that would have been that dropped it, I'm not quite sure. And also as to what fluid that's been dropped, whether it's water, whether it's coolant, whether it's oil or anything else like that. But the marshal's getting to work quickly with the quick dry in order to try and do that. You can see that they've gone as far down as almost near the bottom Paddock Hill, but you can see there's also definitive, if you look carefully, you can see the definitive line of where that fluid is. It's still towards the bottom of the hill where they've got to try and cover that up, and that's got to be key. Particularly on a circuit that's still a little bit, looks like a little bit greased, a little bit damp. I mean, even the TSL timing screen sort of thinks that the weather in the air is raining and the track is wet. I mean, it's not quite that, but there are still damp and greasy patches out there, which still has the potential to catch one or two drivers out on that side. But it should be interesting to see how race 2 gets underway as to who gets a better start, as there might be a chance here that the circuit might start to continue to dry a little bit further, a little bit more by the time we get back underway again.
Yes, slightly pessimistic weather update there from TSL Timing. It hasn't rained for a little while, and the track really does now seem to be bone dry, to be perfectly honest. A couple of damp patches, but not really even enough to reduce the grip levels at all. I'm amazed that Oscar Dix has lined back up in his grid slot, because that car was, well, last seen crabbing its way back to the under the red flag with quite a bit of damage, having headed into the barriers, I think, on the left approaching Paddock Hill Bend. But he, rather optimistically, has pulled in just ahead of Sam Nesser. And it was Nesser, I think, who was the first to get involved in all of that, really. He got turned a little bit sideways on the inside line, and that sort of set off a domino effect across the road. And George Foxlow, the one that got turned around, but Sam Nesser lucky to avoid. In fact, yes, look, they're going to look at the left rear corner. He had contact on that left rear corner, which sort of sparked it all off. And I think they're just going to change the tyre and double check the geometry at the rear left. Don't want to send him back into the race if there's a potential that car is not going to be handling right.
Yeah, I imagine they've been allowed to do that at least for safety reasons, to make sure that car is still properly race-worthy to keep going. And that makes sense, because of course what you don't want is for them to not check that, let the car go again, all of a sudden he finds himself possibly turning into Paddock Hill Bend and the car gets away from him. So that would purely at least a safety check to make sure the car's okay. So clear up continues. That up, you can see the top left corner up at Paddock Hill Bend, and see there's just the work going on with the race car consultants.
Quite a big knock that he took, wasn't it, actually?
It was. The change of the wheel, so it looks like it's either damaged the wheel or the tyre in some cases, but either way, it's work going on there, it seems.
Indeed there is. So the race car consultants team hard at work. Mickey Butler down there to double check what's going on with the tyre situation as well, but he's now clearing the grid. Don't be fooled into thinking that that means we're restarting anytime soon, though, because I can assure you we're not. There's a lot of recovery work still going on at the top of the hill. And we are going to be under red flag, I think, for a little while longer. And big shame. This will end up surely in a shortened race. It was already down to 15 minutes anyway. Well, it was only a 15-minute race, as they always are for Fiesta Juniors. They tend to cram a lot of action into those 15 minutes. And when we do go racing, I'm sure we'll have a good race. You never get a boring Fiesta Junior race. And that goes all the way back, really, to even when we had the smaller grids. It was always entertaining racing. And we've lost a few from the restart, but the ones that we do still have out there, I'm sure, are going to put on a show. And, well, this does, in a way, benefit Ben Mulrine, I think, just to be you know, from a purely a championship perspective, the fewer cars there are on the grid, the fewer cars there are that Dan Lewis could potentially get between them. Dan needs to take a chunk of points out of Ben Mulryan. Ben obviously has that track position advantage anyway, Scott, but as long as he keeps his nose clean now, he should be able to, even if he falls behind Lewis, very much limit the damage being done.
Well, that's what it's all about. He's got to try and keep himself out of trouble, keep himself in the positions he needs to be in order to get that title wrapped up. So all he can do is do the best job he can and see if he can get it potentially wrapped up in this first race. Provisionally, at least. We have to stress the word provisional because the cars have to go in for post-season checks, and there's final post-season checks on points to make sure that everything is as it should be. And then once they're happy, they will then release a provisional final table before being then confirmed final a little while later. So ultimately, the two kind of words or terms we have to use throughout the weekend is a provisional and also champion-elect. Those things we have to use this weekend because nothing gets properly confirmed until post-weekend, until all the checks that need to be done in order to make sure everything is as it should be. I believe we can actually cross now to Richard John Neal, who has made his way onto the grid, so we might be able to have a quick chat with one or two of our drivers down there, or at least give us a sense of the atmosphere down on their grid. So over to you, Richard. How's it looking down there?
Thanks very much, Scott. Yeah, not an opportunity we want due to damage for sure, but it would have been nice to have had a bit of build-up, wouldn't it? But excitement of the TCRs, we didn't get a chance to talk to the drivers. If we can, I'm going to have a quick word with Ben Mulryan. We've got to sort of negotiate drivers' netting and everything else. Ben, obviously, well done on pole position. The stop-start nature is very much part of junior racing, isn't it? But how do you deal with it?
Yeah, definitely. I think this year it's been quite bad for turn one incidents, unfortunately, which isn't ideal. Kind of messing with your race, shortening the time, but I mean, apart from that, it doesn't really faze me too much. I think I didn't have a really good start. Ronnie got ahead of me, so because the red flag happened on the first lap, I get to start on pole again, so I don't really see it as a bad opportunity, to be honest.
What's your thought process as you prepare yourself for that restart?
Just trying to get best off the line, tried to beat Ronnie off the line, and obviously I've got that inside into paddock, and obviously that's ideal. You don't really want to be going around the outside of paddock. So yeah, I think just mainly getting the revs right, just getting a good start, to be honest, just to prepare yourself best for the race.
And in your head, are you doing the maths about the championship as you're doing laps?
Yeah, definitely. I think Dan has to finish. If I finish 3 places ahead of Dan, or if I finish 2 places with fastest lap, then I think that's secured. So I think that's my goal for this race. If not, there's always tomorrow. Thankfully, we've got quite a big margin that I'm quite happy with. So truthfully, I think this weekend is simply about keeping it on track and not getting involved in incidents.
Wish you well. Good luck for the race. We'll leave you to your preps. Thanks very much indeed. So Ben Mulryan, I tell you what, there's a lot of touring car drivers who wouldn't know the point situation if they were in the similar slot that he is in. So well done to him for doing that. I'm going to have a quick chat with Ronnie Smith. Ronnie, hopefully he can have a quick word with you. Best ever qualifying. I think you're on pole for tomorrow's race. And a great start first time out. So well done on that. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, we just got to try and get away well again. Obviously, we got a good start there. Obviously, whatever's happened down there happened. Yeah, qualifying was a mess, really, to start with. But then, in the end, we managed to hook it up right at the end, which obviously put us here for P2 and pole for tomorrow. But yeah, overall, we're quite happy, really. Just got to try and get away clean and try to stay where we are.
How frustrating is it having such a good start first time, then having to redo it again? A start's a strong point for you?
Yeah, they are, genuinely. It's happened a couple of times this season where we've got to get away and we've had to come back because of red flag. So just got to try and go through the same routine again, you know, do the same thing. We practice it time and time over, so hopefully we can do it again.
Nice one. Let you get on with the race. Good luck. Thank you for having a quick chat with us. Not the easiest thing for these youngsters to have to do, to talk to the guy. I'm going to go and talk to this youngster. This is only his second race meeting. Really, we hope first full race meeting. Jensen O'Neill going. And Jensen, troublesome start again. Wonderful to see you back, first of all. I know you wanted to bounce back after Donington and get out for race 2. Wasn't to be, but here you are. You qualified well. Good, strong position again. How are you feeling?
Just trying to make as many places as I can, really. Trying to aim for a podium. I'm showing some good pace. Just see what happens next.
Qualifying obviously went well. We were talking to you at Donington, and you were saying, you know, you've had quite a few miles in the car, but nothing substitutes really for being in the competitive arena of qualifying and then going on to racing, does it?
No, nothing at all compared to this. I've done many laps in the cars,
but nothing compares to racing. Physically contact is a very nice feeling.
And finally, what's the thoughts as you try and get off the line outside at Brands Hatch and inside? Sometimes they can be equal. Have you sort of studied much racing here and getaways and stuff?
Yeah, I've got Ant Waterneal's coaching me this weekend. I've been told to go around the outside, so I'm going to listen and hopefully it should work.
Yeah, that sounds like an Ant Waterneal's move, doesn't it? What a good coach to have. Wish you well for the race. Good to see you. Thank you very much indeed for chatting to us. I think we've probably, just looking out, I didn't shut the door properly, so we'll give that a second go, which is okay. Jacob Hodgkiss is there. I hope he won't mind. I'm going to have a quick word with Oscar Dix, actually. Again, apologies to number 19. We're going to have a word with Oscar, who's in the 111 car, newcomer to the championship if we can. And obviously, you know, we're starting from the front end of the grid, so quick stuff, Oscar, for a first outing in this championship. What's your reflections on the meeting so far?
Yeah, not bad. Obviously I had to get used to something different to what I'm used to, but yeah, you know, the team done a really good job of setting the car up nicely, and then from that point I was just able to sort of adapt my driving to sort of suit the car and made good work of it so far, so yeah.
Much damage from the incident?
Hard to tell. I've got some smoking on the left-hand side when I'm driving. We weren't going fast enough under red flag, obviously, for me to feel the difference. But we'll have to see. I'm just going to go out and give it everything I got, and we'll see what happens.
In terms of the championship, obviously it's great to welcome you along. What are the plans for the future? Are you back with us next year, or are you too old? Or
I'm too old, unfortunately, otherwise this would definitely be something I'll be looking into, but we've still got big plans for next year, so you just keep your eyes peeled, you'll see what's to come, but yeah, it should be good.
Are you allowed to give us an exclusive on that right now?
I'm not sure right now how much I can say, but yeah, if you just stay tuned on my social media, there should be some stuff up quite shortly. But yeah.
Oh, good lad, Oscar. Thanks very much for that, and good luck. I hope the car's okay for you on the restart. Oscar Dix there. Wish him well, newcomer to the championship. Let's have a word with Sam Nesser. Sam is really in with the shout in terms of the Mark 6s, taking the Mark 6 top slot. So we'll have a quick word with Sam. A lot of talk been going on about the Fiesta scholarship, which is coming up. It's the February half term, if you haven't already gathered that from the introductions that the commentary team have been doing. So make sure if you're interested in coming and joining this championship, having a chance, just getting a feel what the championship's about, come up to Brighton, book in advance obviously on the BRSCC website, but take part in the scholarship February half term. It's going to be a fantastic event. And one of the drivers that we're talking to here, Sam Nesser, I met through the Ginetta scholarship, his first time out, and a lot of youngsters do that. It's a great way of getting experience of the cars, the environment, maybe the media side of it as well. And we'll come to Sam, who's been very patiently sitting there while I've been wittering on, which he's very much used to. Sam, I think in this one a chance to go top of the Mark 6 standings, the car that's sort of going to be phased out the next couple of years, but the class has served you well.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten a bit unlucky because at the start of the year we were convinced that this would have been the right choice, but kind of from Snetterton onwards, as the teams have been developing the Mark 7s, they've seemed to kind of just have a small margin of advantage everywhere we go. But nevertheless, I mean, we're properly in the mix still, so not much complaining from my behalf.
That's true. I was chatting to Dad yesterday and saying about how we met on the scholarship, and it, for me as an interviewer or a journalist, it breaks the ice with the drivers. What are the positives for you about doing scholarship? I know you're not able to do the Fiesta one, but you did the Ginetta one. What are the positives and takeaways that you could pass on to people maybe thinking about doing the BRSCC Junior scholarship?
I mean, obviously, as you can tell, I'm here, so I didn't win it, but it's a very cheap way to gather experience in in-car fitness, media, and all those aspects. So even if you come away not winning it, you still come away with cheap but really unpriceless experience that you can't get anywhere else for a really unmatched price.
And obviously it's a good thing to keep you busy, isn't it, during the winter months as well? I think the Ginetta one is next week, and the Fiesta one, I think Fiesta have done an absolute masterstroke. Theirs is the last one of all the scholarships, so it's going to be the one that's freshest in everybody's mind next February. Will you come up and support anybody on that?
We're doing the scholarship?
Yeah. That's a difficult question.
It depends what else I've got going on. Yeah, if there's an invite there, I'd be more than happy to come support. Yeah.
Yeah, we'd love to see you up there. I'm going to let you get on with the preparations for the race. Any take on? Did you see anything of what happened on that first corner incident?
To be fair, it took me a bit from surprise. I got quite a good start. Kind of got up the outside of Oscar. As I went from second to third, got hit from the rear.
Right.
yeah, I was kind of all over the place, and I looked behind me, there's cars, there's carnage everywhere, so didn't really know what happened yet.
Oscar was saying his car was damaged, but under the red flags or coming back round into the grid, he didn't get a chance at proper racing speed to evaluate the car. Is that the same for yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to take some of the corners on the in-lap at a somewhat kind of decent speed, but I couldn't see anything, I couldn't feel anything. They observed that my left rear wheel had cracked, so they had to change it. But apart from that, I don't think I've got anything which is really going to hinder me in the rest of the race.
Okay, we wish you well for it. We'll let you get on with the preparations, and good luck, stay safe, have a good race.
Cheers, thank you.
Sam Nesser there in one of the Mark 6s, wish him well, got social media handles on the back. Let's have a quick word with Billy Blockley, a driver I've not spoken to yet this year. Oh my goodness, here comes the man with the microphone, is what the drivers say. I think Billy's probably, Billy, you're about as high up as you've been this year, I think, is that right?
I used to have been this year, so we'll see how it goes this race now.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations on getting it. Sometimes it can be a long season to get these things sorted out, but when you get there, there's that satisfaction, isn't there, to carry forward?
Yeah, there is, and it makes you look forward to next season and hopefully be able to do something a bit more. And it shows, well, if you can do something.
So I don't have my notes to hand, and I can't remember every driver's age, but where are you on the age bracket? Are you old enough to do it next year?
I'm 15 now.
So you can do next year as well, is that the plan?
I can do 2 more seasons if I like.
Wow.
So that's the plan.
So it's good, isn't it, in that sort of first year being this far up? Again, I'll ask the same question that I had a word with Sam. What was your view of what happened on the first corner? Did you see any of it?
Well, I think everyone just tries winning the race by the first corner, and everyone just wants to get the same line, and it's just a racing incident really, but it could, I don't know.
The more cars there are on the grid, especially at Brands, it can go out that way. Tell us a little bit about your team. So who helps you, what team you're with, and who would you like to name check?
I'm with 2010 Racing, and thanks to Ollie and Simon, they mechanic on the car and get it out every time from it.
Good lads in terms of Fiesta senior racing as well as juniors.
Yeah, they're a great team and they're very helpful, and they've had some good results as well.
Excellent. Other teams are available. We have to put that in the mix as well, but really good to see you, and good luck for the race.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Billy. Do you want the door shut?
I'll just grab it.
There we go. Let's just do that. Thanks very much. And so a lot of these youngsters, first time in terms of interviews and sticking a microphone in their face when they're waiting for the race to get underway, so it can be a little bit tricky for them. Going to have a word with Jensen Bell in 871. Look at this car. This car is absolutely immaculate. I mean, all the cars are very well prepared. Some may be carrying the battle scars in terms of the season, but this one always absolutely spot on. And we'll have a word with Jensen. He's got a little mascot in the window as well, so let's see if we can grab a quick word with Jensen Bell. Saltire on the car as well, so I'm guessing you probably have quite a few miles to do over the course of the season, Jensen.
Yeah, I do. It's been a quite a tough season for me personally. I got to grips during the car, like with the car for pre-season testing, but I just couldn't apply it through the season, unfortunately. I've never done overly well. Qualifying has definitely not been my strong suit anyway, but I'm going to try to see what I can do this race, but you never know.
Am I right in saying there's family history to racing as well?
Yeah, there is. My dad used to race in Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, Mitchell and Clio Cup, and Mini JCW Challenge.
So it's in the genes. Does he pass much in terms of in terms of race coaching and stuff like that?
Yeah, he definitely does apply some of his own knowledge to help with my progression, but it's definitely always helpful.
Car's a credit to you. We were just saying how stunning the livery is, and round on round, a lot of the other cars understandably carrying some battle scarring, but this car is always immaculate. So as well as the travelling, you're obviously putting a lot of effort into the detail on the car. Also, I noticed you got a little mascot over there. Is there anything you can tell us about the mascot?
There's not much I can tell you. I'd never thought about giving it a name. I'm a bit lazy, but the car's always been a bit. It's an immaculate car. I'll definitely say that, but I've just been lucky with contact so far this season. But let's see if I can carry that on for the next 2 races.
Yeah.
But you never know, it's racing, it's really unpredictable, so there's nothing, you can't tell what's going to happen.
How does it feel when did you see much of what happened on the first corner as well, I have to ask first of all?
Yep, I saw all of it. There was a massive accident in front of me, and there was cars coming across in front of me. I was really lucky to be able to just dive out of the way and just make up the positions, but unfortunately I've been knocked back a few places now, but oh well. There's not much I can do about it.
Well, I hope that the race pans out okay for you to stay safe and get a decent finish, Jensen.
So do I. Thank you.
Thanks, mate. I'll get the door shut. And, OK, we can't go too much further down because we've got technical limits, but I think, can we have a word with James Pope, who's over here? He should be all right. Well, if not, give us a shout and we'll go back. James, I spoke to, if you were with us on our live stream, don't know whether we'll be able to open the door here, actually, because it looks a little bit, we'll have a look. If we can't close it, I apologise. How are you doing, James? We spoke when we were on the live stream at Alton Park, did a little pre-recorded interview with you. How have things been going since Alton?
They've been going decently well. Not kill didn't go the best, had a bit of a contact and not kill. But quality this morning was really good. We were really happy with the pace. We're going to try and push for the second bit half because I got really lucky. I'm going to be honest. Yeah. I didn't anticipate the dampness of the track, so hoping the second start I'm going to do a bit less revs and then go for a better start.
It's interesting to hear your thought process there about, you know, taking the information that you've got from that first start, processing it, and then focusing on, and that's the key thing, isn't it, for a driver when this opportunity arises? Yeah,
definitely. You definitely got to anticipate the start and then think of a game plan, and then if things change, you've got to adapt around it.
Obviously, you've got this race. We've got another race tomorrow. Has the thought process started about next year yet?
Not yet. It depends about funding with the sponsors, but our sponsors have been really, really helpful. They've really, funded the season really well and been really supportive.
Who have you got and what do they do?
I've got TrueCost, who do a bit of the electricity around the country and supply to big businesses, and they've been really, really helpful to us. Really helpful.
Oh, that's great. We're always pleased that companies get on board and support our young drivers, and I hope that they'll continue to support you for next year. Earlier decisions obviously more welcome, so you can get some testing. As a junior, testing's quite difficult, I guess.
Yeah, it is difficult because we got the 4 week limit. But yeah, I'm going to see what we can do next year at this point.
Okay, well, wish you well. Thanks for chatting to us, James. Good to see you. Let's get the door shut if we can. I hope we don't muller this because there's a little bit of battle scarring on the car, so we need to head back down this way. Actually, engines are beginning to start. Just looking down the field, I think there's still a little bit of clearing up to do, so it's been good to catch up with some of these people. Let me just go a little bit further along the order. Let's go back into my list. Who didn't we talk to at the front? We spoke to Ben. We haven't had a word yet. Oh, George Foxlow's not here because he was involved in that incident, which is a little bit of a pity. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll do Daniel Lewis because Daniel is challenging for the championship and he is in car number 19 on the third row of the grid. And he probably thought he'd got away with the interview because we walked past him. But I'm going to nip down and have a quick word. Just looking at officials to see if we need to get... Dan, you okay for a quick chat? Looks like it. A little nod from inside the car. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll go in. Well, let's go down. Dan, last but not least in our interviews, thanks for agreeing to have a little chat with us. How are the nerves? Because you were busy chasing for that championship, aren't you, today?
Yeah, it's a scary race. Everyone's on limit, and me and Ben at the top, it's going to be close. But I think Ben's leading by quite a bit, so it's all down to today and tomorrow.
I think he said he's got to beat you by 3 places or 2 and fastest lap. Is that how you equate it?
I don't know the maths, but yeah, he's got to beat me, and he's got to stay in the race. That's all he's got to do, pretty much. Yeah.
How do you feel about P2? Because I was a few weeks ago covering the F4 British Championship. Will McIntyre finished second in that. He was second in juniors in the Ginetta version the year before. And he was gutted about second. I said, mate, second place in the field that you've got is mega, and I think you've had a terrifically consistent and fast season.
Well, the year's been great, yeah, but at the start of the year we've had engine problems, but it's been consistent, and there's definitely pace there that we haven't been able to extract yet. But today, like in qualifying today, we had a gearbox failure, so that put us down a little bit. But it's been overall pretty good.
Final question for you. I haven't asked this question since Harry England last year at Cadwell Park. How do you find this Mark 7?
It's all right. It's quick coming out of corners, but compared to the Mark 7, it's slow into them. But I like it. It's good.
Fantastic, great work. Well done. Good luck, Dan, for the race. Thank you for having a chat with us, Dan Lewis there. We are going to take a quick break, let the drivers compose their thoughts, get ready for the restart. Here's the break. Stay with us. We'll be back with the restart for the Fiesta Juniors in just a few moments.
Let it go.
you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
For voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world, choose Maximum Networks.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Well, welcome back everybody to Brands Hatch, where we are hopeful that we're only a few moments away from getting our BRSCC Fiesta Junior race back underway. We've had a lengthy delay after a start line incident at the first attempt to start the race, and we've now got that cleared up. Excellent work by the marshals and recovery crews, and it means that the track is ready to be raced on once again, and just in time for the rain to arrive apparently, because we've had a little bit of drizzle reported up at Druids. There is a dark cloud moving overhead, and so although we've got a slightly depleted grid now for our race restart, we're certainly not short of things that could provide entertainment as and when we do go racing. The timing screen, by the way, still showing a full 15-minute restart as well, so we should get the full race distance in, fingers crossed. And with now slightly less of them to try and fit into Paddock Hill Bend, we're hopeful of a clean start and a good battle here as Ben Ryan tries to seal the deal in his championship battle. Remember, he's battling with a few different drivers mathematically, but realistically Dan Lewis, the one that he's really got his eye on. Dan starts 5th on the grid, the black, orange and white car on the inside of row number 3, whilst Ben Ryan, the championship leader, with a late improvement in qualifying earlier on this morning, was able to start from pole position. So moody skies overhead, Scott Woodwist, as we prepare for our take 2 of this Fiesta Junior Championship race. The good news is that we believe all of the drivers got out of their cars and the recovery has been done, and also we didn't lose any of our big championship protagonists either, so that battle can now resume as and when we go racing.
Yeah, and I imagine anyone that was involved in that, there'll be some work overnight to get those cars race ready again for tomorrow, fingers crossed. We can have another full quota of 23 cars on the grid. Now, I counted on the restart, 16 as a number, so that's who we've got on the restart, which is who we have to get going again. The majority of all the front runners are there. There's a few party spectators which have come out for Festival Saturday, of course, to see all the fun of the heats, and of course TCR qualifying just now before this. Of course, one more race to go after this one, which is the second Mini 7 Racing Club Winter Series race. We saw their first one earlier on, which saw a victory for Aaron Smith. Despite a 10-second penalty for a jump start, he pulled up enough of a gap to pull away from them. And then, of course, we go straight into tomorrow's action, where tomorrow's action actually begins. The first track action is qualifying for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, but the first actual racing action is straight into two all-important semi-finals, which is quite crucial. Of course, then after that, just quickly go through some of the action for tomorrow's. A little bit of wave to the camera for some of the spectators in the grandstands.
Best seat in the house, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
You must have spent some time in that grandstand over the years, Scott.
I've watched a couple of races from the grandstands. Usually when I've done most of the weekend, because it's been festival weekend, because we've been working, one of the best places I've watched it from is when we used to have hospitality suites, as the ones that we leased. I used to be in there for most of the weekend to do stuff, and that was always a good thing to do, to watch the racing from the action. There's more people who've been caught on the live stream and enjoying themselves there. And it's good to see. All right, that's not a full grandstand, but there's enough people in there to show there's enough people interested to watch this race going forwards. And I hope that tomorrow, of course, with the two semi-finals and the grand final for the festival, and of course both TCR UK race championship decided at the top of that, we'll get hopefully a nice decent crowd packed in for those at least those two final races before the Civic. Well, the three final races, of course, the Civic Cup final race for the title, as long as the final TCR race of the title hasn't been decided already in the favour of Mr. Carl Borley or someone else, because there are 5 other drivers still in contention. And then, of course, the grand final, which will take place not traditionally as the last race, but I think that was part of a couple of things we've put in place to essentially try and do as best as possible to avoid how last year concluded, which obviously we don't like to refer to in many cases, but obviously for those who didn't figure, there was quite a large rainstorm that fell literally in the first half lap of the festival, and then after 2 or 3 laps it was the circuit had changed completely. Sadly the race had to be stopped, and with no improvement in conditions and fading light, the race sadly had to be cancelled. It called in after 2 laps, and Max Eston was declared the winner. So to avoid that from happening, to get a full quota of 20 laps in the final, all things being well, with a small break in tradition, the race is not the final race of the weekend, it's the second to last race, but in order to ensure that can actually take place. And then, of course, the final race of the weekend will be the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, possible title decider, all things being well. I should take this point as well, whilst we're on broadcast, even though the festival races today are done, I want to give a special thanks to all the festival sponsors for this weekend. A big thank you to iRacing, of course, who have sponsored all 3 of the heats this weekend. If you want to go and check them out at iRacing.com, if you even want to go and have a race if you want to recreate your own Formula Ford Festival in a way, there's I think that's a picture of somebody who's not there, but there in spirit, thankfully, enjoying a pie or a pasty or something on that Jacksonville phone. There is an idea. But you would tell me you've got Chinese food coming up later on this evening. So.
I'll take anything at this point, Scott, quite frankly. I'm surviving on chocolate bourbons and a baguette, which I had quite a long time ago, but I'm being fueled by adrenaline and excitement
I'll
through
take
the
another sip of water at this point.
You're living the healthier lifestyle of the two of us, that's for sure, Scott.
Trying to.
Yes.
But yeah, in terms of sponsors, big thank you to iRacing if you want to go and check them out. And if you want to go and race a form of a FF1600 car, as I should call it, of your own, and even race it around Brands Hatch, you can do that with an iRacing. And speaking of racing, looks like we're getting the cars back underway for the restart of this first Fiesta Junior race of the weekend. Headlights now coming on because the light is starting to fade just a tiny bit. Slow the way slightly for car 71, which is Ryan Mikulev. A little bit slow away from him. And I think that's an older glitch there. There was a small glitch in the system there, but we're back underway once again. Now, just for those wondering, the white line you can see is all that dust. That's essentially a line of quick drying powder or solution which goes down. Because if a car drops fluid, whether it's oil, fuel, water, coolant, or anything else that could be dropped down there, any other kind of fluids like brake fluid or transmission fluid or anything else, then that helps to dry it up so that cars can still run over it on the surface. As I was talking about that, you had your face looking a bit quizzical about something there.
Because Sam Nessa is rocketing through the order from, I'm not quite sure where he was, whether he'd been in the pit lane or not. Remember, there was this concern about damage to the left rear corner of his car, and he now is reclaiming his grid position. But I confess, I didn't spot whether he left the grid or whether he'd joined from the pit lane. But either way, I would have thought he probably would have ended up having to start from the back. But anyway, he's pulled in line where he should be from what was 9th on the grid, just behind Jensen Mason. So he will be taking the restart, thankfully. It's good news. Sam Nessa mathematically still a title contender, but really just looking to try and end his season with Two strong results here, and there are a few other drivers, I think, in that category. I'm intrigued to see how Ronnie Smith gets on here from the front row. Remember, he got the jump on Mulryan at the start of the initial start of the race, and Jenson O'Neill going as well. Clearly got the pace, hasn't he, to run at the front. Had that little moment on cold tyres at Paddock at the initial start, but what can he do? Could he get on the podium in what is essentially his first race in the Fiesta Junior Championship? It's not the first time that he's started a race, but hoping to go a little bit further this time than he did at Donington Park in a brand new car, understandably. And he lines up from the outside of that second row of grid. So picking a winner here, Scott, not easy.
One thing I also just want to say quickly is that these new Mark 7s are here. They absolutely look the part in terms of how they should do it. And every time I look at one, there's only the same three words that pop into my head. Baby touring car. It is a baby touring car. It sits there with a little rear wing and front splitter on its suspension, nice wheels. It looks like a proper little junior touring car in many cases, isn't it? A junior racing touring car, which is excellent. They're all lined up again once more. There'll be a green flag at the back, and fingers crossed we get race 1, take 2 of the weekend for Fiesta Juniors. Let's see if they can make it through Paddock Hill Bend all clean and tidy.
Here we go then. Ben Mulryan on the left, Ronnie Smith on the right. Can Ronnie Smith make another good start from the outside of row 1 and snatch the advantage? 15 minutes of racing gets back underway, and it's an even worse start this time for Mulryan. Ronnie Smith will get the lead, and up the middle is attempting to go Jacob Hodgkiss. To the outside, Jenson O'Neill going as well. There's a bit of crowding, but they all just about stay away from each other. Actually, the second phase of Hodgkiss's start wasn't all that good, and so Jenson O'Neill goes around the outside of them all to pop into second place. So Ronnie Smith leads them towards Druids. O'Neill going is second. Hodgkiss trying to go around the outside of Mulryan for third, and if he succeeds in doing that, that will put Mulryan and Lewis absolutely together, although Ben Mulryan is fighting back here. He's on the outside line into Graham Hill. Ben has to back out, and that means that we do now have the top two in the championship nose to tail heading down the Cooper Straight.
Tail going to Paddock Hill Bend. It looked like Brands Hatch in the rallycross days. Never mind it. Fiesta Junior, there's all the cement dust put down there, but nice and clean and tidy through the first few laps. Ronnie Smith with an excellent start, Jenson in second. There goes Jacob Hodgkiss diving up the inside to take second place. Likewise, that was Oscar Dix losing a place to Sam Nesser. Now you've got Jacob Hodgkiss looking for that second place. Now you get to see here a proper straight line comparison between Mark 6 and Mark 7. You can tell they've done a fantastic job to balance them, because the two of them are pretty much evenly matched. Hodgkiss with a tiny bit more momentum off the corner as they come across the line to end lap number 1. And here comes Mulryan with Dan Lewis, who probably is giving Mulryan no choice but to go on the attack to defend for Dan Lewis as he gets very sideways, almost to touch door handles. And he's off again. That's Oscar Dix off the road as well in the background. Just possibly losing a little bit too much. Mulryan trying to get up the inside, just almost trying to shuffle Smith out of the way.
Hodgkiss has got the lead, by the way. I'm not quite sure how he did that.
Yes, he has, yeah.
He's up ahead, isn't he? Mulryan second.
No, Ronnie Smith is still on the lead. He's now must be a couple of seconds up the road, because... Oh, no, Ronnie Smith is there third. Sorry.
Yes.
So much was going on in that sequence. I almost forgot that. I was looking at the timing screen, saw that Ronnie was still there. You rightly pointed out he's back to third. What's crucial now is that Mulryan has got a car between himself and Lewis. There's Oscar Dix in his first Fiesta Junior weekend, rather eventful, so to speak. And it's a safety car, and that's Dan Lewis, who's got Sam Lewis trying to get up the inside of him as well. And that's, they're all seeing the safety car a little bit too late. It's, yeah, just everyone manages to slow up in time a little bit better. And it leaves Jacob Hodgkiss in the lead. It puts, as I said, it puts the car between Ben Mulryan and Dan Lewis, but I think there was one or two that was so concerned with battling each other, they were just almost a little bit too late in seeing where the safety car boards had come out, and had to really stand on the anchors to avoid getting in touch with anyone.
So, right then. So, we are 2 laps in. Jacob Hodgkiss somehow leads the way. Ben Mulryan second, Ronnie Smith third, Dan Lewis fourth, and I tell you what, I'm impressed actually with Ben Mulryan getting his elbows out. He's not going to settle for anything here, is he? He wants to try and get to the front, get away from Dan Lewis, and make sure that he wraps this up in the first of the 2 races this weekend, and not have it go down to the final race tomorrow. There is Oscar Dix out of the car. If he didn't have damage before, he definitely does now, I am afraid. Now, as far... Oh, and that is...
Jenson Bell.
Sorry, Jenson Bell, you're right. Pulled up on the extra Graham Hill bench. This will take a little bit of clearing up. Gives me time to break out the point spreadsheet. So at the moment, Mulryan sat in second place. That's 46 points. Dan Lewis is in 4th position. That is 38 points. There would be 55 between them at the moment, because Jacob Hodgkiss has the 2 bonus points for fastest lap. So as it stands, Ben Mulryan provisionally doing enough to wrap the championship up, but there's a lot of racing still to be done here.
There is. There's Wesley Swain in the Parallelized car. There's Jenson Bell, who is just talking to the marshal through the driver's door, and a little slot in the gap. I imagine they'll be able to push that to safety via a little access road that he's just parked in front of, so they'll push that back out of the way, hopefully good to go. So it's not quite fast lap of the race for Dan Lewis. I'm not sure that's going to stand, I don't think, because it hasn't probably recognised that Jacob Hotchkiss has the fastest lap of the race, because it's 1 minute 6.529 for him. There's a bit of a glitch in the system there, but in terms of the race order, it is Jacob Hotchkiss who leads, Ben Mulrine in second place. It's then Ronnie Smith in third, followed by Dan Lewis in fourth, Sam Nesser in fifth position, Jensen Mason sixth, and it's James Pope up to seventh, one of his better performances so far in the pack. Eighth is currently Jensen Daniel going after he was as high as second at one point. They got shuffled out of the way. Ninth is Wesley Swain, 10th is Ryan Mikulev, 11th is Billy Blockley. Then it's Benjamin Doherty, Aaron Jasmine Shaw, and Josh Watts. And that's who we have as well. Speaking of Josh Watts, he had issues in qualifying, and sadly looks like they've recurred once again here in the race. Josh Watts, who's the son of Fiona Watts, formerly known as Fiona Leggett, and Danny Watts, who's his father, former LMP2 124-hour winner. So not having the best continuations of luck in this one, particularly with car troubles, first of all in qualifying, and then this just now in this race having to pull up out of the way, sadly. But it means that with 10 minutes to go, it's Hotchkiss now looking to try and take another victory. Is that Ronnie Smith? Now he's either running way too... No, that's not running way too wide, is it? Is that smoke? Is that
there's
smoking?
fluid as well.
That's... I want to say that was more something to do with the brakes, but that's not. That's possibly more something gone bang on the engine, I think, isn't it?
There's a lot of fluid being laid down. It's coming just from the left corner, though, which is a bit strange. So... anyway, that's a big shame for Ronnie, because he was obviously showing some of the best pace we've seen from him all season, but he's out of the race, and yeah, that is going to be his day done, unfortunately. But that's now left a lot of fluid all throughout basically the second sector. The bit of the track that didn't previously have oil on it now has something equally slippery potentially right on the racing line.
And also as well, if that's putting any fluid in the pit lane, also it's not something you think about too much, because cars are going quite a slow speed, but well, that's going to be an effect or not, remains to be seen.
Yeah, well, slower speed, but they're not going slowly, really, in the pit lane. I mean, it's a bit like standing next to an A road somewhere, you know. They're still going quite quickly as they come past you down the pit lane, and they're dangerous places, pit lanes, so they need to make sure they've got that in check as well. But I'm sure the marshals will be out there investigating the state of the track at Clearways and Clark Curve. I can't see any evidence of it through Surtees. That seems okay, but...
it seemed to begin up at Clearways, pretty much, didn't it? It started sort of, something was happening. In fact, red flag, so that race has been stopped. So that will now be a recovery, I think, of Josh Watts' car, because Oscar Dix's car's been pushed away. Obviously, Jensen Bell's car had that one too, so they've obviously got to take the time to push those cars back away into safer spots. I think they'll probably take Josh Watts' car back into the access road, I think, up just behind him at Dixon Graham or Ben, where Jensen Bell's car would have gone. And then it's down to the Clark, of course, to assess what they want to do next.
Well, yes, because we're not halfway through the race yet, so I don't think they could declare it an official result. We'd be in a very similar situation, I think, to that we were in at Donington Park in that first race, which ended up being basically erased from history. That race never happened as far as championship points and whatnot are concerned. Now, we have done more laps than we managed at Donington, so... is there a possibility here that maybe half points could be awarded for this one, in which case that changes then that championship calculation? I think it would still probably, because Mulrine is outscoring Lewis, I don't think it would make a huge amount of difference. He'd be 51 ahead if they were to give them half points, with 51 available tomorrow, so he would win on a countback, I think.
52.
52, you're right. Yes, 2 points, yeah. No, I forgot about that. There is...
That looks like it's... He's connecting with somebody rather than that's because
there was, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Scott, but I noticed in qualifying that little bit of trim was hanging loose at the front of Ronnie Smith's car. I think I pointed out in qualifying, and it was hanging loose again behind the safety car. So I don't know whether maybe they've fixed it and then it's come loose again in the early stages of the race. But that's, now we're seeing it up close. That's definitely something I saw hanging down from the car earlier on in the day.
Race car consultants crew going to work to try and get that one fixed. The rest of the pack has been paused up Exton Clark Curve, or just the crux of Clark Curve. So order at the end of that red flag was Jacob Hotchkiss leading, Ben Mulrine in second place. I wonder if part of it is also they've got to go and also clear some of the fluid which went down as a result of that. And they've had to do it in pit lanes, you've just seen scrubbing it down, but also now they've got to try and do it on the parts of the circuit where that happens. You can see they're sort of It's quite fascinating how they kind of scatter that with fairly good accuracy in terms of just like, it's like you try.
They've done that before, haven't they?
It's sort of like you play a game of bowls with it, kind of just like skating it down where you are. But you can see there's more being sort of laid down here, and this is all the way around. Looks like, I don't know how far this is going to stretch all the way up back through clearways and McLaren.
Yeah, they're doing it from Surtees onwards, I think, Scott, looking out of the window.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, wait, there we go. So I said the half of the track that didn't have fluid on it now does.
What looks interesting here is that fluid there, that's weaving side to side, if that's at the slower speed.
Yes, well, that's because they were behind the safety car, weren't they? So he was weaving around to get heat in the tyres and inadvertently was dropping fluid all over the track.
Yes, you are right.
Yeah, I think that's a graphic example there of the line that he was taking at the time. So in the meantime, they've got Oscar Dix's car out of the gravel trap, so they've brought half of the gravel trap with them. It's going to need a fair bit of sweeping, but they have at least got the car out of the way, and I think he's driving it back on his own. So that's two bits of contact that he seems to have largely survived without too much damage. The circuit maintenance vehicle's out. That's never a good sign, is it, Scott? That usually means that we're in for a little bit of a delay.
I think that's just simply just providing some more cement dust or quick dry solution to continue to clear up.
Yes, there's the Jenkins prepared 111 car. I don't actually think it made particularly hefty contact with the wall, did it? So if we could see a frontal...
I don't think it made any, to be honest.
No, mine might have stopped just short, actually.
Yeah, I think it just got deeply embedded in the gravel trap and was completely stuck. I don't think it, or didn't look like it made any connection with it.
No, got very close, but no, I think he's dodged a bullet there. So he won't now be able to take the restart, I don't think, because he needed recovery from the gravel trap. It's not like the first time where he was able to carry on under his own steam. This time I think he'll be out, as will Watts, and as we know will be Ronnie Smith. So we're very nearly in a position now where all of the cars are moved out of the way. It's now just a case of cleaning up after them, really, with bits of gravel and fluid down, lots of cement dust being used up at Clearways and Clark Curve. I think this might well take another few minutes to get the track cleared and get this race back underway. But evidently the plan is to get it back underway, I think, because they brought the cars down onto the grid. They've not yet started gridding them up, but they have brought them past pit entry, which suggests to me that we're going to have another crack at getting this race underway.
Hopefully so. The driver's trying to keep cool on the circumstances by just opening the door. So obviously this will mean that clear up continues.
It does, indeed. And Jacob Hodgkiss will have to do it all over again when we do eventually go racing, which we're hoping will happen in the next few minutes. In the meantime, we're going to take another very quick break here from Brands Hatch, but don't go anywhere. Fiesta Junior action will hopefully resume in the very near future.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Warrior and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting warrior.co.uk today.
for voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world. Choose Maximum Networks.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Well, welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody, where clean-up operation continues up at the top end of the circuit. Cement dust being laid down on fluid that was dropped by Ronnie Smith behind the safety car in slightly bizarre circumstances, something appearing to come loose from the front of the car and spilling a load of oil all over the circuit. So for that reason, the correct decision taken by the clerk of the course to neutralise the race, put out the red flag for a second time, and we will momentarily regrid the cars for a 6-minute restart. So minus Ronnie Smith and Oscar Dix, but hopefully everybody else out there ready to go. That marshal's run out of cement dust. In fact, they all appear to have run out of cement dust and are potentially waiting for that to be replenished. Here we go, the circuit maintenance van is on its way with some more dust. And I wasn't joking when I said they were going to need new brooms by the end of the weekend. Lots of sweeping been done to try and get the track back into ideal conditions. But the little bit of racing we got there, Scott Wood, was interesting because Benmore Ryan initially had a bad start, dropped back a little way, looked like he was going to be under some pressure from Dan Lewis. But rather than immediately going on the defence and trying to just protect what he had, he was on the attack, he was trying to gain ground, got back into second place. And that's actually nice to see from a driver who is on the verge of wrapping a championship up, that they're still going out fighting.
Yeah, there's two ways you could approach it. There's the approach which is the more cautious approach. I guess you call it more almost like the... It's you know, you see the similar sort of scenario sometimes in British touring cars where kind of they're just get the points they need to and just don't really push too hard. There's others who they'll, if you want to use the phrase, they'll go down swinging. They'll want to get as many points as possible, try and get the victory, and you know it's they've always got all or nothing to lose in some cases, so they'll do the best they can. And Moran seems to be finding a balance between that in terms of getting the points he needs, but also he seems to have a good enough head on his shoulders to know when to attack and how, and it seems to be making the most of that in order to really make it work and get to that point where he feels confident enough that he hasn't got to do too much in order to get the job done and wrapped up. Of course, what intrigued me now is that now he's starting on the flatter part of the circuit, on the front row, whereas the first two starts have been on the more sloped part on pole position, which is where Jacob Hodgkiss is. And it's also technically where Dan Lewis is also as well. So potentially there's a chance that Benmore Ryan could have a better start and do what Ronnie Smith did twice to him, which is beat him off the line. You've got a rather bizarre look on your face for a second.
No. I'm just mulling something over to myself. But yes, no, we are ready, I think, to get this restart underway. And as you said, interesting point that Ryan will now have a, in a way, better grid position. I think in front-wheel drive cars, I'd always rather be starting on the outside of row one, especially when it's a 2x2 grid like this, because you're not really at any disadvantage. It's not like you're starting a row behind on a staggered grid. So yeah, I think second is better than first. There's an argument, I think, actually, to do what they do at other circuits. Silverstone springs to mind, where they do put pole position on the outside line. It's the grippier side of the track. It's not the inside for turn one, but it's perhaps the place where you tend to get the best launch. But for whatever reason, that's never been done here at Brands Hatch, and it may well just give Mull Ryan the advantage that he needs. So he will be starting from the outside. Dan Lewis still on the inside, but he's now a row further forward than he was originally. Had started fifth, he's now starting third. And Sam Nesser on the outside of him as well. Sam Nesser's car looking a little bit dog-eared, but apparently still going quite well despite the couple of knocks that it's had. And he will be gunning for a good result as well as he tries to improve upon the 4th in the championship he is coming into this weekend. And Sam Nessa, if he can score reasonably well here, could break into the top 3, and it's actually not inconceivable that he could get into the top 2 if Dan Lewis were to have some dramas. So Sam Nessa keen to try and gain a few places here on the restart, and well, he's kept himself largely out of trouble and may yet be a contender for a podium.
One driver who is not here this weekend, but with very good reason, is Luke Hilton, because he has been racing quite a lot. He came to the weekend 3rd in the points, but he has now since graduated to senior racing, and I believe he's now on the continent or somewhere in Europe now racing. I think it's the Radical World Finals, I think he's in. So that's where his first forays into one. He did have a mini challenge car ready to go at one point, but I think he's decided to move more into the Radical side of things, so that car has gone up for sale, I believe. But good to see that another Fiesta Junior graduate is now moving up in their career, which is good to see. And again, another we should mention also, which you mentioned very briefly, I think in qualifying, was Harry England, who is actually making his debut in Civic Cup this weekend, which is I've been very intrigued to see how he gets on with there. Of course, there's 2 more Fiesta Junior alumni in that grid. They just happen to have the surname Kent, which is Lewis Kent, and also Lewis Kent, of course, double TCR champion, but he started Fiesta Juniors, and also he's now been joined for the first time in Civic Cup by brother Bradley in a car which, let's face it, unless you're wearing sunglasses, you ain't going to miss it because it's bright fluorescent yellow, and he's also in one of the new shape FN2s as well, which also makes it even more unique, given there's only 2 or 3 of those on the grid. But I know there's efforts to try and expand and get more of those for next year, from what I understand. So, technically, not technically, there are 3 Fiesta Junior graduates on the Civic Cup, which is good to see, because even though they're as far back as 2015, 2016, an FJC graduate is still an FJC graduate. So it's good to see 3 of them in the mix. And of course, we look at the TTR grid. Of course, we've got at least 2 of them on the grid that have graduated, which is Alex Lee and of course Jensen Brickley, who took pole position earlier on. So he's going from strength to strength. And there's even more ones that go on to doing great things in single seaters and everywhere else on that side. So it's good to see that progressing out of Fiesta Juniors, there are lots of drivers who are progressing onto bigger and better, into bigger and higher level things in senior racing once they graduate and making names and careers of themselves, which is ultimately the idea.
It is, certainly, and it's really nice that they've aligned themselves with TCR UK, to be honest. It's a natural starting point, really, if you want to be a touring car driver in the future. And along with some of the other championships that are confirmed now to be on the package for next year, you don't have to move away from that package now. You can spend a couple of years in Fiesta Juniors, then move on into perhaps the Civic Cup, perhaps the Audi TTs, and do a couple of years there, learn how to drive a car with a bit more power and, you know, a bit more grip, and then move on into TCR perhaps. So that really is the idea of putting these championships together. It's a long-term project, and I think it's a fantastic initiative, quite honestly, and I think the Fiesta Juniors have well and truly earned their place on that lineup. Right then, I can hear the horn blaring, which means that I think we're going to be getting the cars released in a moment or two. We'll have another go at this first even Fiesta Junior race. Feels like the third. First Fiesta Junior race of the weekend underway with Jacob Hodgkiss on the pole position. To be honest, I'm still not quite sure how he got the lead in all of that, to be perfectly honest. He was sideways at turn 1 in 2nd place, and then next thing I know, he was out in front, but he will now have to try and overcome that pole position curse, which almost seems to be the case here today, and try to hold on to the advantage into the lead. And then how aggressive is Mulryan willing to be? Does he go round the outside at paddock, where there's that cement dust down, there's the potential for drama? Only takes a tiny knock, he could be in the gravel, he could be scoring no points, and all of a sudden Dan Lewis is right back in this, so he's got to really think carefully, has Ben Mulryan, about how he handles the first few seconds of this race.
The interesting point in that as well is that the 2 main rivals he's got around him are his teammates.
Yes.
So ultimately, in a different scenario where he'd have teammates trying to help him out, he hasn't got that luxury this time. He's got 2 teammates that are directly on track, at least, against him in terms of positions and points. So you can't use anything really as lucky. If he's in a different scenario where he could use at least one as a rear gunner or a buffer to anyone else that's running a different team or a different contender, can't do that. So he has to try and do, it's basically to go out and race for himself, whilst also ensuring that he doesn't end up in a situation where he's compromising any of his other teammates too much in that sense. He's just got to go out for themselves, as do of course would do Jacob and Dan at that point. All 3 are out there to try and get it for themselves and get their own results in their own careers. So they've got to go and race as hard as possible. In terms of, we should mention also in terms of the Mark 6s, Sam Nessa, essentially, if he continues as he is pretty much now, at least with this race, because you can't drop any scores from the last 2 races, he's in a prime position to end up possibly as top Mark 6 at the end of the year, because is two key people that would have given him a challenge, which is Luke Hilton, who's not a junior anymore, and Ronnie Smith, whose car is sat in the pit lane after he had that mechanical issue, are both basically non-scoring. So he's going to take at least a good chunk of points where he'll finish in the end to get himself up there, at least properly into the top 5, and essentially cement himself in many cases as the top Mark 6 in that class this season, which is going to be key. But at the direction it's going, it looks as though that, you're watching Jensen Mason trying to get to his grid spot a little too quickly, I think, but I think he did so. And I don't want to be a grasser, but I think James Pope might be slightly out of position in his grid spot because he looks quite over it. It's not just an illusion of how far he's gone. I don't know where the front wheels are. Mostly Swain looks a little bit sort of possibly out of position too, but we'll let the clerk of the course decide it. But let's go for take 3 of race 1 of the weekend for Fiesta Juniors. Red lights are on.
Deep breath, everyone. Here we go. Lights out. Mulryan makes another poor start, so Hodgkiss will hold on to the advantage. Mulryan trying to slot in, and Dan Lewis is up the inside of him. Dan Lewis trying to challenge his title rival. Sam Nessa going the long way round as well, and it looks like Mulryan's going to drop down to at least 3rd, maybe 4th. Where did Nessa go? He's still there around the outside of Ben Mulryan, but it's Hodgkiss who leads the way, and Dan Lewis into 2nd place. So despite starting on, in theory, the preferred side of the road there, Ben Mulryan's still not really getting the launch right. He does hold on to 3rd as they head through Druids Corner, and Sam Nessa's the one who gets levered aside. He's out wide in 4th. James Pope slots into 5th position behind him, and Wes Swain comes steaming up the inside and almost makes contact with James. They just avoid it. Here comes Jensen O'Neill going, charging around the outside as well, but that's just allowing the leading group to break away slightly. They go on to the freshly laid cement dust at Surtees. Visibility not ideal for those further back, and perhaps that's led to Jensen O'Neill going, bouncing down the grass. Ryan Mikulev tries to get around the outside, but I think they're all just about going to keep going.
Looks like it. So quite feisty in these first few corners on this restart once again. Those top 4 trying to break away, and I believe all the top 4 cars at the moment are all race car consultants. Hodgkiss, Lewis, Mulryan and Nessa as they come down the pit straight. Wesley Swain's looking quite strong in 5th position up the inside of James Pope, having one of his better placings in the field at the moment, up in 5th and 6th position. There goes Jensen Mason sliding up the inside of Benjamin Doty, whose car looks a lot cleaner than it did in qualifying earlier on this morning after he had his excursion into the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. Side by side for 5th. Wesley Swain tries to hang it bravely out around the outside, but he finds himself putting a couple of wheels onto the AstroTurf, looks back up the inside and puts 2 wheels onto the grass again. He's not going to give it up, is he? Back over the curve again, forces Pope to give it up, and here comes Jensen O'Neill going with a good run off of past 1. That was close for James Pope. He darted out, and here comes also Ryan Mikulev. Careful! And they've both had a little bit of a coming together. The marshals have to scramble out of the way to be careful not to get caught up in that, but there goes Ryan Mikulev, who is taking a severe shortcut across the grass. And gets back on the road again. He's going to have to give all those places back, I'm certain. He's rejoined in front behind Sam Nessa, and yes, he's going to give that back to at least Swain and O'Neill going. Maybe just Jensen Mason for good going, but it was, again, a little too close for comfort once again between these guys in the mid-pack.
Yes, it was a little bit. Anyway, leaders up the hill, nose to tail for the race lead, and Dan Lewis knows that he needs every point he can get here. A race win would keep him potentially still mathematically in contention for the title, but right now Jacob Hodgkiss doing everything he can to hang on in front. He defends down into Graham Hill Bend. That might just give Dan Lewis a better exit, which it does. Dan Lewis trying to get the momentum down the Cooper Straight. Defensive line taken by Hodgkiss. Lewis to the outside. Mulryan quite happy at the moment, Scott, to just let them battle it out in front. He wants no part of this right now.
Because he knows it will come straight back to him, because if they keep on scrapping the holes they are, so they're going to come back to haunt them in a minute. As here goes Dan Lewis diving up the inside. He's got the better traction off of McLaren corner through Clark Curve. He's got his nose in front with better momentum, but now Hodgkiss tries to fight back on the outside line. Side by side down the pit straight towards Paddock Hill Bend. Ryan's keeping a watching brief in 3rd. They're almost touching. Wing mirrors. There's a little bit of kissing down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Hodgkiss throws it back round the outside line, and he's still holding there. Careful. Lewis has got the inside line here. Ryan wants 2nd place. These are all teammates, I should remind you, all in the same stable, but they're racing like they're all 3 different camps and racing for the title altogether, which they are. Up the inside goes Lewis, back into the lead he goes. Hodgkiss down to 2nd place, and Ryan still watching in 3rd. He's going to make a move. He's only got 2.5 minutes. A huge dive back up the inside from Hodgkiss. He's not settling for 2nd place. He wants the victory, and here comes Ryan again. If they're not careful, they might also get caught by Sam Nessa at this point.
Great racing, though. Fantastic side-by-side action there for the best part of a full lap, really, and it might not be over yet. Dan Lewis sizing up for another challenge, but a defensive line taken into clearways then by Jacob Hodgkiss. So, as it stands then, 46 points going the way of Dan Lewis, 42 to Ben Mulryan. That would put them 43 apart, although Mulryan has the fastest lap, actually, so that's that bonus 2 points. 45 then would be the difference. So right now, not quite quite sewn up for Will Ryan. Here comes Lewis up the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, though. That was a lovely lungy sideways on the cement dust. Levers Hodgkiss aside, but that's not good news for him because here comes Will Ryan up the inside of the pair of them. Maybe Ben Will Ryan for the race lead, and he's done it from third to first. The championship leader back out in front. Fantastic driving.
And what did I say? He was sat back because he knew something might happen. If they got too close at one point, he was there to pounce. That is calculated driving for Ben Will Ryan. He sat back, watched the turn, and went, you two just keep scrapping amongst yourselves. If you two start scrapping too much and come to blows, I'm going to take full advantage. And what happened? They got to Paddock Hill Bend, got a little too close for comfort. Hodgkiss ran out wide. Lewis lost his momentum, and back through goes Ben Will Ryan. Says, thank you very much for 32nd in one move. That potentially, I don't want to preempt it, but he's driving. If he does become champion, he's driving like one.
Absolutely, and right now he's in a championship winning position. He would be 53 points clear. That's where Swain in the gravel. Go on, go on, go on. He might get out.
No, he's dug himself in.
It's buried, I'm afraid. Now we've got less than a minute to go, so we might end up with. That's Will Ryan off with Dan Lewis. The top two in the championship are off at Paddock Hill Bend, and that is that. That is the championship gone surely now. The race car consultants team couldn't believe what they were seeing at Paddock Hill Bend, and that is big, big drama on the start of the final lap of the first race of the day, and that is Jacob Hodgkiss to the lead. That is Ben Will Ryan and Dan Lewis out of the race. And well, it won't be the championship over, will it? Because there'll still be only 47 between them, and it will go down to the final round tomorrow. Jacob Hodgkiss gets the lead. Jensen O'Neill going is in second position, would you believe? Having been off the road at least twice in this race, he is going to potentially come home with a podium finish. I wouldn't be surprised to see an early checkered flag. I think that's what we're going to get. In fact, it's going to be on time anyway, isn't it? Because the time will tick down to 0 as Jacob Hodgkiss heads for the line and wins the penultimate round of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Jensen O'Neill going gets second, and Ryan Mikulev will just hang on for third ahead of Jensen Mason in fourth position. What drama in the penultimate round of the championship. The top two tangling and Hodgkiss the beneficiary.
What this does, look, it gets him 50 points. He doesn't get the fastest lap of the race, or does he? Because fastest lap of the race got taken by Jensen O'Neill going, who's a guest, so he doesn't score any points. So the fastest lap was a 58.628 of the cars that finished. And well, Ryan's best was a 50. I think actually the fastest lap it might will go to Hodgkiss.
Oh.
Because the fastest laps from Ryan and Lewis are 1 minute. Wait, no, that's not right, is it? 1 minute 1 point.
Hang on, so
1 minute 1. Is he saying 1 minute 1.752 the fastest lap from Ryan? That can't be right. There's a 58.7 from Ryan, 58.6 for Hodgkiss. We're working at fastest laps because, as I say, the fastest lap of the race has gone to Jensen O'Neill going. He won't get the points because he's a guest driver in this weekend, so it goes to the next fastest driver in the field. And if the time screen's accurate, it says Hodgkiss gets, which means he gets 52 points. That at least moves him into second place in the championship, which means it tightens it up even further. But you have to ask the question, what on earth happened down there? That was unbelievable. And also, what I know as well is, what happened to Sam Nessa? He was leading Mark 6. He's dropped to third in that contest, but after the end of all of that, this is the result. Jacob Hodgkiss takes the victory then and puts himself firmly now into championship contention. Jensen O'Neill going to take second. That's his literal first race he's completed. He takes a podium in that one. Third place goes to Ryan Mikulev. Fourth to Jensen Mason. Fifth to Sam Nessa. What happened to him? I'm not sure. He was leading Mark 6s for so long. Benjamin Doty 6th. Betty Blockley 7th. James Pope 8th. And Jasmine Shaw 9th. Those are the cars which made it to the end of the checkered flag unscathed. But I have to say, what a drama. You always want elements of some kind of drama in FSG, so we see what I mean there. I don't want totally dramatic, but there's that, and then there's what happened there. I had my head in my hands almost thinking, what on earth happened? That was unbelievable.
As it stands, provisionally, 4 of them can still win the championship, and Jacob Hodgkiss and Sam Nessa are both moved ahead of Dan Lewis now in the championship because, of course, Lewis non-scores in that one. Jacob Hodgkiss would be 34 points behind Will Ryan with 52 still available. And don't tell me that it's unlikely that Will Ryan will non-score tomorrow. We didn't think it was going to happen then, and he ended up non-scoring. So you will want to tune in tomorrow, I think, for the final round of the Fiesta Junior Championship. An awful lot to look forward to, and an awful lot to discuss with our podium finishers. Not only the race winner Jacob Hodgkiss, who fires himself back into championship contention, but also with Jensen O'Neill going, who gets a podium in his first completed race in the championship, bouncing back from that awful accident at Donington Park. And Ryan Mikulev will be delighted with third place as well. Let's hear what they've all got to say for themselves as we head back down to the pit lane with Richard.
Well, we could do if they were here, but we haven't got the lineup of cars that we normally have in our victory lane. The drivers, I think, have gone to scrutineering, so we are waiting to see whether we will get them or not. A couple of cars still coming in off the circuit. As soon as we do, also looking around for BRSCC folk who might be able to get our top drivers down. And Jensen's mum obviously very happy, and rightly so. I'm going to take a little wander up this way, actually. I think it's probably the thing to do, Laura, so we'll see whether we can... might be a signal break-up if we go into Parc Ferme, but we will... So Jensen O'Neill going is just going through. We actually need Jensen, if we can, to get him into the... Ryan Mikulev is in Parc Ferme as well. So we need to get those guys onto the podium if we can. We know the signal's not going to work. We want to get you the best possible signal. We can't get that actually in the garages, but we might be able to do it the other side. And then we need to get Jacob Hodgkiss as well. Should we risk going through? We're going to risk it going through. We will lose the signal when we go through, but hopefully the other side. Here we are. Jacob, we were hoping to do the interview.
I booked away.
Yep, not your fault, not your fault. So Jacob Hodgkiss, well done on the win. And so what are your thoughts as you were watching your two teammates? It was frenetic, but your words are better than mine.
Well, it was very surprising. The issue was the lap before when Dan got past me, he left me no room, so they both got past. So I caught back up to them, and I was just focusing on my line, and I see these two out the side of my window just take each other out. It was mad. Now, because they took each other out, we're still in the championship battle. It's crazy.
That was going to be my next point. You've obviously done the sums. A lot of drivers don't do that, but it has brought you back into it. Andy and Scott in the commentary box were saying that you're very definitely back in it. If they do the same thing again, some people question the drop scores are not on the last round. It adds to the drama, but also it underlines to those drivers what they've got to do at this final meeting in terms of keeping it safe.
We've got to be safe, we've got to keep it on track, and that wasn't portrayed there, and it's disappointing to see my teammates do that.
How will you approach that with them as teammates in your awning and your paddock?
Well, it's to sort out between those two, really. I mean, I have a small niggle with Dan, but that's not the biggest issue here. Just while I have the time, I'd like to say a big thanks to Race Car Consultants, ThermServe and all my sponsors for letting me do this, and it's amazing. Thank you.
That's good. Second win of the year. Obviously you won up at, so it was Knockhill, wasn't it, the previous win, which is a great place to win. And here as well on the Circuit of Champions, Brands Hatch, we called it years ago. Another race to do tomorrow, so looking forward to that. What's the plan for this evening?
Sadly, because we made the wrong tyre call a bit too early, so we made the tyre call in qualifying to go on to dries a bit late. So we're starting P11. But we can fight from there, and as those two have just seen, it doesn't mean we're out. So
we could have some real drama tomorrow, couldn't we? Well, have a good evening. Have a great evening, and well done.
Thank you very much.
It's well done. So there we go. Let's see if we can get Ryan Mikulev. We might have to go back through the other side. I think Jensen is still in the car because they go through the weighing. Going to come through the other side. Let's see if we can get Jensen over. Jensen and Ryan next up. We get Jensen and Ryan. We'll get them on the spot so we can get the nice background. Well done, lads. We'll do Jensen first because it's P2. And we have a little cross prepared for you. So who can stand there? Actually, we'll have the two of you. Why not? Let's. I don't mind. So we've not had a double all day, so let's do that. Jensen going O'Neill, superb stuff. A P2, way back on that restart. Fastest lap as well, which you probably know. And you're nodding sagely. Your words are not mine.
Yeah, it's very good. I don't know what happened to Sam, but I got past him. 3 restarts, which weren't the best, but the third one obviously got me great. So yeah, it's been a very good race for me.
After Donington, obviously, we spoke when you were on the grid waiting for the restart. Big coat you got, Ryan, yes. And, you know, you dealt with that very calmly. You wanted to get back in the car. You very clearly got some talent and pace in the car, which is great. And I guess the lesson for all of us here, as Jacob just said, the key thing is finishing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the main thing, just you got to finish the races.
Any more thoughts, or should I go on to Ryan? You're a man of few words. I'm going to have to coax a bit more out of you in future. Ryan, well done. Race winner earlier on in the year, so you're sort of having a bookending sort of season. Good bits there. Talk us through that race.
Well, to be honest, I didn't really think I'd get anywhere near the front, to be honest. But as you can see, it was a crazy race. I don't know how many cars are out, but doesn't really, like, it benefits me, so do you know what I mean? So, no, it was a mad race, and to be honest, I really need a wee after that. I've been sitting on the grid for about an hour, so...
Just for that, I'm going to make you stand here longer now. We missed you, I think, for a couple of rounds?
Yeah, it's a bit of the budget is like we've got quite a few restraints, so we're doing what we can. We're doing like obviously Brands Hatch is my home track. I live literally 5 minutes down the road, so we could not do it. So we scraped the money together and we're here. And it's.
Did you drive here or did you walk?
No, we drove. I'm too lazy to walk.
And he hasn't got any money. Oh, yeah. We love it with you youngsters. That's great. I hope you get some deals together, and hopefully people watching this will realise you're a bit of a character, which will work for a company who wants to get involved in your racing, and they would have a good time as well as getting value for money out of you.
It'll be a good time. So once again, I said it at Snet, but if anyone wants to come and help me with my future racing endeavours, then contact me on Instagram, innit? So Ryan McCaleb 71. Remember that.
I think that would be a lot of fun, wouldn't it? Ryan, well done. Great to see you on the podium. Hopefully we'll see you on the podium tomorrow as well. Might as well have a quick round of applause for our podium people as we got them all there. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you, Ryan. And the Minis have been very patiently sitting in the holding area for quite a while, and I think they're probably ready for a race. And I'm guessing Andy and Scott might be ready to give you a grid. So let's head back up to the comms box.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yeah, our final race of the day is almost upon us now, and it is the second of the 3 this weekend for the Mini 7 Winter Series. And they had an entertaining race earlier on today, their second one incoming, and the first one won by Aaron Smith within the Miglia class, the Mini 7 class won by Glenn Woodbridge in what was a very entertaining battle, and so too was in particular actually the S-class battle, with Fraser Hack and Matthew Ayres separated by 19 thousandths of a second for the victory come the checkered flag. The second race should hopefully be even more entertaining though, because we've got better track conditions now really. The moisture that was on the track still for that first race is very much gone. We've been very fortunate with the weather today, actually. A wet start to the day, but that massive rain shower that was forecast for 3 o'clock never really materialised, and so we've got picture perfect conditions. It's that typical Brands Hatch autumnal glow that will greet the drivers for this final race of the opening day of the Brands Hatch Formula Ford Festival. Bit of recovery work to be done after that Fiesta Junior race, so they haven't yet released the Minis out onto the grid, but they should do in a few moments' time, and we look forward to what should be an exciting race. The grid based upon the finishing positions from the race earlier on today, so it will be Aaron Smith and Colin Peacock on the front row. But if you missed the first race, it was well, really should have been a much closer battle actually, with Rupert Deeth who was scrapping away with Aaron Smith in the early stages. He pitted with some sort of a problem. He'd faded off the pace a bit. He then eventually came in to get the issue rectified, and then seemed to be regaining pace again at the end, so he should be on to watch from the back of the Mini Miglia grid. Aaron Smith himself got a 10-second jump start penalty from which he managed to recover and won the race by over 20 seconds in the end, so he was able to hang on to the victory, and we'll be looking to try and do the same again in race number 2, a race that should be getting underway within the next few minutes. We'll be back after this quick break with our final race of the day.
Do you wonder why your competitors' websites appear in Google searches ahead of you? Then make a call to the SEO experts Woya and understand how your business can be more visible online. As the official marketing partner of TCR UK, you can now work with a trusted search engine optimization partner to increase web traffic, inquiries and sales. Speak to us for your free audit and quote by visiting woya.co.uk today.
for voice and data solutions at speeds that are simply out of this world. Choose Maximum Networks.
He's all the way around the outside. Miles for the lead. Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man?
Cars released from the assembly area for our final race of the day here at the Formula Ford Festival Saturday, and it is for the Mini 7 Winter Series. As I said earlier on, an entertaining first race, but I've got high hopes actually for this second race to be even more exciting. I think we'll get a bit more of that typical frenetic slipstreaming Mini action as Rupert Death looks to try and bounce back from a disappointing, not a retirement, but a disappointing result anyway in race number 1. Coming from the back row of the grid, but Aaron Smith will be starting from the outright pole position. Within the 7s should be some more good battling as we experienced the first time around in what was a damp but drying track, so much better track conditions now for the second race, albeit with a lot of cement dust down after the Fiesta Junior antics earlier on, but the drivers I'm sure will manage that pretty well. So all of the Miglias present and correct. The 7s likewise, I hope, further back, and it will be Aaron Smith, the race 1 winner, who starts from pole position. Keen not to jump the start this time, I'm sure. Colin Peacock lines up alongside. Then it's Phil Bullen-Brown and James Cuthbertson on row number 2. Row 3, Rob Howard and Josh Canning. Rupert Death and Julian Proctor from the back of the Melia grid. Remember, Death coming from the back, but then he's got the pace to challenge for the win. Then, within the Mini 7s, pole position for Glenn Woodbridge with Ross Billison, the company on row number 1. Row 2, Arnold Duncan and Paul Woodbridge, with Darren Thomas and Robin Pavey together on the 3rd row of their grid. Row 4 then for Mark Sims and Fraser Hack. Fraser Hack the first of the Mini 7 S's, having just pipped Matthew Ayres by 19 thousandths of a second to the class win. Matthew will head up the 5th row of the 7 part of the grid ahead of Matthew Page. Then it's Callum Perfect and Giles Page, Bertie Woolard and Kate Fraser-Kerr, with Andrew Page at the back of the field. So hopefully we'll have all 23 of them taking the start, and an entertaining 20 minutes ahead, I think, as a little bit later than planned we prepare to get our final race underway. Cars released onto the green flag lap then. Aaron Smith looking to try and claim another victory, but it won't be easy to do. He'll definitely have one eye back on Rupert Death, who is there in the Swift Tune machine. We know that Rupert should have the pace to get to the front, and because there aren't that many of them and you can overtake pretty much at will in Mini Melia racing, he should get to the front pretty quickly. So the question is, can Aaron Smith make any sort of a break before that happens, Scott, or will Rupert Death be able to get up there and really give him a fight this time?
Well, the track conditions are slightly different because it's now practically bone dry now. The track temperature's still a little bit colder, I think, than it was probably than this one, because the light is starting to go down a little bit and it's getting a little bit later in the day. I would imagine that Aaron Smith is going to do what he can. The key thing is going to be to watch how the likes of the guys towards the back of it, like Rupert Death and Phil Bullen-Brown, can work their way through, because it'd be intriguing to see how they can sort of work their way towards the front and how quickly it's going to take them, really. Of course, the grid is all split by different categories, so the Melias and the Libras will start at the front of the grid. There's a rose gap, and then you have the 7 and 7S category. Aaron Smith has got a good chance here, although there not being that many Mini Melias on the grid for this weekend on this combined grid, it does give more of an opportunity for Rupert Death to make a good start, make a good few places, and he could be up there inside the top 5, if not into podium places, if he gets a good enough start and a fast enough start. In fact, there he is in car 23. by the time we end the first lap or two. So there's every chance he could do that, but he just needs to get a strong start, pick his way through the cars initially, and get as close to Aaron Smith as possible if he can, to try and set up what could be a good race line battle. I've been intrigued to see also how the 7 and 7S category gets on. They seem to be very, in the conditions, or at least around the circuit, very evenly matched. Usually they're not. There is a difference in pace, but it seems that the shorter kind of speed bowl-like nature of the Brands Hatch Indy circuit certainly keeping them quite equal. We've got 2 formation laps here because the conditions were different than they were earlier on. We had sort of damp into a little bit of rain conditions earlier on. It's now bone dry for the cars out there, so it's a change in track surface and conditions, which means the cars need an extra lap to get extra accommodated to it as much as possible. This is, of course, the penultimate race of the season for the Dunlop Mini Media's Winter Series, the B7's Winter Series. Of course, it started all the way back in March on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. The next round's also doubled up as the final rounds of the regular National Championship, and that was on the Silverstone International circuit, which they're concluding here at the Formula Ford Festival on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit, before they'll probably do it all over again at the beginning of next year in what should be another fascinating season all round. And I think it should be another fascinating race, provided we get some good battles up and down the field, particularly with the Minis in the mix, and also between the Mini 7s, because having the 7 to 7S cars that firmly intertwined is quite exciting to watch in many cases.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that was down to the damp nature of the circuit. It wasn't fully dry yet, was it, when they were out last time? Maybe that sort of allowed for the less powerful S's to maintain pace with the 7s. We'll wait and see, but yeah, there was certainly a bit of intermingling, although actually the better of the racing within the S's happened when they were left to their own devices and they weren't sort of stuck battling with the 7s. So we'll see which kind of race we get amongst them. Of course, lapped traffic also played a big part in race 1. It didn't take long for the Melias to get to the back of the 7 field and start putting a lap on them, so I expect that we will have a similar sort of situation now in the second race of the day, final race of the day for the Minis. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid, comes Robert Pavey. So Robert Pavey's race isn't going to get underway in ideal fashion. There was someone retired to the pit lane before race 1 had begun as well, and unfortunately Robert facing similar difficulties now, so into the pit lane he comes. The team will try and get that car sorted. It looks as though that may be his race done, but the rest of them lining up at the front of the field. Aaron Smith and Colin Peacock, row 1, row 2, Phil Bullen-Brown and Jamie Cuthbertson, row 3, Rob Howard and Josh Canning, and then row 4, Rupert Deeth and Julian Proctor. And a very quick visit to the pit lane for Robert Pavey. That could be good news in that they're sending him out, or bad news in that they're sending him back to the paddock. We'll cover that in a moment though, but now the green flag has flown and we're about to get our final race of the day underway here then in the fading light at Brands Hatch. Aaron Smith from pole position, looking to try and not jump the start this time. Lights go out, then he moves. That looked perfectly legal to me. One of them bogging down a bit further back. That was Josh Canning, but who's going to get the lead into turn 1? Colin Peacock challenging round the outside of Aaron Smith. Rupert Deeth is already up into about 4th place, I think, meanwhile, so he's making really light work of some of the stragglers, but of leaning on each other amongst the 7s. They're all through Paddock Hill Bend in one piece though, and it is Aaron Smith who leads. Peacock in 2nd position, 3rd place Cuthbertson, and up into 4th already for Rupert Deeth. So Rupert Deeth already clearing a handful of cars and setting off after the lead group. Down into Graham Hill Bend they go. Phil Bullen-Brown there on the inside holds on to 5th position within the 7s. I think that is still Glenn Woodbridge leading in the 7s class. And within the S's, it may have been Fraser Hack, who I saw getting levered aside at Paddock Hill Bend. We'll sort that out at the end of the lap. There is the number 72 car of Rob Howard, which you can sliding his way on cold tyres through the final corner. The exit clearways in Clark Curve, though, head for the timing line of the completion of lap number 1, where Aaron Smith leads, but Rupert Deeth Scott already making progress.
Trying to. He's certainly up to 3rd already. I said he might get somewhere to the podium by the end of the first lap, and it turns out my prediction was fairly true. He's up into 3rd place already, trying to pursue after Colin Peacock and Aaron Smith. And if he can get past at least Colin Peacock, he'll have another battle between himself and was like his arch rival Aaron Smith, as that was their battle between. That was between Darren Thomas and Paul Woodbridge, and that's over 4th and 5th in the Mini 7 category. They're still piling with each other. And the troublesome pair, once again, that's Ayres and Hacker back together again. They're scrapping at the moment over what's currently 3rd and 4th in the 7S category. Down the back straight they go. There goes Josh Canning, who's at the back of the 7 Amelia field. He's behind the Sol Libra car of Julian Proctor. Going back up through Surtees, up towards McLaren and Clearways, and then back onto that Clark Curve and onto the Jack Brabham straight. Twitch there from Callum Perfect. Just the back of Fraser Hack now. Matthew Ayres up to second place now. He's up the inside of Matthew Page. They come down the pit straight. This will be for the 7S lead between the pair of them as they come down towards Paddock Hill Bend. In the background of these cars, there they are, the two cars side by side. That's the 7S lead. As we see just ahead of them, this is now Darren Thomas with a huge lunge up the inside of Paul Woodbridge in towards Paddock Hill Bend and just sliding around on the cement dust. But in typical Mini 7 fashion, gets the car all straightened out in a matter of moments. Now goes Woodbridge back up the inside and he's back to where he started.
Yes, he is. Correction, by the way, it's Ross Billison leading in the 7s. I thought early on it was Glenn Woodbridge, but Billison's managed to get ahead of him in the early stages. Have to wait to see whether or not he's able to stay there to the flag. But a good battle, lots of good battles raging on further down the order. There is Page, who currently leads, does he, within the S-Class? Yes, he does, with Ayres and Hack behind. So the top 3 pretty much together. Top 2 from the early race, running second and third at the moment. The leaders make their way across the line. Rupert Death is up into second place and has just set the fastest lap of the race. So he's setting off after Aaron Smith. Only half a second between those two. They're up at Druid's corner as the 7s pour across the line. And some more really good racing going on. But what is going to happen at the front of the Melia field? I wonder, can Rupert Death make a move against Aaron Smith? If that car's working well, you'd have to suggest that he probably will.
Something else going for it. Darren Thomas, he's not finished Paul Woodbridge, and here comes behind him Matthew Page. He's the leader of the 7S category. Doesn't matter to him, he's sailing around the outside of Woodbridge, going for the move and almost making it stick, as he has made it stick around the outside. Forget the different spec of car. That was a brilliant move from Matthew Page to literally pickpocket Paul Woodbridge there to take the position. This is, I'm counting in terms of overall places here in the Mini 7s. As to where he is now, he's roughly around about 5th or 6th now. We're looking at the inside now, Darren Thomas. This is supposed to be the slower of the two cars, but even so, Matthew Page is really going for it here. And also these two guys here have got both Fraser Hack, well, Matthew Ayres is now up the inside of Paul Woodbridge, who's off the racing line. He's going to lose out to Fraser Hack and Callum Perfect. That's 4 places lost. Meanwhile, could be Aaron Smith losing a place to the charging Rupert Death. He was right at the back of the Mini Media group, but now he's onto the back of the rear bumper of Aaron Smith. There is the other Page in the field. That is Giles Page off the road. That's on the run down, exiting Druids towards Graham Hill Bend. The car is just about moving, but if it can't get it moved in quick enough, it might well possibly prompt, dare I say it, a safety car. It's crawling along, but it looks like it's the left front damage. That's the reason why. Well, there might be. I can't quite tell. It looks. He's got the thing that's confused. He's got black wheel arches. That's the thing that's confused me. So it's either something that's purely mechanical or something that's damaged on the suspension. Either way, it's troubling him. Meanwhile, down towards Paddock Hill Bend again, Rupert Death darts out. He wants to lead. He's going for it down the outside, and Aaron Smith again throws the block back to the racing line towards Paddock Hill Bend. Through the right hander they go. They swing down the hill through Paddock, back up Halewoods and back towards Druids once again. This is on lap 5, lap 6, 5 laps in the books. We've still got 15 minutes to go. It was like all that in 5 minutes. We've still got 15 minutes to go. And it's just a slightly more frenetic race than it was in race 1 earlier on.
Yeah, I think the track conditions improving are helping the quality of the racing improve as well. But it is Aaron Smith who leads them down the Cooper Straight and heads for Surtees Corner. So Death, having caught him, not yet able to make a move. It'll be interesting to see as they go down the pit straight this time whether or not Death is able to use the slipstream to attack. The same situation may well play out behind between Colin Peacock and Phil Bullen-Brown as they debate 3rd position. 5th place then for Rob Howard. 6th is Cuthbertson, James Cuthbertson. Here comes the challenge for the lead though. Death to the outside, inside line held by Aaron Smith. There's traffic just ahead as the race start is under investigation. That's exactly the message we got in the earlier race before Death was given a penalty. On the inside of the back marker they will both go, and Aaron Smith just closes the door on Rupert Death into Druids. That was Rupert's perhaps best opportunity so far to get that overlap.
That was a lap on Kate Fraser-Kerr back in the 7S category. She's back in 21st overall. Now you see Rupert Death is trying to work hard here to get himself back to the front. And again, like I said earlier on, this is a continuation almost of what the back and forth battle they had at Croft between these two, where they were going no to tell. That was a 3rd place rather than the league, because up ahead of them it was Kane Aston versus Andrew Jordan, whereas these two were going at it for the final podium place. I think it turned into a battle of a 2nd place in race 2 after Aston's engine expired in that weekend in Croft. These two very evenly matched. And that's a car which Rupert Death's been bedding in the last few weekends. It seems fully bedded in now and really on song. Aaron Smith then trying to move across to try and defend the place. Back towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. And again, Smith looks more comfortable to take that racing line all the way down through Paddock Hill Bend. Back up the hill once more. They're coming to put a lap on at 787, which is 787.
Bertie Willard.
Bertie Willard. So That's a proper Mini 7 racing name, isn't it, Bertie? Well, I love that. That's fantastic. He dutifully gets out of the way. It's nice driving to keep himself out of the way of the top two. So just pitched the car in. It was just throwing the car in, sort of sorting out the problems later. And I saw a picture of back at Croft. This was Andrew Jordan. The way his car was very stiffly sprung. And you see back to see with our Mini 7s having a scrap towards the front of the field. This is Ross Billison having a scrap for Glenn Woodbridge, going up the inside. Huge dive from Billison towards Paddock Hill Bend. Relentless pass up the inside towards Paddock. Glenwood didn't have a response there, at least initially. He's back up the inside again. It was going to touch. They do touch. But Billison forces the issue, covers the line off. And now here comes the Arnold Duncan number 89 car looking around the outside. And in fourth place is the 7S car of Matthew Page. Forget pace and engine differences. This car's absolutely flying. It's in a different class. Matthew Page doesn't give a care in the world.
Yeah, strangely, the S-Class actually being sort of dominated by him at the moment, isn't he? He's got a nice little gap over the rest of them. Given how close it was in the earlier race, this is all the more impressive, really, from Matthew. Up towards Clearways they head once more. And, yeah, that was a change for the lead of the 7th class then. And Billison, if anything, now starting to get away slightly from Glenn Woodbridge. Billison led early on, Woodbridge got past him, and now Ross back to the head of the field, although that slipstream then immediately starts to bunch them all back together. Towards Paddock Hill Bend they go, and is Woodbridge going to try and make that move into Paddock? Billison thought he might, so he covered the inside line. Woodbridge is going to have to try again another time. Carries good speed off the corner though, and charges to the outside line underneath the bridge at the top of Woodham Hill. Does he brave it out round the outside? He wants to try and get back in line, but here comes Matthew Page. He's gained another spot now, and he's up into, well, third, if you like, of the 7s. He still leads in the 7Ss, but he wants to try and finish ahead of the whole 7s field. And you know what, Scott, he might just be able to do that.
I'm not sure, unless someone's about to correct me in the chat or somewhere else, I'm not sure if a 7S category car has ever won a Mini 7 race outright. If it has, then it's probably been a long time ago, but Matthew Page is making a point here. He's absolutely flying at this point in time and beating some of these cars who effectively could and should, and technically are, quicker than him in many senses, but this short little 1.2 mile speed bowl that is Brands Hatch really is suiting any spec of Mini. These short little 7S cars are making the most of, there's almost the performance balancing effect that they've got against the main 7s as they come back and down the pit straight. So Woodbridge looking back to the outside again, and he knows that the harder these two fight each other, the easier it's him to catch up. And look at the speed he carries in Paddock Hill Bend. A mammoth piece of speed. Big momentum is now side by side again. Page's way is blocked. Woodbridge goes down the outside to try and reclaim the lead back from Billison, but if they both run out wide, there'll be a chance for Page to sneak up the inside, which he's trying to do. Almost there. Gets his nose chopped off by Woodbridge, who sits back in line for second place. Back up the inside again. Billison's almost sideways, but again, just showing the nose. But that's only going to cost him momentum. And now look who's getting into play there. We've got Arnold Duncan, and also in there too is Darren Thomas in the green car in the mix as well. This is for the top 5 outright. Forget 7 and 7S class. This is for the Mini 7 win outright in the entire category. And the odd one out is Matthew Page. Also shout out to Fraser Hack and to Matthew Ayres. They're getting involved there too. And who's come on crop on their tail? Why, it's the 7. It's the media leaders. It's Smith and Deeth, and they're on the tail of this. This should be interesting.
Yes, well, that gap has gone back out a bit now, but in traffic, I reckon Rupert Deeth might be able to close back in on Aaron Smith. It's been hovering around 8 or 9 tenths. Aaron Smith just manages to find a gap round the outside there, and right round the outside has got Rupert Deeth. Smith just set the fastest lap of the race, actually, to get the gap back out to 0.6 of a second again. Up the inside of Duncan he goes at Druids, but then gets delayed a bit on the apex. He's still making, I'd say, better progress through the traffic than Deeth is, though. The outside at Graham Hill Bend chops across the nose of Glenn Woodbridge, gets to the inside of Ross Billison. And just like that, he's cleared the whole group. So Aaron Smith gets through. Rupert Deeth still busy trying to get past them, and actually that gap now continuing to grow. So Rupert Deeth might well end up losing this race because of the traffic. It's just not landed quite as fortuitously for the second place man as it has for the leader.
Smith also set the fastest lap of the race. We've still got 9 minutes to go, so it's still not completely over for Rupert Deeth as he sweeps past the 7 leader. He's now got past Ross Billison. Now he's got the clear track ahead of him. Side by side for 4th now in the 7 ranks. This is outright 7 ranks. It's Arnold Duncan up the inside of Matthew Page. And the only pace which he had keeping up with the top 2, faded a tiny bit through that traffic as one or two cars squealing the tyres through Paddock Hill Bend. Also the scrap for 3rd between Colin Peacock and Phil Bull-and-Brown teams. I think Peacock's got past Bull-and-Brown, so it means that he's going into a possible podium place. There he is. Just put a lap on 7, 8, 6, I don't think that was. It might have been 7, 5, 8, which is one of the Matthew Ayres cars. Either way, that was one of the 7 cars that was falling back a little bit. And down the back of the third in medias, goes past almost the entire leading group in the sevens.
As it does, so the 7 battle continues to rage on. They've not really been separated by that big lunge up the inside there from Bullen Brown, and I think that was someone else trying to follow him by.
That's Fraser Hack and
It was
Matthew Ayres,
Fraser,
actually,
yeah,
yes.
absolutely. So that's Fraser Hack, who of course was involved in that thrilling finish within the S's earlier on. Having quite such a good time of it in race number 2. Phil Peacock and Phil Bullen Brown, though, trying to make decent progress through this group because they're battling over third place. The lead margin is nearly 1.5 seconds now between Aaron Smith and Rupert Death. Only a third of the race to go now. It's going to take a little while for... it's going to take a bit of a miracle, actually, for Rupert Death to close back in on Aaron Smith. Smith just has that relentless pace to get out in front and lead from the front, whereas Rupert Death, all he can do really is try and keep up with the race leader. In sight they make those. The sevens wind their way through Surtees. Just ahead of them, Phil Bullen Brown in the orange number 9 car. Within the Miglier class, Ross Billison still leads in the 7th. Matthew Page leads relatively handsomely in the 7S. It's only a couple of seconds actually clear of the rest of that class. So it's Ayres in 2nd and Fraser Hack sitting 3rd in that class at the moment. So not a huge margin, but definitely Matthew Ayres has been the pace setter in that class in this 2nd race of the weekend. There he goes, turns his way, there goes Ayres, sorry, Matthew Ayres 2nd in the class, turns through Paddock Hill Bend. He's got half a second or so over Fraser Hack, with Callum Perfect only a second or so further behind them.
I'm going to sort of answer a question I posed earlier on, which was, has a 7S car ever won a 7 race outright? The answer comes from, as I'd expect, our fellow commentator and anorak extraordinaire Dave Goddard, who says he seems to remember Conor O'Brien winning outright when he was in S-Class a few years ago. So thank you to Dave, the ever the font of motorsport knowledge, for providing that one for us. And I figured someone would point it out, and in a nice way, I'm glad it was Dave, because he's usually someone who's knowledgeable about these things in a deeper sense of club racing than I probably ever will be in that sense. But Matthew Page still trying to give it a good go here. He's still pushing on the back of Arnold Duncan, and just it's amazing, even though that on certain other circuits, the 7S cars, the difference in the pace between the two classes is quite evident. But here at Brands Hatch, it really is pretty even between them. It really is down to proper driver skill and setup, and Page has got quite a good pace here. 4th overall. He'd love to get himself. There's no overall podium for the 7s, but I'm sure it'd be a good confidence boost for him if he can get 3rd outright in the 7 category. If he can get past Arnold Duncan, the top 2 are just breaking away and have got something of an advantage now. That means he's running out of time to really trouble them at the front. Speaking of at the front, the gap has gone out to 1.398 seconds. As Matthew Page is listening, because he's gone diving up the inside.
Oh.
Was that Matthew Ayres with a problem?
I think so.
That was, well, it's either a problem, or do you think he was that vigorous into Graham Hill Bend? He was smoking the inside left front that much, and therefore trying to gain traction, because it looks like because the smoke seems dissipated now, whatever it was. He seems okay now. I think he was going like way too hot into Graham Hill Bend and just smoked it had either clipped the curb or got properly sideways, and had the left front was spinning up so much it was causing it to smoke, thinking we had some kind of an engine or a temperature issue of some kind. But he's still up there and still in good pace. As Page goes back up the inside of Duncan again. Yeah, closer look at Ayres' car. All looks good, all looks well. So it looks like it was simply just him pushing too hard. Here's a push though. This is Ross Billison trying to defend from Woodbridge again. Down the outside looks the number 5 car. Down the outside looks for the undercut if he can, but quite close racing. You can't get past there. Then there's no room to get through. He's going to dive it back up the inside again. No. Slots back in through Graham Hill Bend. So still the top 2 battling, but you've got to be careful. Again, if they fight too hard, so they're going to bring the cars behind into contention again.
Certainly is. There are the leaders, by the way. Lead gap coming down quite rapidly now. 2 consecutive fastest laps of the race for Rupert Death. So 54.449 puts him now back within 3/4 of a second or so of the race lead. And the fastest lap in the earlier race was set by Rupert as well, 54.801. So he's going about 3.5 tenths quicker than he did earlier on this afternoon. And not giving up hope of winning the race yet. Aaron Smith then leads them out of Graham Hill Bend, but there you can see visibly the gap coming down. But look, there's more traffic now on the horizon, and it was in the traffic really that gap grew in the first place. In the 7 battle, it is still Ross Billison just ahead of Glenn Woodbridge, who looks from the outside back to the inside, but Ross Billison had that one covered, goes into Druids on the tight line, and then you can't afford to drift wide because it gives you the inside line for Graham Hill Bend, which he doesn't take, and actually Woodbridge tries to slip through on the inside, but Ross Billison carries the momentum through the corner, hangs on to the advantage. But the 7 class battle, I think, is the one that's really going to rage right down to the wire this time. Just over 3 minutes still to go. And is this a challenge from Woodbridge? It might have been, but Billison slammed the door in his face. But they're heading for the pit straight now, Scott, where that slipstream could give another opportunity for Glenn.
Thought about it, didn't he, Glenn? He thought about it going towards into Clark Kerr, but couldn't quite make that stick. So now with less than 3 minutes to go, he's in the toe back down towards Paddock Hill Bend again. Again, good momentum through the right hand here. White ball help. Just in the background, I can see Matthew Page under threat again from both the cars behind, being Arnold Duncan and Darren Thomas. Thomas comes into the shot almost at a 45-degree angle sideways over the curve. Now it's Arnold Duncan's turn to have an attack in car 89. Matthew Page is getting back involved in that as well. Matthew Ayres, sorry, is getting involved in that in 4th place in the grey car. And behind him, of course, is Fraser Hack. That's Aaron Smith, who gets past one of the laps cars with fairly effortless ease. Comes down the back straight once again. We see now he's trying to push and force that issue. He wants to try and squeeze through if he can, but listen, holding firm as they come back through. But this has been a podium finisher before in the 7s multiple times this season, so his capability in these cars is, of course, quite well known and quite well documented. There is Matthew Page, made an amazing drive so far. 3rd outright in the 7s. So this is, I thought for a second they were going to change from the lead. There hasn't. It's simply just that was Aaron Smith coming up behind Josh Canning, who happens to have a black Mini Melia, so it's the same colour as through Petit. I thought for a second, hold on a minute, has he got through? But it's not. It's a lapped car that's gone through. He's getting around, which is Josh Canning, so that's the one in the mix. Still between the Mini 7s, he goes Woodbridge again. They're almost kissing wing mirrors up towards Druids, practically touching door handles, and Woodbridge takes the high and wider line through Druids. He tries again to put himself on the inside for Graham Hill there, but look at what he's doing. He's bringing the 3 cars behind right into contention. Back up the inside goes Woodbridge. He had to look up the inside, tries to shuffle him out wide. They're still side by side, and here comes Matthew Page for the lead. Up towards the left-hander at Surtees. It could still happen. Matthew Page could still win this race outright. Up through Surtees, up towards McLaren. Woodbridge tries to force the issue. He's got the outside line. Billison back up the inside. Woodbridge doesn't want to give it up. He's shaky. He's sideways. Here comes Matthew Page for 2nd. He might go for the lead down the pit straight. Matthew Page could still win this race.
Oh, stand well back, everyone at Paddock Hill Bend. This could get lively. Into the first corner they will go.
He's waving to the car behind. Push me, let's go.
Well, I'm not sure they're going to, unfortunately. I think it's every man for themselves right now. Through Paddock they go. Duncan moves up ahead of Woodbridge as well. Woodbridge's race has fallen apart, hasn't it? But Matthew Page is on the tail of Ross Billison, goes to the outside line at Druids Corner. I think this lot will have another lap at the end of this as well. So they've got the best part of 2 laps of this race still remaining, and plenty of time then for Matthew Page to try and make the move. He's not going to try it surely into Graham Hill Bend. That's where really it all went wrong for Glenn Woodbridge a lap ago. He tried to get the lead, lost all of his momentum,
Here he
and
comes.
that's what allowed Page through. Page has got the run down the Cooper Straight, but again, Surtees isn't really a place to try and get a pass. It's all about setting yourself up maybe for the lunge into clearways, but more to try and get the exit speed, get the momentum down the pit straight. And there's a big moment there. There was a very strange line for Darren Thomas. He drops back behind Matthew Ayres, but what is going on for the class lead then? Out through Clark Curve they go. Final lap beginning for the Mini 7s, and it is just about Ross Billison with the advantage.
He's pushing, one more chance to get it done, 1.2 miles left to go, and there goes Woodbridge back up the inside. That was the 3rd place, in towards Paddock Hill Bend, and he's looking out the window. As across the line and checkered flag comes out, it's a win for Aaron Smith and Rupert Deeth, but that as he takes victory outright in the medias. Darren Thomas is off in the background in the gravel, but now this is where it's all the focus on. It's Ross Billison versus Matthew Page for the outright 7 victory, and Matthew Page gets a good run, but he finds his way blocked down towards Graham Hill Bend. Still nose to tail, half a lap in it. Through the left-hander, still pushing on towards the back straight, and Matthew Page has got to run again. Is he going to go to the inside line? Surely Billison must realise that he's a different class car, but he won't care. He wants the outright victory. Back towards Surtees, back towards Clearways and McLaren. It's going to be the last sprint to the flag unless Matthew Page can try something, anything to try and get past. He might well just miss it as he gets a good race. He's got a good run round the outside, but he might be out of contention here. He's pushing as hard as he dares, but I think he might be well too late. And on the run to the checkered flag in the outright 7 category, Ross Billison leads victory. An amazing finish, 2nd place, and the 7S win for Matthew Page. That's one of the drives of the weekend. And then 3rd place in the end goes to, that was Glenn Woodbridge in 3rd, Arnold Duncan 4th, and Matthew S rounds up the top 5. I won't lie, I'm not ashamed to say I was willing Matthew Page on to win that, because that would have been a fantastic story to end Festival Saturday. What a fantastic battle that was in the 7 category, and that was a great way to kick off what's been a rather entertaining and action-packed day of racing at the festival. And tomorrow, of course, we've got the TCR UK finale, Civic Cup finale as well. Of course, the final round of Fiesta Juniors. Now that's on a knife edge after race 1 today. And of course, the all-important Formula Ford Festival. Someone could either be a first-time, 2-time, or even a 3-time winner by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow's racing looks set to be an absolute barnstorm.
It does indeed, and it all gets underway at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning with qualifying for the Miltech Sports Civic Cup, which I believe we're bringing to you live, and then we're straight into the semi-finals. The 2 Formula Ford Festival semi-finals will be getting underway pretty early, so 10:30 in the morning for the first one, and 11:05 for the second, with the first TCR race action due to get underway just after midday. So head over to the BRSCC website if you want to see a full timetable. This, though, is how our final race of Saturday completed, with Aaron Smith getting the victory, Rupert Deeth second, Colin Peacock third, Phil Bullock Brown fourth, Rob Howard fifth, James Cuthbertson sixth, and Josh Canning seventh, Mini Melias all of them. Then it was Julian Proctor, the only Libra car, finishing in eighth. Ross Billison came home in ninth. That was the victory in the Mini 7 class, but only just over a charging Matthew Page, who finishes second overall, and at least does manage to get the 7S class victory. Glenn Woodbridge completes the Mini 7 podium ahead of Arnold Duncan, Matthew Ayres, and Darren Thomas in 14th. 15th place for Fraser Hack. Not such a good run for him in the end in that second race. Callum Perfect was next ahead of Paul Woodbridge and Mark Sims. Andrew Page, Bertie Woolard and Kate Fraser-Kerr rounded out the finishers, with 2 drivers not making it to the flag in the end. Giles Page was one, and Robert Pavey, the other. Robert Pavey retiring into the pit lane before the race even started. So great start to our weekend, as Scott quite rightly said. A big thanks to Scott, to Richard and to Anthony Jordan for all of their hard work through the course of the day. We'll be joined by Paul O'Neill tomorrow. He'll be, I'm sure, excited to call the action on the final Civic Cup and TCR UK races of the weekend. It's going to be a fabulous day of racing, one of the events that I've really been looking forward to all season long. The Formula Ford Festival and the final round of TCR UK at Brands Hatch. It doesn't get much better than that, really. So the Sunday in particular is one not to be missed. As I said, the on-track action starts at 10 o'clock in the morning, so make sure you're up bright and early to enjoy the action. Right then, that's enough waffle from us up in the box. Let's head down to the pit lane for the final time today and catch up with our podium finishers and Richard John Neal.
Thank you very much, Andy. It's not waffle, mate. We've thoroughly enjoyed you and Scott calling the races today, and I hope you've enjoyed some of the interviews we've had down in pit lane, victory lane. And we're going to get our final one underway with Aaron Smith, our winner. Aaron, congratulations. We'll get you back on the spot. 2 out of 2. That one was a little bit closer, though, wasn't it?
Oh, it was making me work for that one, wasn't it? But again, like, what a race. I had one massive moment up into clearways there. Just got on the slippery part, overtaking the back mark, one of the F's class. And but yeah, well, other than that, it was all calm and collected in there, you know.
See why people like these cars. This sort of Mini was my first car back in the day, and they're still fantastic to own and drive.
And that's why it appeals to so many people, because everyone knows someone that's had a Mini and they're like, oh yeah, it was a brilliant car back in the day, and yeah, we're still racing them as hard as we can. So yeah, no, brilliant.
People love them, not just because of the look, but the racing you guys put on week in, week out is absolutely fantastic. Have you got much to do tonight?
Luckily, not really. I reckon a bit of a check over. I'll probably have a beer to celebrate. But yeah, other than that, you know, it'll give the old Mini Sport logo a polish. Other than that, like, she's good to go, you know.
That's good. Is it a reverse grid tomorrow, or are they putting you on the front to make it easy again?
I reckon it'll be a reverse grid tomorrow, so that'll liven it up a touch.
Hat trick?
I'm going to be going for it, for sure.
And Rupert will, and Colin will too.
Definitely. They won't make it easy for me. So, yeah, we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Nice. Well, Aaron, have a great evening. Thanks for chatting to us today and entertaining us today. Well done. Let's have a word with our Libra winner again, Julian Proctor. Second little chat for Julian. Really, all I can say is, Julian, how different was race 2 for you to race 1?
It was just a bit of fun, really, because I'd already won what I needed to do in race 1, so just went out in race 2, had a bit of fun, and really enjoyed it.
We're going into Saturday evening. What's the social side like with the 7 Club?
Oh, the social side of it is brilliant. We got a good little group. We all get together tonight, and we'll have a couple of beers and a few laughs and a bit of Mickey taking, like you do. Like they've been on to me all day, Mickey taking. So I might have to pay them back a little bit tonight.
Well, maybe we'll find out what some of the Mickey takes are tomorrow. I hope you have a great evening. We look forward to you guys entertaining us again tomorrow morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julian. Very well done. And our 7 class winner, Ross Billison. So first chance we get to have a chat with Ross. So the Sevens giving us some different winners. So well done, Ross. What happened in race 1, first of all?
I had a massive moment into clearways, so obviously I dropped off the leaders, and I tried to get Glenn up and to catch him up. I just couldn't. So the second race obviously was go again, and I saw my opportunity, slung it down the inside of him into paddock, and managed to keep it. So, but I've never worked so hard for the whole race was just non-stop. So yeah, it was really good.
Yeah, that typifies what mini racing is about, isn't it? Between the three of you guys and more behind.
Yeah, 100%. Now that is your classic mini race, especially around Brands Hatch. You can't really gap anyone around here. It's just it's not one of those circuits. But I managed to gap Glenn a bit, which gave me a bit of breathing space. But then 2 laps later, he's back on me again. We were side by side through here, which were under braking. The cars were skirting around all over the place. A little bit of contact, but I think that's allowed. And then I managed to just gap him for the last lap, so I could sort of relax. But yeah. Well chuffed for that. That's my last race of the year now, so yeah.
You're not here tomorrow?
Not here tomorrow. We're going on holiday tomorrow morning. So
where are you going?
Turkey.
Oh, well, have a good one.
So yeah, so this is my last race of the season. So what a way to finish it. So
that's good, Ross. Have a great holiday.
Thank you.
Don't get plenty of suntan lotion, plenty of rest, plenty of beer. Have a good one. We'll see you next season. Ross Billison and Matthew Page, super stuff again. Another first-time winner today. Not first-time winner, but first-time winner this week today. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Plenty of wins over the course of the regular season, and maybe we could have a word about that. It's such a great class, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, for myself personally, not going for the championship, it definitely took a bit of pressure off. I know a few of the others were definitely in a few races having to be a little bit more tentative, but that right there is why we go mini racing. I mean, it's bumper to bumper, and it's if you make one tiny mistake, then you've got 2 or 3 cars going past, and a lot of pressure. But that's, like I say, it's why we go racing.
It was interesting actually talking to Ross. I don't know if you were watching the interview, and you can maybe watch it back. But when he said he made a mistake in race 1, his shoulders went down with it. And so that's what you're saying, isn't it? One mistake can punish you. But you were punching above your weight there. Very definitely. Andy and Scott in the comms box said, wow, what a drive and what a performance.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely unexpected. But, I mean, we started racing 4 years ago, and we wouldn't have been able to do any of this without the help from Mondo Sports setting up the car, Swift June with the engine, and particularly Nick Padmore being driver coach. We started here in a little Audi A1 4 years ago. So he's done a lot of work since, and thankfully home track, you sort of know it pretty well by now. So I was just, trying to keep it clean and consistent.
What a great mentor for you to have, and you're proving to be a great driver yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
You're back tomorrow. You're not going on holiday, are you?
No, I'm back tomorrow, but reverse grid, so I'll be starting from the back. So a little bit of a challenge, which will be nice.
Matthew, well done. Have a great evening. Thanks for chatting to us. Lovely to meet you. So Matthew Page wraps up our 4 class winners for the Mini 7 Club here today at Brands Hatch. Hope you've enjoyed it. We've had Formula Ford Festival heats. We've got semi-finals coming up tomorrow. We've got TCR. We've got Civic Cup. TCR, of course, former BRSCC Junior champion Jensen Brickley gets his maiden pole position. So a great link between all the classes here. And the Formula Ford heat wins going to Luke Cooper, Nolan Orler and Jamie Sharp. 3 different manufacturers, 3 different chassis types winning the Formula Ford Festival heats. We've got Swift, Ray and Medina Sport Cars all taking wins, but let's not discount Van Diemen and the other manufacturers as well tomorrow, which we are really going to look forward to. So a big thank you to Scott and Andy who've been up in the commentary box, and AJ of course for looking after all things TCR. He will be back with us tomorrow. I hope you can join us too. Laura, thank you for being camera op today. Super job, lovely to work with you and all of the Alpha Live team once again. So from everybody at the Alpha Live team, from the BRSCC, TCR, everyone here, have a lovely evening, and we look forward to your company again tomorrow. Thanks for watching, and bye-bye for now.
What a classy move. That was a classy move. The championship leader is in the gravel trap.
Neil sends him off, and it's a kick of dirt on the out.